Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was expelled from UA and became a small-town teacher story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. I had a way then, losing it all on my own. I had a heart then, but the queen has been overthrown and I'm not sleeping now. The dark is too hard to beat and I'm not keeping now. The strength I need to push me. You show the lights that stop me turn to stone. You shine it when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be strong and dreaming when they are gone. Ellie Goulding. Lights 4 years ago, soon after graduating to Class 3. An operation went horribly wrong and was known as the Class 3 fiasco. No one knows what happened, only that Principal Nezu decided to expel Class 3 as Shining Star and recently appointed Big 3 leader, Izuku Midoriya, codename Deku. The next week, the Midoriyas vanished to parts unknown, leaving not a single trace behind. But, as the US staff quickly came to realize, Izuku Midoriya was the heart of Class A. Without his influence, his classmates quickly went at each other's throat, and it was a miracle that they managed to graduate. Each student went their separate ways, cutting all ties with the others, while Class 3B remained more or less together. This fall from grace would always leave a bitter taste in Eraserhead's mouth. Tenya Ida, aka Ingenium 2, took leadership of Team Ida 10, while Shoto Todoroki went working with his father at Endeavor Agency. Reports, however, systematically pointed how tense their relationship was. Many gave them barely a year before Coldfire struck on his own. Okako Uraraka and Tsuyu Asui went working as Ryukyu's sidekicks. Uravity and Froppy quickly became known as reliable pros adept at rescue situations. Fumikage Tokoyami became one of Hawk's sidekicks. Tsukuimi soon became a dreaded force as night fell. Ahiro Kirishima and Tetsutetsu worked for Fat Gum for a year before striking as independents, opening the Hammer and Anvil. As an agency, Red Riot and Real Steel focused on protection and defense that gathered a large number of similarly quirky pros. Momoyorozu worked as one of Best Jeanist's sidekick, but everyone knew it was just a question of time before she left. Creati was appealing, smart and all-around popular. People gave her 2 years at most before she reached the top 10. Minoru Mineta worked with Mako for a while before being fired for his perverted tendencies. They didn't stop there. Soon, Grape Juice was well known in the hero community for his perverse attitude and being constantly involved in scandals. Kyoko decided to follow her 2 dreams and become a pro-heroine and idol singer. Under Uwabami's tutelage, Earphone Jack became a rising star in both hero and singing charts. Like his classmate, Rikido Soto chose to work 2 jobs. While Sugarman was regarded as a somewhat average hero, there was no denying the happiness people felt when he and his team showed on disaster scenes with fresh food and warm drinks. Support took many shapes, indeed. Denki Kaminari went working with the Lurkers. Despite his best efforts, Charge Bolt never made it past sidekick status, something he deeply resented. Koji Koda worked as a sidekick for various teams, but it was clear Anima wasn't really enjoying his job. People believed it was only a matter of time before he quit altogether. After barely 2 years as a sidekick, Masharao Ojiro returned to U to work as a teacher. Tailman felt a bit awkward working with the people who, not so long ago, he was calling sensei. Yuga Aomar worked for a year before starting his own show. Twinkle was regarded as a bit of a joke for his flamboyant manners, but there was no denying the hero was entertaining to be around. Mina Ashido spent 3 years working as Yoroi Musha's sidekick with Yo Shindo, Tamemi Nakagame and Inasa Yorashi. Rumor caught words of a potential team forming between Pinky, Grand, Turtleneck and Gale Force. Toru Hagakyo worked as a sidekick for several agencies before deciding to try her luck in America. No one heard of Invisible Girl afterwards. Hitoshi Shinso took the underground path. Though many talked about the Shadow, no one ever saw him or caught him in action. All they saw was the result of his work. Hanta Zero, to everyone's surprise, swiftly gained popularity and became independent after only 2 years. 3 years after graduating, Cellophane was already among the top 15. Mizo Shoji ended working as a sidekick for fellow marine-themed hero gang Orca. Unlike his classmates, sidekick status fit Tentacle perfectly and he never sought to become independent. Finally, Katsuki Bakugo's rise was meteoric. For all his rudeness, there was no denying Grenadier was skilled. 1 year after graduating, he was independent. 2 years later, he was ranking 7th in Japan's Hero Billboard chart. People called him the modern endeavor. Meanwhile, in the Amori Prefecture, the village of Nishimiya, Izuku gently knocked the door and whispered, "Kishun, are you awake?" "I'm awake, sensei." "Good. Do you have your remote with you?" "Yes." Izuku smiled. In her room, Kishun looked at the remote she held. It looked like a regular black remote, but the texture had been altered to be perfectly smooth, including with the buttons. Speaking of the buttons, instead of volume and channels, there were 5 buttons with plus and minus, each labeled a sense: sight, hearing, touch, smell and taste. Kishun gulped. Izuku reassured her. "Come on, you can do it. You've progressed by leaps and bounds since we first met. Ready to make the final jump?" "I'm ready, sensei." "Good. We'll start with hearing. If my voice becomes too loud, tell me. I'm going to increase the volume as you decrease your hearing." The girl nodded and looked at her room. It was comfortable, no doubt about that. It was also pitch black, the only source of light being a computer screen set on the lowest luminosity possible. The floor was smooth linoleum with not a carpet in sight, her bed was made of the softest silk and the walls were completely soundproof. A library was stuffed to the brim with books whose pages had been altered to be unable to cut. Kishun had passed from the pain of a paper cut several times before. There were several stuffed toys of various materials that she tentatively played with when she felt daring. As a rule, though, she preferred video games. Of all her toys, they were the safest. A wider-than-usual cat flap allowed her parents to pass her food and receive her dirty laundry without leaving too much light enter. Izuku spoke. "Now, press the button for hearing and decrease. 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 Decrease." His voice increased progressively. Kishun pressed the button on the remote and focused on her ears. "Decrease. Decrease. Decrease. Decrease." Izuku nodded. "I am speaking normally. Now, we are going to do the opposite. Increase your hearing. Increase it. Increase it. Increase it." Kishun complied. Izuku whispered, "My voice is at its lowest, now. Let's decrease your hearing again." They worked on it 2 more times before shifting to her sight. The process was the same. Kishun pressed the button for sight, decreasing her vision until she was completely blind. Then she increased it again and decreased it, repeating the exercise until she felt in control. Touch followed, then smell and finally taste, courtesy of a platter of senbei provided by her mother. Finally, on Izuku's command, the girl decreased her senses one by one until they were on the lowest setting she could. Izuku smiled. "Ready to open the door. It's nighttime and not a light is up in the manor." Kishun inhaled. "I'm ready. Let's do this." Izuku leaned against the wall and watched the door open timidly. A girl emerged, black hair reaching her behind as her black silk clothes rustled silently as she moved. Even her socks were made of silk, a necessity given her hypersensitive skin. Kishun looked at her teacher. "You are a bit more masculine than I thought, sensei. I wasn't expecting the long coat." Izuku chuckled. Having gained a few inches, he had added an emerald long coat to his usual attire. He had also shaved his hair into an Ivy League-style cut, leaving a messy green bush on top of his head while the rest was kept short. Kishun gave him a look. "You're also more muscular than I thought. I can see your abs from under your shirt." "Kishun, you are 14. The girl blushed. Tentatively, she looked around the corridor. "It's brighter than my room." "Much brighter. Your room is as dark as an oven. How do you feel so far?" "Good. It is weird. Usually, that kind of darkness would almost be blinding, but it's not. I'm almost tempted to increase my sight to see clearly." Izuku nodded. "Close your eyes, I'll switch on the light." Kishun obeyed and slowly opened her eyes when she felt the light on her eyelids. "It's not blinding." "Good. It means your eyesight's keenness is equal to ours. You're back to normal." It took a moment for the words to sink in the girl. Normal. She was back to normal. Her senses were no longer so sensitive. She had to lock herself in a custom room to avoid overloading. A smile grew on her face. "I'm all right now. Normal. I'm normal. I'm good." Her parents and brother appeared, a matching smile on their face. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 𝐷 looked at his daughter for the first time in a decade. "Welcome back, baby girl." 𝐭𝐸∌ jumped in his arms. She was joined by her elder brother, Minazuki. Her mother, Suzerain, had tears in her eyes. Izuku watched the scene. After a decade trapped in her room, after 4 tedious months learning to control her quirk, keen senses no longer overwhelmed 𝐭𝐸∌. The girl had full control of her power, even though she still felt nervous about it. Izuku knew it would pass. The more she used her quirk, the more she would feel confident. It was all a question of practice. In the meantime, 𝐭𝐸∌ 𝐷 was free. The family headed out, accompanied by the professor. 𝐭𝐸∌ danced in the streets as the feeling of coolness seeped on her skin without biting. The moon no longer lit the night like a midnight sun, and staring at the stars no longer gave her headaches. The smell of jasmine and spider lilies embalmed the night without being intoxicating. The realization that she was back to normal was exhilarating. The girl laughed loud and high, and the sound didn't deafen her. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 turned to Izuku. "I can never thank you enough for what you've done. We had lost all hope that 𝐭𝐸∌ would ever have a semblance of normalcy, but you've done the impossible and taught her to control her quirk. In doing so, you gave her back her life. Such a gift has no price. What you gave me is more than enough for me and my mother to live comfortably without working. I ended giving most of it to Noriniko Foye. Kimochi and Hatsu need it more than I do." 𝐒𝐻𝐼 hummed. Noriniko Foye. Officially, a socio-educative residence for children and teenagers in academic failure or suffering from troublesome quirks. Unofficially, a shelter for runaways. It is owned by a couple of women who were joined 2 years ago by a quirk counselor/teacher who quickly built a reputation for being skilled at his job. In desperation, we decided to call for your services. It paid off. Glad I could be of help." Izuku smiled. Her joy is contagious. She has a bright future ahead of hers. Who knows? Now she is in control of her quirk, maybe she'll try to become a hero. Sharp senses like her are amazingly useful in the business. Well, speaking of business, I have a deal to offer you that I hope you and your co-workers will agree to. Izuku turned to the man. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 took a stack of folded papers. "The services you and Noriniko Foye provide are a lifesaver to more than a few children. Everyone in Nishimaya and around knows a kid living at your side is safe and sound, and many agree they are better there than in the streets. So long as you keep providing education and teaching the kids how to control their quirks, the 𝐷 Corporation is willing to fund you. It isn't just because we owe you. We genuinely think there should be more residences like this one across Japan. Hopefully, it could prevent helpless young folks from turning to villainy in desperation." Izuku read the papers. It was indeed a contract between 𝐷 Corporation and Noriniko Foye, declaring black on white that the corporation would keep funding the residence so long as Izuku, Kimochi and Hatsu kept working there. The teacher nodded. "I will show it to Kimochi and Hatsu. Thank you very much, 𝐷-san. We have always been struggling, even with Akira and Samidori's quirks. Your funding will definitely come in handy. All I'm asking is that you keep doing your job, Midoriya-san. You're good at it." Izuku nodded and watched 𝐭𝐸∌ play with her brother. Trivia bits: Nishimaya isn't a fictive place. It is an actual location in Japan, in the Aomori prefecture. Look it up. Wikipedia is you have a doubt. 𝐭𝐸∌ 𝐷 is one of 8 original cat actors that will appear in the story. I had created her several years ago, and though her superpower hasn't changed, her name and nationality have. She was originally a British high schooler called June Sinclair. Since I'm not as good with Japanese as Hochiroki, I cannot make punny names like he does, but I can still make them meaningful. 𝐭𝐸∌ is March on the lunar calendar, while her family name is made of Arata: bright, clear, swift, important, obvious, and mi. Fitting for someone with super senses. The rest of her family share the monthly theme naming. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 is an old term for December and literally means the teacher runs, out of an old Japanese custom. Minazuki is the 6th month of the lunar calendar, July. Finally, suzerain means lily of the valley, a flower traditionally associated with the month of May. That should be all for now. Where are you? Why do you hide? Where is that moonlight trail that leads to your side? Just like the moonraker goes in search of his dream of gold, I search for love, for someone to have and hold. I've seen your smile in 1,000 dreams, felt your touch and it always seems, you love me, you love me. Shirley Bassey, Moonraker 6 months later. Principal Nezu was reading his mail when he stumbled upon a letter. Its contents made him grin like a predator. After 4 long years, his informants had finally found Izuku Midoriya, the missing heart of Class A, as the U.S. staff had come to call him. He scanned the letter and sent it to several people. Among them was Okako Uraraka, also known as the Gravity Heroine Uravity. Okako was taking a break between missions when she got the email. The struggle between the League of Heroes and the Paranormal Liberation Front was in a current state of Cold War, but it was a known fact that the hostilities would reopen to full strength the moment one side made a significant move. After the devastating Battle of Coruscant Ward 2 years prior, a battle that had seen the rise in popularity of Cellophane, Phantom Thief, the Hammer and Anvil duo and Grenadier, both sides had taken a break to lick their wounds. The liking was almost over, now. Tsuyu believed it was only a matter of time. Okako sighed. The battle had cost the front dearly. Sanctum, Red, Spinner, and several others had lost their lives while Slidingo, Geaton and Twice had been nastily injured, and it was without counting the many other casualties, both wounded and dead. On the hero's side, Ojiro had received an injury to his tail that had almost cost him its use, while Koda had outright lost a leg and Honinuki would forever bear an ugly burn scar over his stomach thanks to Darby. It was still better than Sisicross, who had lost his life alongside Mr. Smith, Psycho Intelli, Crust, Death Arms and Backdraft. Fourth Kind had lost one of his arms and Gunhead had received an injury in the chest that had forced him to retire. Meanwhile, Manuel had spent the next 2 months comatose alongside Kamu Woods, Sun Eater, Shemage and Power Loader. A grim toll indeed. Okako herself had a scar on her arm from the fight. She wondered how differently it would have gone had Deku been there. One for All was a formidable quirk, both from the sheer might it granted and from the other quirks it contained. But Deku hadn't been there. By the time of the Battle of Coruscant, Izuku and his mother had been 2 years missing. All Might, no, Toshinori Yagi was still distraught over it. Izuku had left without a single goodbye. As she checked her emails, she found the one Nezu had sent. It took her all of 5 minutes to read it. The next second, she was calling Ryukyu. I'm going on a break. No IFS. No buts. Nezu had found Izuku. She had to go now. Ryukyu gave her sidekick a look before shrugging. Things are being quiet. I guess I can give you a few days. Will a week be enough? Okako hesitated. She and Izuku had been separated for 4 years. Would a week be enough to tell him all she had to say? There was so much she wanted to tell him. A week will do, thanks. I'll be going now, if you don't mind. Ryukyu nodded. Nejaya watched her. That was sudden. Makes me wonder what happened. Probably something personal. We all have family and friends outside of work. That must be it. She was closer to the truth than she thought. Toshinori and Aizawa almost barged in the principal's office. Is this message for real? Aizawa asked sharply. It is. Nezu confirmed. The Amori Prefecture, Nishimeya. A small village near the Shirakami-sanchi Preserve. This is where Izuku Midoriya is currently residing. I even got his address, if you want. Aizawa balled his fist. Toshinori gave him a look. To this day, Eraserhead considered seeing Izuku expelled as his greatest failure. I am going there, with or without your approval. I owe Midoriya an overdue apology. Naturally. You and All Might have a complete week to reunite with your student. I don't like the choice I made that day either. If Midoriya returns to you, I will also apologize. But it is something I want to do face to face. The 2 teachers nodded. They understood. Next step was packing their bags. Fortunately, Eri was getting better at controlling her quirk, enough that she didn't need Aizawa monitoring her so much. Meanwhile, in Nishimiya, Izuku was having a regular Tuesday. Skeet. Kishun aimed and fired, her arrow hitting the flying frisbee dead on. It still amazed the professor how quick the girl had taken to archery. Learning to hit distant targets had felt like good training for her quirk, as had hide-and-seek in the open parts of the preserve. When she played video games, Kishun tended to go for a stealth archer build. The last thing Izuku had expected was for the girl to morph into a real-life one. 𝐤𝐬 brought the frisbee back to him. It was more a wooden disc in the shape of a frisbee than an actual toy, but it did the job. Coupled with the teen's quirk, mind over matter, it could go far and fast enough to give Kishun a challenge. The girl still hit her target more often than not. Got it. A little faster, next time. 2 more times. Izuku decided. Then we'll get snacks. Mom is at the foyer and I'm pretty sure she's baking something. Kishun turned to the foyer and sniffed the air. I can smell it. Either it's anpan or it's taiyaki. In any case, it's a stuffed pastry. And, yes, it's stuffed with azuki beans. Well, let's finish the exercise so we can see which it is. 𝐤𝐬 grinned and removed the arrow. Focusing his quirk, he levitated the frisbee and pushed while pulling with his other hand. The opposite kinetic forces built until the teen suddenly released the pull. The effect was akin to a slingshot. The frisbee went soaring. Kishun aimed, her eyesight zooming toward her target as she remembered her sensei's biggest lesson. Don't aim where it is. Aim where it ought to be. She released the string. The arrow went flying. When the frisbee finally landed, the 3 found it dead in the middle. Izuku nodded. Well aimed, Kishun. And 𝐤𝐬, nice throw. Your slingshot is getting more accurate. The pair beamed. 𝐤𝐬 Barimi was a 13-year-old teenager with a mess of chestnut hair and unusual lilac eyes that shone with near-constant mirth. At 150 m, the boy was fairly small for his age, but Izuku surmised he would have a growth spurt sooner or later. In any case, he was shorter than Kishun by 10 good centimeters. He was also wearing baggy white breathes and running shoes, with a neon pink shirt under a white tracksuit jacket lined with pink. Meanwhile, now she had much better control of her quirk, Kishun had ditched her silken wardrobe for something more mundane and fitting of her new outdoors life. Her current attire was a black tank top with denim jeans and black sneakers lined with silver. She was currently wearing archery protections on her hand, arm and chest, but the black fingerless gloves tended to remain no matter what she wore. They did the exercise one last time. As she nailed the frisbee, Kishun turned to 𝐤𝐬. I know your quirk is strong, but my bow's range only goes so far. If you could avoid sending the frisbee into low orbit, that would be nice. 𝐤𝐬 looked away, sheepish. It only happened once. Their training over, the trio returned to the foyer. Noriniko Foyer was made of a main building that housed the school proper, a pair of classrooms and an office Izuku, Kimochi and Hatsune shared, plus a kitchen dining room for the more permanent residents and the rare students who ate on site, and finally a complete gender-divided bathroom, here again for the permanent residents. The dormitories were near the school and accessible through a short path of beaten earth. Their particularity was that they were arboreal. Samidori Morihinen, another permanent resident of the foyer with 𝐤𝐬, had a quirk called Green Thumb, which gave him impressive control over vegetal life. Izuku knew why the 14-year-old teenager had sought haven at the foyer. He knew the reason why every permanent resident stayed there. In any case, Samidori could control plant life incredibly well. Izuku's lessons had been studying the various forms of floral life across the world and how to combine said knowledge with Green Thumb. The result had been a trio of trees that were an odd mix between a baobab for the width, water storing and delicious fruits and a giant redwood for the size, resistance to decay and coniferous nature that made it evergreen. The teen had to be a bit creative when adjusting the mechanical resistance so it could support a room. The trees were 10 meter high, with the first branches growing 3 meters above the ground. A staircase with safeguard was grown directly from the trunk and led to bubble-shaped rooms that served as the dorms. The first tree had 2 dorms. 𝐤𝐬 bunked with Himai Azayaka while Samidori bunked with Akira Hochinami. The second tree had 2 dorms as well. Akari Kinatsui shared her room with Eiko Shirante while Hayate Morkisho slept alone in the other, though his room still had a free bed. The last tree had a single circular room that served as common room for the group. All trees were connected by branches lined with railing for easy access. All rooms had access to electricity thanks to Izuku calling for a few favors with some people whose children he had helped. That, and a bit of creativity on Samidori's part. The original idea of having leaves serve as solar panels was inspired, but a bit difficult to combine with the tree's coniferous nature. The teen was currently considering mixing live oak for his next creation. It would also help with the wood's mechanical resistance. The trio found 𝐿𝐼nko in the kitchen, removing fresh taiyaki from the oven. Kishoon perked at the sight. "Taiyaki it is. It was that or 𝐸pan." 𝐿𝐼nko smiled. "You caught the scent from the firing range, did you?" "I had to increase my smell to get it, but I did." Taiyaki and 𝐸pan are both pastries with azuki bean stuffing. It's harder to tell apart than, say, dango or daifuku. True enough. The other teens gathered, starting with Samidori. The plant controller had vibrant auburn hair tied in a short ponytail in his back, the tip dyed a soft green. His bud-green eyes, whom he owed his name, lit as they fell on the pastries. He was wearing a simple green shirt with khaki breathes and usually wore trekking shoes he had discarded for indoor slippers. At 14, he stood only 2 centimeters under Kishoon. Behind him was his best friend, Akira Hoshinami. The 12-year-old boy would turn 13 in 2 months and was naturally the shortest of the group at only 132 cm. In Izuku's opinion, it was still taller and better than Mineta. He had jet black hair shaved in a bowl cut and milk-white eyes lined with scars, an unfortunate consequence of his blindness. The boy usually wore blue jeans and vest over a black shirt with a wave on the heart, and carried a white cane that equally helped him move around and warned people he was blind. His quirk, Tide's grip, let him perceive and control water anywhere it was. Even in a living being. He relied on it to move around even more than his cane. The teen sniffed the air. "It's pastry." "Which one? 𝐸pan, monju, taiyaki or dorayaki?" "Taiyaki." "Great." Akari was behind the boy. At 15, the girl was one of the foyer's oldest members, beaten only by the 16-year-old 𝐒𝐼nko, and one of the tallest at 167 cm. Her wavy gold hair fell to the middle of her back as her cyan blue eyes watched every member of the room. She usually wore a long white sleeveless robe with golden sandals, occasionally covering her shoulders with a white cardigan. In Izuku's opinion, the teenager was appealing. Not too generous in her curves like Momo or Kishoon were, not flat like Kyoka had been, just the right curves in the right places and a gentle heart-shaped face. Her quirk, solar battery, let her absorb light, give it kinetic properties and bend it to her will. This resulted in anything from solid light constructs to devastating concussive blasts. Fortunately, Akari was kind. 𝐒𝐼nko followed her. The teenager was tall and slender, built like a gymnast more than an athlete. He was also the tallest member of the group at 171 cm, beaten only by Izuku's 185 cm. His light brown hair was neck-long and usually combed, but his acrobatics meant they were often tousled, especially at the end of the day. His amber eyes scanned the room before falling on the platter of taiyaki. His face lit up instantly. "Something to fill my stomach." "Oh, joy. You're still in your performing clothes." Izuku noted. "Grab one if you really feel hungry and go get cleaned." "Yes, sensei." 𝐒𝐼nko's performing clothes were a set of checkered blue and white harlequin-looking outfit with a blue domino mask. Hanging on his hips was a gymnastic ribbon and a set of poise he used for his performances, along with a lighter. His favorite trick when dancing in the street was setting the implements ablaze and dancing in the middle, to the awe and joy of bystanders. It helped that his quirk, supple body, increased his speed and agility tenfold. Izuku had made a point of getting him a license after he joined the foyer. 𝐒𝐼nko grabbed a taiyaki and went to the bathroom, passing Eiko and 𝐒𝐼nko on the way out. The pair waved him before going to the table. At 13.5 and 160 cm, Eiko was as tall as Kishoon, but otherwise was her polar opposite. Where Kishoon had black hair and dark eyes, Eiko had white hair and pale gray eyes. Where Kishoon was quite busty and wore a black top and blue jeans, Eiko was flat as a dashboard and wore a white sweater and red tissue briefs. Where 𝐒𝐠𝐿 was quiet and calculating while having moments of hot-bloodedness, 𝐒𝐭 was brash and extrovert with occasional moments of restful calm. Where 𝐒𝐠𝐿 favored a stealthy and ranged approach, 𝐒𝐭 also enjoyed stealth, but preferred getting up close and personal with her target. Her quirk, absolute balance, gave her a natural agility and dexterity that made 𝐼 green with envy. Where one liked playing Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls, the other had a general fondness for Assassin's Creed. The two girls often bickered over which color an assassin should wear, black or white. Next to her, 𝐒𝐻 had the strongest built of the teens and fell short of 𝐼 by 3 centimeters only. He was broad and muscular as an athlete, his muscles visible under his black and yellow polo shirt and tight black briefs. It was hard to believe the teenager was only 13. Izuku could see his usual black and yellow-lined bomber jacket at the coat hanger. His short platinum blonde hair was mussed by the wind as his dark green eyes met his mentor's. "You went for a flight?" Izuku asked. "The sky was clear and it wasn't my doing. I felt like riding the wind." 𝐻's quirk, weather control, let him do exactly that. Izuku's lessons had been about refining his control until the teen was able to use wind blasts smaller than a dust devil, among other things. The 7 teenagers sat at the table with Izuku and his mother, sharing drinks and pastries. They were joined half an hour later by 𝐼, now dressed in a plain blue shirt and white briefs. "Took your time in the shower again?" 𝐒𝐭 teased. "After you spend several years in the street, you learn the values of things like a warm shower and fresh laundry. I got these now, and I intend to enjoy them." "True," 𝐒𝐭 grumbled. "I wasn't in the streets for so long, only a handful of weeks, but I can tell you I really miss these. I'm glad I found 𝐵𝐻𝐼 foyer. I missed them too, especially the first year. Afterward, it's a question of habit, mostly. I'm lucky that I got skills that let me become a street performer. You find surprisingly good food in dumpsters, and some cooks are nice enough to give you food when you show up late at night. But it's anything but clean. When I earned enough to buy noodles, it made my day." 𝐒𝐠𝐿 gave the artist an odd look. "You live at the foyer, now. Why do you keep performing? You don't need to anymore since they provide for all your needs." "It's mostly out of habit," 𝐼 hummed. "Because I like doing that. My quirk makes me naturally agile, though not to 𝐒𝐿's extent. I'll stay on my opinion that her quirk is pure cheating, by the way. So, performing with ribbons and poise, especially with my previous training at the gym, is pretty much a second nature. Also, you'll note that I give everything I earn to the foyer. I got a solid grasp of my quirk, so I don't need sensei's lessons like you do. Instead, I decided to make myself useful and provide for the foyer too." 𝐒𝐭 looked away nervously. Absolute balance was permanently active, so the girl didn't need Izuku's lessons either. She stayed at the foyer because, just like 𝐼, her family and home had been destroyed in a hero fight and she found herself penniless in the street. Unlike 𝐼, who had his previous training as a gymnast, the girl had no skill whatsoever and had to resort to begging and thievery to survive, until her wandering had taken her at 𝐵𝐻𝐼 foyer. "I help too," the girl grumbled. "I do some cleaning and cooking. You don't earn money and, as far as staff membership is concerned, you aren't part of it." 𝐒𝐭 outright snarled. Izuku cleared his throat. 𝐼, calm down." The teens immediately complied. They both owed sensei their life. When he spoke, they listened. That was the rule. Izuku's voice was steady and calm. 𝐼, underage children and teenagers aren't supposed to work at all. They are supposed to go to school, which is what 𝐒𝐭 is doing thanks to Kimochi and Hatsune providing education. For all intent and purpose, what you're doing is undeclared work and we shouldn't accept your donations, but we do it still because we respect your intentions. He turned to 𝐒𝐭. 𝐒𝐭, I understand you wanting to help and resenting your lack of useful skills. But you said you wanted to join UA. For having passed the entrance exam myself, I can tell you the requirements are high, so focus on your studies and aim to be as good as you can physically and educatively. Also, both of you shouldn't play this kind of game so often. Friendly ribbing is fine, but when it escalates in full-blown arguments such as these, it's best that you drop it. Understood? Yes, sensei. Good. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 watched the argument distractedly. 𝐼𝐚𝐸 edged closer. Yen for your thoughts. I was just imagining characters for my story. Oh. Is it the same as last time? The one with the elf demon's secret agent girl. Kinda. Laya has a lot in common with Eiko and 𝐻𝐸𝐽, and her last name Flame Dancer was indeed inspired by 𝐻𝐸𝐽's name. Now, I'm picturing the rest of the crew. There's Sarah the rebellious princess and 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐴 the teenage mage as the basic gang, but Laya's mentor Stellan also plays a large role in the story, and his character takes a lot from Sensei. What happened to your other story, the one about the magical girls? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 sighed heavily. I just can't find the imagination. I got the characters down, I got the magic part down, I got the rough storyline, but I don't know. It doesn't feel fantastic enough to my taste. Magical girls are a lot like pro heroes in what they do. Whatever I want to write, it always feels too mundane. I hate it. Better focus on the actual fantasy story. One of the countries is based on the Industrial Revolution. Right, the one without the magic. Yep. Remind me why they can't use magic, already. Divine punishment. During the war that splintered the human empire, their side nuked the capital city with an atomagic bomb and it sessed the gods something fierce. Speaking of countries, can I borrow your work on tree cities? I got the idea for an arboreal kingdom and, even though the world is completely fictive, I'd like the cities to at least respect the laws of physics. Sure. Izuku smiled. 𝐻𝐸𝐽's imagination was a lot like the wind he controlled, wild, and going in 3 different directions at once. Hard to believe the biggest teen of the group with the widest spanning quirk was one of the most peaceful. For all of weather control's deadliness, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 could summon storms nasty enough to sink cruises. All he wanted was to become a novelist. Izuku wholeheartedly encouraged his endeavor. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐸𝐽 was seriously considering a career in architecture. What cities were greener than cities atop trees? Jiu was eyeing 𝐼𝐸𝐽 bashfully. The teen noticed and returned his smile, making the telekinetic blush hard. Everyone in Noriniko foyer had a reason for being there and Jiu had made his clear from the start. If he stayed home, his parents would beat him for liking men. Given Kimochi and Hatsune were married, the teen had nothing to fear there and the others fully respected his orientation. Izuku wondered how long it would take until he found the courage to confess to 𝐼𝐸𝐽. Given 𝐼𝐸𝐽 didn't confess first, the red-haired teen seemed willing to return his feeling. Akira looked at 𝐻𝐸𝐽. When you finally publish your story, don't forget to write it in Braille. I want to read it myself instead of listening someone do it. Of course. This goes without saying. Kishun grinned. Keep a copy for me. Reading Braille is a good exercise for my touch. Akira turned to the girl and beamed. We read it together. Why not? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 laughed. First, I need to finish it. It would be nice if I could finish one story for once. Akari watched the scene and smiled. As a rule, the girl hardly talked. Not that she was mute, but Izuku couldn't help but compare her to an odd mix of Ibara Shiozaki and Koji Koda in appearance and demeanor. The girl quietly munched a taiyaki before taking a coloring book and a pencil case. Though she had expressed the longing to become a teacher, the girl had a knack for drawing and coloring, and had even drawn several characters of 𝐻𝐸𝐽's stories. When she wasn't drawing scenes of the group. The last person Toshinori and Aizawa had expected to meet on the train to Hirosaki was their former student, Okiko. Okiko herself was like a deer in the headlights when she saw her former homeroom teacher and the symbol of peace. It didn't help that all 3 were in civilian clothing. After a few awkward moments, the 3 reunited. It's been a while, Uraka. Aizawa noted. You tell me, sensei. What are you doing there? Aizawa looked around and lowered his voice. Midoriya. You too. Toshinori nodded. It seems Nezu contacted all 3 of us and we all had the same idea. So, since we're obviously headed to the same place, do you mind traveling with us, young Uraka? Okiko smiled, warmth growing in her chest. Not the slightest, sensei. And so, the 3 journeyed to Nishimiya. And so, we meet the rest of Izuku's students. 𝐼𝐸𝐽, Jiu, Akira, Akari, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, and Eiko. Trivia about them is right below. Trivia: 𝐒𝐭𝐻 Charante, inspired by Michiro's daughter from Graffiti Heart. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 can be spelled a certain number of ways, but, for her name, it is made of the kanji ei glory, and the kanji ko child. Not much to add there, at least yet. Akira Hoshinami, created alongside Kishun, Jiu, Himai, Akari, Hayate and Samidori. He hasn't changed much, mostly because he was originally Japanese, and was and is a blind hydrokinesist. Akira, ironically enough, means clear-sighted, though it can also mean intelligent. His last name is a portmanteau of Hoshi Star and Nomi Wave. Akari Kinatsui, this one was changed a bit more. Originally an American girl called Lyra, her last name would often change due to being adopted by the main protagonist, regardless the story I used her in. Her core backstory remains the same and will be revealed soon. In this story, Akari is equally light and lamp, while her last name is a portmanteau of kin gold, silver, metal and Atsui kind, warm, hospitable. I told you, I can't do punny and meaningful names like Horikoshi. Jiu Barimi, originally called Matthias Lewinsky, he was a Canadian Jewish telekinetic with a fondness for skateboarding. His particular trait and reason for being at the foyer will be revealed next chapter, but there is a reason his last name is made of Barra Pink and EMI Smile. Jiu, meanwhile, simply means free. Hayate Morkisho, here again, aside from his name and nationality, not much has changed. He was originally a German boy called Adrian Sturmveros who still has weather-controlling powers. Yes, he is heavily based on X-Men Storm. She is the iconic weather controller. Naturally, his first name Hayate means hurricane and is fairly common in fiction. His last name, however, is made of Mao to dance, twirl or turn, and Kisho an honorary term for a book. Hayate does aspire to become a novelist. Samidori Sami Morihinen, original identity is the Irish Donahue Donny O'Connell. His original depiction made him at least partially vegetal instead of a fully human teen with plant control. For his name, his first name does actually mean Budgreen, and he was indeed named in story after his eye color. His last name is made of the words Mori Forest and Hainan Shelter, Haven. Here again, remember he built the foyer's dorms. Himai Azayaka, this one has to be the earliest OCI created, probably before even Donny Sami. His original identity is the French Yen Laurent, and he used to hate heroes much more. In this story, though, he at least respects them thanks to Izuku's influence. Why will be revealed soon. His first name is made of high fire and my dance and Azayaka neat, distinct, radiant, swift, dexterous, astute. When Hayate said he took Flame Dancer from Himai's name, that's what he meant. That should be all. For now. We've everything we need: the moon, the sun. There is more than enough here for everyone. All we have we share, and all of us we care. So come on, welcome to our family time, welcome to our brotherly time. We're happy giving and taking to the friends we're making. There is nothing we won't do. Phil Collins, welcome. It was a long trip to Nishimiya. Okako and the two professors traveled by train and then by rented car until they reached a small village near the preserve of Shirakamisanchi. As she walked the streets to the ryokan inn they were staying, Okako couldn't help but envy the calm she felt. Nishimiya was peaceful. No wonder Izuku had settled there. Aizawa inhaled the clean air. It felt so much different, so much purer than the urban air he was used to. A small and peaceful town to spend the rest of his life, most likely with his mother, as the memory of Deku faded away. His former student had chosen well. Toshinori wanted only one thing: to drop his luggage at the inn and find his precious pupil. As such, despite the length of the trip, he was buzzing with barely contained energy. He had seen the picture, they all had. A tall green-haired man walking in the street wearing an emerald long coat. Izuku had changed. The former symbol of peace wondered how much. As soon as they were settled, each in their own room, they made a beeline for Noriniko foyer. Okako blinked at the distant sight of the tree houses. Tsuyu would love living there. Aizawa silently agreed. The treetop homes piqued his curiosity. Who had built them and how? He wanted to look at them closer, and Okako's face told him he wasn't the only one. Toshinori was also curious, but he wanted even more to find Izuku. It was late in the afternoon when they entered the main building, and they had crossed children and young teens leaving the place on their way. The two teachers present weren't Izuku but a couple of women, one with mid-length blonde hair held by a hair clip while the other's long blonde hair was tightly bound in a bun. The blonde teacher turned to them and smiled. "Welcome to Noriniko Foyer, sirs. What can we do for you? We are looking for someone called Izuku Midoriya. We heard he was one of your co-workers." "Oh. It must be the first time in 2 years that someone comes to visit Izu-san. I sense no negative feelings from you, so I doubt you're there to hurt him. Hatsune, honey, do you know if Izuku is still in his office?" "He isn't, Kimi-kan." The redhead answered. "I saw him leave to the dorms half an hour ago with his paperwork. Inko-san went home at the same time." It was then that Aizawa noticed the golden wedding bands on the women's fingers. They were married. And wait, the blonde woman said she sensed no negative feelings in them. An empath. Interesting. It made him wonder what Hatsune's quirk was. "Siren song." Kimochi answered. "Whenever Honey sings, her voice gains mind-controlling properties. A shame. I heard her voice through records and it is quite appealing. My own quirk is just empathy. I sense the emotions of people around me, but, if I have to, I can project them as well." A dangerous ability, Aizawa shuddered. Both quirks would be quite powerful in hero business, and a real pain in the hands of villains. He felt quiet relief the women were simple teachers. Kimochi waved a finger. "Not everyone with a powerful quirk wants to become a hero. Pros sure are useful to maintain peace, but craftsmen, educators, and artists are needed in every society." She had a point. Kimochi led them to a path of beaten earth. "You will find Izuku in the dorm's common room. It's the largest room in the trees. Don't worry, the trees got staircases grown directly from the trunk." Now, Okako was even more curious to see the tree houses. Izuku was quietly going through paperwork in the dorm's common room. Kishun and Eiko were playing Super Smash on a console, Eiko controlling Ezio while Kishun had chosen Sans. Through a skillful maneuver, Eiko managed to kick Sans from the platform, securing her victory. "Requiescat in pace." Kishun growled. "You're going to have a bad time, Eiko." Jiu snickered. It wasn't just a game battle, it was a quote battle as well. So far, Eiko was winning but Kishun was still giving her a tough time. The rest of the group was lounging in the room, Hayate writing on his laptop while Sami was drawing schematics for a different model of treehouse, Akira was listening to music, Himai was checking his equipment and Akari was watching Izuku go through the paperwork, intent on learning how to do it as well. Unpleasant as it was, admin work was still part of a teacher's duties. Himai perked through the window and saw the trio coming. Company. Sensei, were you expecting someone?" Izuku frowned and dropped the paperwork, Kishun on his heels. The girl frowned. "This isn't my family. Sensei." Her voice died in her throat. Izuku was staring at the window, his jaw hanging from sheer shock. They are here." "What are? How? They? No. Why? Why are they?" His eyes started shining with tears. He tore himself from the window, went straight for the mini-fridge and took the single bottle of sake he kept there. The 8 teens watched him down the bottle in one gulp. Did Sensei just chug the entire bottle of emergency sake? Yes. Lock and load, everyone. These guys mean business. Himai already had his tools. He partially unfolded his ribbon and positioned himself right next to the door. Hayate grumbled. "My powers are no good indoors. What should I do?" "Stay with Sensei and comfort him. If they ever get past us, collateral damage. Bring the goddamn sky on their head." Hayate's voice was unusually cold. "Got it." His eyes turned milky white as he slowly seized control of the weather. Izuku shook his head, having tearfully collapsed on the couch. "Not gonna work. The man in black is Eraserhead. If he looks at you, he'll shut down your quirk. A good thing I'll be in his blind spot when he enters." Himai growled. The other teens came back with their weapons. As part of his lessons, Izuku had taught each of them self-defense in case of trouble, and the group often had mock fights outside the foyer and in the preserve. Akari had charged her quirk with ambient sunlight and was sitting at the table, a flashbang hidden in her back. Kishun had retrieved her bow and had an arrow notched, though the string wasn't drawn. 𝐒𝐭 had retrieved a pair of assassin's hidden blades and was hiding behind the TV sofa, ready to jump. Akira was behind her, his white cane ready to strike at the legs if he ever failed to paralyze them with his quirk. �G𝐬 was sitting on Izuku's other side, bladed discs hidden behind the sofa, ready to fly in his hands the moment he lunged. Finally, Sami was facing Himai at the door, his custom-grown quarterstaff ready to strike the intruders' heads. They didn't know what the three strangers wanted, but their sensei didn't like them, so they counted as hostiles in their book. All of them owed Izuku their life, at least to an extent. Himai had been nursed to health after a sickness caught him in the street. Hayate had been nursed to health after Izuku had found him unconscious on a beach. He had rescued Akari from a crazed cult the girl had been trying to escape. He had covered Sami's tracks after the teen killed his father's murderer in a rage. He had comforted 𝐒𝐭 and �G𝐬 when their past troubled them at night. He had given back Akira's eyes the day he had taught him to use his water sensing to move around. He had given back Kishun's life the day he had taught her to control her senses. They would return the favor. The three strangers would never lay a hand on their sensei. Okiko took a moment to admire the architecture of the dorms. She could tell the rooms were an integral part of the trees and see the walkway branches that connected them, along with stairways growing directly from the trunks. At least one tree bore weird fruits. She wondered if they were edible. The needles on the branches made her appealing cover, mixing harmoniously with the rooms. Knowing Zhu, she's going to want one of these the moment she hears about it. I can relate, though. Living there sounds fun. Whoever grew these knew their job. Aizawa agreed. I can see some light, so I can tell they have electricity. I wonder if they have running water as well. Arboreal abodes such as these would be a good basis for green cities. Toshinori grinned. I'm curious to meet the person who made them. They climbed the staircase, blissfully unaware everyone in the common room was on high alert and had an ambush set. They didn't strike when they opened the door, mostly because the trio didn't immediately try to enter. Okiko, Aizawa, and Toshinori had expected Izuku to wait for them with drinks and snacks, or maybe he hadn't expected them and they would catch him working while the teens played in the room. What they found instead was an eerily quiet room with a discarded video game and 4 teenagers glaring at them as 2 boys comforted their distraught teacher on the couch while 2 girls were on the table. The brunette had a bow in her hands, and Aizawa alarmingly noted there was an arrow on the string. Izuku looked at them and his heart skipped a beat. His former student had been crying. He almost stepped in to console him. The sight of the arrow stopped him. The way the teens were glaring at them, he had the feeling none of them were welcome. Okiko was the first to speak. Deku, are you alright? Does it look like I am? Izuku sighed. Why are you here? My boy, you've been missing for 4 years. Toshinori said softly. You left without a single goodbye. We were worried about you. Izuku scoffed and closed his eyes. Nice words. I wish they were true. But they can't be, not after the fiasco. You expelled me from you. Remember. Don't tell me you feel remorse about it. We do. Aizawa grit his teeth. We all do. Expelling you was a huge mistake. Are you serious? Please, I don't know what you're here for, but leave. If you wanted to see me, you have. Now, I don't think you've noticed, but you aren't welcome here. Just like that. Okiko pleaded. Deku, we missed you. All of us. You vanished, and it took Nezu 4 years to find you back. Please, let us stay a little. Just a little to catch up. Then we'll leave and we won't return, promise. Tears ran on Izuku's face. Catch up about what? While you became a heroine and joined a famous agency, I became a humble teacher who helps kids get better control of their quirks. That's all I'm doing. You lived your dreams when I couldn't, and now we're moving in different spheres. There's really not much to add unless you feel like gloating about your accomplishments. Aizawa couldn't take it anymore. Throwing caution to the wind, he stepped in the room to hug his former student. Big mistake. Akari reacted first, throwing her flashbang. The teens had seen it come and closed their eyes. The 3 heroes weren't so lucky. The burst of light blinded them. Himai was next. Springing from his spot, he threw his ribbon around Aizawa's throat and tightened it. Aizawa screamed in surprise and pain. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 moved to help him but reacted 1 second too late. This allowed her to dodge 𝐒𝐿midori's staff. Her teacher didn't have this chance. The wand struck him right on the head, knocking him cold. The sight froze her. This was all the opening Akira and �G𝐬 needed to paralyze her by catching her in a telekinetic grip while seizing control of the water in her body. 𝐒𝐿midori found herself powerless. Toshinori hesitated. He could transform into All Might, but the transformation wouldn't last a second and the brown-haired girl had risen from her spot and her bow was pointed straight at him. One false move and he would find an arrow in his head. Izuku stared at the scene, speechless. I didn't teach them that well. Well, my boy, either you did a better job than you thought or they trained in your back. I recall it was one of your habits. Point taken. 𝐒𝐿midori gritted her teeth. Deku. Izuku, I am completely serious. I missed you. I needed to see you again, to make sure you were alright. It has been so long. I still, what else could she say? There was so much she wanted to tell him, so much she wanted to share, about her life, about his. She wanted to tell him how Class A had fallen apart after he left, how deeply Aizawa regretted agreeing with the expulsion, how she wished she hadn't shut her feelings and told him earlier that she loved him, how she had missed his company in all these years and, despite their efforts, Tsuyu, Nejiya and Ryukyu simply couldn't replace him. She wanted to tell all this, but Izuku was too distraught to listen. Toshinori knelt and looked at his pupil. My boy, I swear on one for all that every single word we said are true. We came here to see how you were doing and apologize face to face for all the pain we caused by expelling you from you. Doing so was a major mistake, one we still haven't forgiven ourselves. Nezu himself said as much, and the reason he isn't passing you his apologies is because he wants to do it face to face. I understand your reaction and it saddens me. None of us meant to hurt you. He bowed so his face touched the ground. The 8 teens tensed. 𝐒𝐿midori gulped. Izuku, please. Izuku considered. After a moment, he closed his eyes, raised a hand and lowered it. The tens carefully released their quirks before lowering their weapons. 𝐒𝐿midori breathed in relief as Toshinori rose. And yet, as they lay Aizawa on the couch and put a bag of ice on his head, the two heroes could sense the teens were still on edge. The moment they tried to hurt Izuku, they would fight back. And they had made clear they were good at it. 𝐒𝐿midori sat on the couch, Aizawa's head in her lap while Toshinori picked a chair. Hayate went back to writing and Sami to drawing, �G𝐬 looking at him work, but Izuku didn't have the head to finish his paperwork and left it on the table. Himai checked his tools once more, Akira picking a braille book to read. Kishun and Eiko didn't pick up their game yet. Akari stayed at her sensei's side, her eyes set dead on the heroes. Izuku looked at the bottle of sake and sighed. Why do I only keep one? Because the last time you brought another, I got curious and drank it. Himai answered sheepishly. You tore 3 strips out of my hide, grounded me for a week and gave all 8 of us a harsh lesson about the dangers of alcohol. We never touched the stuff again except to occasionally dip our lips when you let us. Akira especially took the lesson to heart. Delirium tremens SCKS. The boy grumbled. You're an alcoholic trying to go on rehab and you got this falling on your butt. If you work with your hands, good luck. Right, Himai? Himai winced. Given I really need my hands to perform, yeah, constantly shaking like a leaf would be bad. But fever and hallucinations are even worse, if you ask me. Good luck leaving your home with these. Akira huffed. I had no idea alcohol was addictive. I know a fair bit about drugs because my parents are in rehab, but I didn't know there were other substances who caused addiction or that they had equally nasty side effects. If I can't make it as a hero, I'll make it as a doctor. I may not have my eyesight, but I can control the water inside someone's body. To staunch a bleeding or make sure fluids go where they're supposed to be, there's no better. 𝐒𝐿midori and Toshinori shared a look. That's why your eyes are white. The girl realized. I thought it was a mutation. My scars are more visible than that, right? Now he mentioned it, Toshinori could see the white lines horizontally covering the boy's eyes. Not so much. Aizawa stirred and grunted. 𝐒𝐿midori helped him rise, keeping the ice pack where it was. The teacher blinked and looked around. We're still inside, and still in one piece. What happened? We convinced the kids we meant no harm. Toshinori answered. It wasn't easy. Okiko looked at the group. You are all very protective of your sensei, are you? You must care for him a lot, to be willing to fight for him. All 8 teenagers straightened. We all owe sensei to an extent. Some of us, he saved our life. We want to return the favor. If someone's out to hurt him, we are going to hurt them first. That you did. Aizawa winced. Proof that even pros can fall to an ambush if they don't expect it. Toshinori looked at the teens. If you don't mind me asking, how did young Izuku save you? He must have done something impressive for you to be so loyal. Kishun was the first to answer. When my quirk awakened, it went straight into overdrive. Since it greatly enhances my senses, the world became too vibrant for me to live in. I had to spend a decade trapped in a custom-made room so I wouldn't suffer from sensory overload if I stepped out. About 10 months ago, my parents called for sensei's services. He spent 4 months teaching me how to control my quirk, until I was able to increase and decrease my senses at will and finally leave my room. I spent the next 6 months going back to a normal life, one step after the other. Without sensei's help, I would still be stuck alone in my dark room, with only my computer and my books for company. The 3 heroes looked at one another. Izuku shrugged. I told you, that's what I do, now. I counsel people about their quirks and teach those with a difficult quirk to MSTR how to better use them. His lessons helped me greatly. Akira smiled. My parents are druggies. One day, they had a very bad trip that cost me my eyesight. They were sent to rehab, but I had no one to go to, so I ended in 𝐼𝐸𝐸 foyer. When sensei met me, he taught me to use my ability to sense the water around me to move around, how to avoid bumping into people, and figuring out where the streets and the sidewalks were by following the canalizations. I've gotten good enough these days that my cane is mostly to remind people to pay attention. Aizawa had to admit he was impressed. Okiko grinned. Looks like you found a good use to your habit of analyzing quirks. Well, it is one of the things I'm best at. Might as well use it. 1 year to finish high school, another to get my teacher's license, and I joined 𝐼𝐸𝐸𝐸 foyer. Things have been quiet since then. I mean, as quiet as things can be with 5 kids wielding macroscale quirks. Wait, make that 6. With Kishun. Excuse me, macroscale quirks. Kishun's quirk is powerful enough to give her incontinence if unchecked. Akira can control water anywhere he can sense it, and he can control almost an entire lake worth at once. 𝐔𝐬𝐽's telekinesis is powerful enough to send items into low orbit, as it happened once. It was an accident. It still happened. Kishun retorted. Izuku rolled his eyes, a smile on his face. 𝐻8 can control the weather. When his parents died in a storm, he stopped it through sheer willpower, only for the captain to chain him to secure a safe journey. He retaliated by summoning a storm brutal enough it sank the cruise. I found him on a beach shortly afterwards. I taught him to refine his powers to the point he can ride the wind to fly and create bursts smaller than a dust devil. Toshinori whistled. Izuku kept talking. Sami is the one who built the dormitories. So long as he touches the earth and imbues it with his DNA, he can grow any kind of tree he wants by twisting their genetic structure. That's the delicate part. The less delicate part is when he doesn't care about subtlety and regrows half a forest after it was ravaged by a fire. The trio looked at one another, speechless. All right, the kids were dangerous. Finally, Akari can absorb sunlight and charge it with kinetic energy. Her body can absorb a lot of sunlight. We haven't found her upper limit yet, so we don't know how powerful her blasts can be. I hope not enough to scar a mountain. Demon, good thing they're loyal to you. Aizawa breathed. The front is nasty enough without that kind of powerhouses in their rank. The front already has Redestro and Titanomachia. Izuku scoffed. And don't forget Derby. In terms of sheer firepower, they have enough without needing my students. Akari and Akira shared a look. 𝐻8 looked up from his laptop. We discussed our odds against them once, out of curiosity. 4. 𝐷𝐵 can telekinetically control fire and water. Not lightning, though. Sensei once said 𝐷𝐵 wasn't immune to his own flames. If 𝐔𝐬 can use his slingshot to fire 𝐷𝐵's flames right back at his face, he's done for. And Akira can either control the water in his body or just plain douse him, maybe even trap him in a water bubble. That should do the trick. Destro and Titanomachia will require more firepower. Akari hummed. We agreed 𝐻8 and I had the best chances. 𝐔𝐬 as well, depending how much collateral damage was allowed. I can summon wings of solid light to fly, 𝐔𝐬 can levitate and 𝐻8 can ride the wind. We fly high enough to remain out of their range while harassing them with sunblasts and thunderbolts, or make bundles of rubble big enough to count as a meteor and drop it on their head. 𝐻8 considered summoning a typhon, but it still feels like overkill in my book, even against Titanomachia. And if they're moving around too much, I can summon vegetal restraints. Sami frowned. When a fire ravaged parts of the Shirokami-sanchi, the town gave me the authorization to use my quirk to regrow it. I did it in a day. I should be able to grow bonds tough enough fast enough to halt them. Now, the three heroes were actually worried. Izuku shrugged. It's all just a game. None of them actually plan on fighting the front. They are teenagers, and most of them are runaways. Eiko, Akira, and 𝐔𝐬 have plans to join you. I plan to do it too. Kishun added. I've gotten good enough with my senses and my bow that I feel I have a chance. Izuku nodded. So, Kishun, Eiko. Akira and 𝐔𝐬 want to join you when the time is right, but that's it. I never graduated from you, so I'm a civilian as far as law is concerned. I cannot join the fight, even if I wanted. All this talk is as much a pipe dream as it is homework to figure how to best use their quirks against powerful villains. His eyes hardened. Because we may all be civilians there, but none of us are harmless. If the front makes the mistake of troubling us, they will find trouble, all right. Morale of the story, even pros can fall to ambushes if they don't expect it. And protectiveness goes both ways. The clouds are getting colder time and terror block out the sun, we're fragile. Growing older, there's no solace here for the young, and we will never recreate if we cannot communicate, pass it on, not yet gone, and we ain't making nothing great if we cannot communicate, pass it on, tearing down the walls, listen to each other, hope is there inside us all, we're sisters and we're brothers, but we're never ever gonna make it better alone, no, we're never ever gonna make it better alone, miracle of sound, never alone. Okako finally took a moment to look at Izuku. Her former classmate had changed more than she thought. He was taller now, and spotted a different hairstyle and a squarer jaw. He wasn't wearing the emerald long coat she had seen on the picture, instead going for a tight-fitting green and white shirt that did nothing to hide how athletic he was. She could almost outline his muscles through it, and his arms were sturdier than she remembered. She allowed herself the brief fantasy of being held in them. Izuku was done wishing for more sake, even though he could really use something stiff at the moment, and was looking at his former classmate and his two mentors. Kishun and Eiko were back to playing, and Akari had left to get more food. Okako was just as appealing as he remembered in her blue shirt and pink skirt. Her hair was longer than he remembered, but she still had those cute blush stickers on her face, which was as round and squishy as before. He had no shame lowering his eyes to her chest, taking a moment to admire her curves. She wasn't as busty as Momo, at least, not that he knew, but still. Besides, if she thought he hadn't noticed her checking him out. Aizawa-sensei was scruffier than he remembered. This worried him. His hair was matted and tangled, and he had noticeable bags under his eyes that spoke of days with minimum rest. Izuku knew about the conflict between the League and the Front. Even in a remote place like Nishimiya, they had caught echoes of the Battle of Coruscant. It had happened only a few weeks after he started working at the foyer. He had spent the next 3 months on alert for any sight of the Front's members. If they wanted to target his home and his students, he was going to give them hell. In any case, his former homeroom teacher looked like he could really use a break. He hoped his stay at Nishimiya would help. Toshinori was as scrawny and gaunt as usual. Otherwise, he didn't look any worse, so he figured the years had been kinder to him than his teacher. Was he still working at you? Probably. In any case, there was no way he'd taken part in the ongoing conflict. Not a single spark remained of One for All, and the elder man was as quirkless as he originally was, not to mention he simply wasn't in any shape to fight. Which was good because none of his students would have stood a single chance against even a pre-Camino symbol of peace. And he didn't like the idea of fighting against his mentor, even to protect them. He would have, of course. Fiercely. But, regardless of the outcome, the fight would have left no winner. Izuku finally spoke. So, you know I've spent the past 2 years teaching kids to control their quirks. What about you? Still at UA? I'm afraid I don't follow hero news as much as I used to. We're still working at UA, my boy. Nothing changed much, except your old classmate young Ojiro joined us a while ago. Ojiro became a teacher, I'm not surprised, but I thought he would wait a bit longer. We thought as much. Aizawa frowned. Ojiro suffered an injury at the tail during the Battle of Coruscant. He almost lost it. It didn't help that the pro he was working with, Crust, actually died during the battle. Izuku grimaced. Did any of us? They all lived, though Koda lost a leg and all of your former classmates were injured to an extent. In Class B, Honinuki and Komori got the worst of it. Izuku breathed. Good to know. Okiko smiled gently. I'm still working with Ryukyu. When Nezu sent a mail that he'd found you, I dropped everything and told her point blank I was taking a break. She agreed. Zu-chan and Nejaya-chan still work with me, but Nejaya-chan is starting to outgrow her status as a sidekick. I think she's staying with Ryukyu-san just because she likes her company. A smile crept on Izuku's face. You and Tsuyu are still together. That's great. You sound happy with your work. I am. And it seems you are too. It's fulfilling. Akari finally returned with food. The adults started digging in the snacks and drinks. So, as I said, I don't really keep tabs on hero activity these days. Do you know how everyone's doing? Aizawa frowned deeply. Well, actually, get dunked on. All 4 adults jumped and turned to the console, just in time to see Sans final smashing Ezio out of the platform. Kishun reclined, turned to Eiko and put her hands behind her head. Told you, you were gonna have a bad time. Eiko stared at the screen, jaw hanging. Last round. Best out of 3. I'm next. Jiu called. I'll fight the winner. Now, should I pick King K. Rool or Banjo and Kazuma? Himai chuckled and started rapping Gangplank Galleon. Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes. Kids, we are trying to talk, over there. Could you please lower the volume a bit? All 4 kids looked sheepish. Sorry, sensei. Aizawa looked at the teenagers and hummed. Now I think about it, we got most of your names, but introductions haven't really been made. Would you, right? Izuku sighed. It's been a brutal first meeting. These people are old acquaintances. Shota Aizawa is my former homeroom teacher from UA, and the pretty lady is Okiko Uraraka, who you probably know as the heroine Uravity. We were in the same class. Finally, the elder man is my old mentor, Toshinori Yagi. You most likely know him under his old hero alias, All Might. Retired he may be, the symbol of peace remains the symbol of peace. Kishun paled. Wait, I was holding All Might at bow point. Yep. The girl shrank in her seat. Toshinori shook his head. You're forgiven, young Kishun. You and your friends may have misunderstood our intentions, but your actions are to your credit since you just wanted to protect your teacher. The teen breathed. Akira didn't look up from his book. So, one of Sensei's classmates and his 2 sensei. Nice meeting you. I'm Akira Hochinami. I ended here after my parents were sent into rehab and I lost my eyes. Sensei taught me to use my quirk to get my bearings and move around more easily. The 3 heroes nodded. They already knew that part. Kishun timidly looked from her game. Kishun Aratame. My quirk gives me keener senses than most, but it was completely out of control until Sensei taught me. I'm the only one in the group who doesn't live in the dorms, mostly because my home is nearby. And you're the only one with a loving family. Jiu grumbled. Jiu Barimi. My quirk is telekinesis. My parents are alright, physically. Mentally. I ran to the foyer after they beat me black and blue for liking men. The three heroes grimaced. It made Okiko sick that homophobia still existed in this age. I don't know if my parents are still alive. Akari frowned. I'm still looking for them. Akari Kinatsui. My quirk lets me absorb and control light. That's why a cult kidnapped me when I was young. Over time, I realized what they were doing was wrong and tried to run away. Sensei helped me escape, luring a team of heroes toward the cult and taking me to the foyer after they were done. Okiko grimaced. I hope you find them. I hope so too. It's been almost 2 years since I escaped. So, shortly after Izuku had started teaching at the foyer, Aizawa calculated. Sami looked nervously. I still have at least my mother. But I can't go home. If the police find me, they'll arrest me, and Sensei helped cover my tracks after he heard what I'd done. So, please, don't tell the authorities about me. What did you even do? Toshinori asked. My father was a policeman. I saw a villain kill him and reacted by growing thorns that tore him apart. Illegal quirk use and manslaughter. I ran away and stumbled upon the foyer sometime before Sensei joined. When he heard what I'd done, he covered for me and made sure I wouldn't be found. My name is Samidori Morihinen, by the way. Aizawa closed his eyes. The teen had a point that his actions could and most likely would bring the authorities on his head if he was found, but there were mitigating circumstances. Young age, trauma, self-defense. A good lawyer could probably get him away with a light sentence. The rest of us aren't even that lucky. Hayate sighed and stopped writing. My name is Hayate Morkisho. Nice to meet you, sirs. Since we're sharing backstory, mine will be short. I was on a cruise with my parents when a storm caught us and they fell overboard. I used my quirk to stop the storm, but it was too late. Not only that, the captain shackled me to the deck and forced me to use my quirk to keep the sky clear until they were home. I retaliated by summoning a storm that sank the cruise. Sensei found me shortly after the shipwreck. Toshinori closed his eyes and shook his head. Okiko growled. They had it coming. Neither Eiko nor Himai spoke immediately after. The street artist finally closed his eyes. Eiko and I are the other two without a family. My name is Himai Azayaka. My parents, they died in a fight 3 years ago. They weren't even pros, just civilians who were caught in the crossfire and didn't make it. Wrong place, wrong time, stray shot. I found myself in the street, spent the next 2 years there. The good thing is that my quirk enhances my speed and agility, so I was training as a gymnast. I used my training to perform on the street, earning my coins by dancing on the sidewalks. Eventually, I arrived in Nishimiya and, since Noriniko Foyer was open to everyone so long as they weren't adults, I ended sticking around, mostly because they let me eat for free. I was still living in the streets, though. After 2 years. I was used to it. Until I got sick. It was a fever and, living in the streets, my health wasn't so good. Sensei took me in and nursed me back to health. I decided a permanent roof over my head and 3 meals a day weren't such a bad thing, so I settled in. I still perform, though. Aizawa looked down as guilt gnawed his chest. Unfortunately, accidents like the one that had killed the Azayakas happened all the time. No matter how hard heroes tried, there were times when civilians got involved. How it ended varied, but it was mostly 50-50. He felt sorry for the teen before remembering Himai had survived 2 years in the streets. The teen was resourceful. Eiko paused her game and turned to the trio. My story's a bit different, but the rough lines are the same. My last name is Shirante. My parents didn't find trouble. It found us when the front came knocking telling us to join. My parents refused. The front didn't take no for an answer. My parents fought while I escaped with the clothes on my back. I spent the following weeks in the streets, sleeping with an eye open in fear the front would find me. Eiko frowned deeply. I won't deny it. Unlike Himai, I have no special skills to make a living out of. So, to get enough to eat, I begged and I stole in equal measure. I emptied more than a few pockets, and I ran from heroes and villains alike. I never slept at the same place twice. My feet eventually took me to Nishimiya where I heard Noriniko Foyer welcome strays like me. I went there, asked for a spot. They said yes, so I settled in while trying to get a semblance of normalcy back. So far, so good. I just hope my weeks in the street won't stop me from joining UA. The heroes looked at one another. I'll have to consult the police records to see if there's a wanted notice for you. Aizawa finally said. What's the worst you've done? Pickpocket. I wasn't stupid enough to rob a store, and pockets are much easier to empty, even more than a bag. At least, you were discreet. I doubt you have a notice, but I'll look just in case. If you don't have a record, so long as no one else hears about it, you shouldn't have problems when registering. Eiko breathed. Izuku gave his teacher a look. You're sure about it? Your student only stole to survive, tried to go back to a normal life as soon as she could and intends to become a hero. She is underage, and circumstances forced her hand. Things like these happen, unfortunate as they are. He had a point. Toshinori looked at the 8 teens. None of you had it easy, Nope. Aizawa put away the ice pack and contemplated the group. Noriniko Foyer. A haven for stray kittens. From the homeless and hopeless students to the dropout teacher, all but one had run from their past to start a new life there, and none of them had it easy before, not even Izuku. And yet, here they were, writing a story, drawing a treehouse, playing video games, doing paperwork like it was the most normal thing in the world. Like life hadn't left its scars on them. The foyer was their home, in more ways than one. The teacher closed his eyes. Midoriya, I sincerely want to apologize for expelling you 4 years ago. The fiasco wasn't your fault but a combination of factors outside your control, a lot of them tied to the front. They outmaneuvered us in a way not even Nezu expected, and we paid the price of our confidence. Our sentence shouldn't have been so severe. Izuku shrugged. It's all right. Messes like these, the higher-ups always need a scapegoat, someone they can easily pin the blame on because it's better than acknowledging the front handed us our rear end so thoroughly. It ended being me because I was the one leading the main team and they wanted to make an example. SCK, but that's what happened. A small smile crossed his face. Besides, if I hadn't been expelled from UA, I would have become a pro instead of a teacher, and Kishun, Akira, Hayate and the kids would have found themselves alone when they needed help the most. The teacher looked down. Okiko, Aizawa and Toshinori didn't say a word. I may not be a hero, but I am their hero. And it's all that matters to me. Toshinori struggled to hold his tears. Some were of joy, that his precious successor he treasured like a son had found a place to be and finally lived a peaceful life. Some were of sorrow, because Izuku's heart was still as kind and selfless as before and, combined with his skills, he would have made a formidable pro-hero, a symbol of hope to replace the symbol of peace. Aizawa remembered the words of Izuku's co-workers, how craftsmen, educators and artists were just as necessary as pros to maintain a society. Not everyone with a powerful quirk wanted to become a hero. Not everyone had this chance. Some turned to villainy, but others did as his former student and chose to live an ordinary life. He could see the wasted heroic potential in Izuku, but then he looked at the teenagers in the room and came to a painful realization. By allowing his potential to rot, he had allowed the 8 teenagers to blossom. Okiko rose from her seat and hugged Izuku tight. Izuku returned the hug, his face hiding in her hair while she buried her face in his chest. She was still in love, desperately so. Izuku had changed in these 4 years, but he had changed for the better and she loved what he had become. She would tell him so, and sooner rather than later but not right now. It wasn't time yet. But she loved him. She was positive that Tsuyu would tag along the moment she told her about having their hero agency in a tree. And there was a preserve nearby, something her frog classmate would enjoy. Plans started forming in her head. She hoped Ryukyu wouldn't be too sad when the two of them moved to Nishimiya. Kishun won the last round against Eiko, who surrendered her seat to Jiu. The boy-picked hat kid as Megalovania started playing softly. They talked long and hard about many things, how Izuku's classmates were doing, how the League of Heroes was faring against the front, Izuku sometimes offering advices Aizawa mentally noted, talked about life in Yu and Mirio, Eri and Izuku's former teachers. They talked about Nishimiya and the surrounding area and Izuku's life with his mother, Izuku's secret pride at being able to provide for both of them, something Toshinori praised him about. Gone was the tension between the adults, and with the tension gone, Izuku's students relaxed as well. The three heroes returned at the inn around 9 in the evening. Aizawa looked at its name and froze. The sleeping giant 𝛿, it isn't the promised 𝐒𝐲𝐷, but this is still a tease-filled chapter for Valentine Day. Remember, those two are grown adults, now. And, less importantly, you got the 8's complete backstory. Yep, they didn't have it easy at all. And Izuku is just the same. Now I'm holding on myself was never enough for me, gotta be so strong, there's a power in what you do now. Every other day I'll be watching you, I'll show you what it feels like. Now I'm on the outside, we did everything right. Now I'm on the outside, I'll show you what it feels like. Now I'm on the outside, we did everything right. Now I'm on the outside. Calvin Harris foot Ellie Goulding. Outside, Izuku grumbled as he rose from his bed. The unexpected visit of his former mentor, homeroom teacher, and classmate had rattled him more than he wanted to admit, even though the following discussion had somewhat calmed him. He had honestly not expected his students to successfully ambush the trio, but even seasoned pros can fall to an ambush if they don't expect it, and the teens' plan had been well thought. Neutralize Eraserhead first to retain the use of their quirk, then overpower Uravity through long range while holding a weakened All Might at bay. Despite his efforts to teach them self-control and use their quirks in more intricate ways, his students' definition of a fair fight was still, we outnumber and overpower the hell out of you. Especially when he was the target of their opponents. He pitied any idiot who forced them to fight seriously. Frankly, he wasn't looking forward to explaining the authorities how Hayate or Samidori had reshaped the landscape through self-defense. His mother was still asleep and the sun wasn't yet peeking through the trees. He prepared breakfast for two, engaged in his morning routine, and went to the garage. Aside from Kishun and the foyer's residents, he had received no special request for lessons, so his day would most likely be spent teaching the teens while also entertaining the three heroes. He wasn't unhappy to see them, especially after they had openly apologized, but seeing them still brought back memories that made his chest ache. That's why he needed to clear his head. He took his motorcycle, a green and white Kawasaki Ninja H2 with red rims, and revved the engine. The humming calmed him. With a bit of luck, he would reach his favorite spot on time. As the sun rose through the trees, he hit the road and sped up the moment he was out of town. The path through the forest was winding and the morning air was cool, but his long coat provided a measure of warmth and he enjoyed tilting his bike as he tightly hugged a bend. His breath made vapor on the visor of his helmet, forcing him to open it. The wind slipped through, carrying with it the smell of trees and soil, gas and asphalt. Combined with the hum of the engine and the feeling of speed, it made for a soothing ride. Depending how fast he went, it took him 10 to 20 minutes to reach the cliff. He pulled the motorcycle over on a small parking area where he could hear the thrum of the cascade. He was lucky. The sun had reached just the right position to color the waters gold. Izuku removed his helmet and leaned on the wooden fence to watch the Golden Falls, one of the most appealing places he knew in Shirakami-sanchi. He breathed the morning air, in and out, savoring the peace and quiet of his favorite resting spot. He always went there when he wanted to relax, especially when the sun made the cascade look like it poured molten gold. It awed him. Come on. Time to face the day. And make sure the kids don't worry because you took your sweet time watching the sunrise. Back on the bike, back on the road, back to Nishimiya. He still tilted more than necessary in the road's bends, but where was the fun in riding normally on a quiet and empty road? He reached the foyer at 8 on the dot. Himai watched him park and take off his helmet. Went for a ride at your spot, sensei. That's the only reason you'd be out so early on your Kawa Ninja. Can't really help it if yesterday's conversation shook me. All Might, Okiko and Aizawa-sensei are the last people I expected to see, especially after 4 years. I have unfinished business I thought would remain so, but them being there changes things. I don't know how and it worries me. Himai hummed. I was going to perform at my usual spot, but I think I'll stay at the foyer, just in case. Everyone wears a mask, even heroes. Especially heroes. If you don't feel at ease around them, I'll keep an eye open. You don't have to do that. I owe you my life, sensei. Yes, I do. Izuku sighed. Himai could be stubborn when he wanted. In any case, he was strong-willed. You didn't survive as long as he did in the streets without a strong will. Besides, the teen listened to him. If he told him to stop, he would. And if he didn't, he still had one for all. 𝐼 was incredibly agile, but Black Whip was one of the quirks he had mastered best. Not even a superpowered acrobat like the teen could evade it. Aizawa grunted as he emerged from the bed. Much as he would have loved to lay in, and God knew the futon was comfortable, he knew the rules of a Ryokan Inn. So, he fought his tiredness and joined Toshinori and Okiko for breakfast. Worst comes to pass, I'll find a quiet spot under a tree for a nap. Yeah, you could really use more sleep, sensei. Okiko grimaced. Did you at least sleep tight? Yes. My head's aching a bit from the bump, but I had worse. Those kids make me jealous. Wish my students were that loyal to me. We were. Okiko noted. Aizawa agreed. Before Izuku had left, Class A would have fought to the bitter end for each other, himself included. Then you had expelled him and it had all fallen apart. He still felt bitter about it. Young Midoriya brings the best in those around him. Toshinori said wistfully. He brought the best in his classmates, and the best in us. Now, he is bringing the best in his students. Those kids have no idea how lucky they are to have him. Aizawa scoffed. Trust me, they very much do. They didn't immediately go to the foyer. Instead, they visited Nishimiya. As Aizawa had thought, the place was incredibly peaceful and relaxing. A perfect place for a break, and the preserve nearby was good for those who enjoyed the outdoors. He promised himself to go for a trek. Finally, their steps took them to Noriniko Foyer. They passed the main building and went for the green expanse that served as courtyard and training ground in equal measures, passing by the treetop dorms on their way. As they thought, Izuku was there with all 8 of his students. He was currently drilling Akari, Kishun, Eiko, and Hayate on basic hand-to-hand, watching the 4 teenagers move and correcting their form. A little away, under 𝐼's watchful gaze, 𝐸 was practicing on uneven bars, chaining figure after figure as the elder teen gave him advices. Aizawa noted that he was a little too stiff. Finally, Akira and Sami moved together with staff in hand, the blind boy copying his best friend's motions through his water sensing. It was, all in all, fairly simple. UA's courses gave much stronger fighting classes. But the fact remained Izuku was teaching the kids to fight, and it was clear that, Akira aside, none of them was using their quirk. Quirkless combat. Always a useful skill to have. How? Many people relied on their quirk to fight. Besides, when the teens finally decided to get serious and use their quirk, their opponent was in for a loop. Not a bad strategy. They watched him teach, the Erasure hero mentally comparing their respective methods. He inwardly grimaced at the memory of all the intimidation and trickery he used to keep his students in line. No point in lying, his students obeyed him in part because they were scared. Izuku inspired no fear. He inspired respect. The teens worked hard to remain worthy of their sensei. If Izuku noticed them, he didn't mind. He kept teaching the teens for a while longer before calling for a break. The teens obeyed, though it was clear some wanted to continue. I want to do the balancing steps next. Eiko grinned. What for? Akira scoffed. Eiko, your quirk gives you a completely flawless sense of balance. The balancing steps are supposed to help us improve our footwork. I know. I still find it fun to dodge the wooden weights while staying on the posts. And you have to hit all 3 weights 5 times each, so you can be as creative as you want. The conversation piqued Aizawa's curiosity. He had never seen or heard such exercise before. 𝐸 frowned. Not good enough. I can still feel the stiffness in my body. It will take more work to improve my acrobatics, 𝐸, 𝐼 chided. I've been practicing gymnastic and tracks since I was 5. I'm showing you everything I learned, but you can't honestly hope to be as good as I am after only a year. I know. It's still frustrating. 𝐼 shook his head and turned to Izuku. Speaking of, sensei, do you mind if we have a little spar? I could use a good workout and it will make for a change. Sure thing. Izuku turned to the 3 heroes. But, afterwards, you'll have to spar against Aizawa-sensei. Since you've decided to stick around, might as well make yourselves useful. Aizawa huffed. Problem child. Fair enough. Good thing I brought a spare outfit. Let me get it back before you spar. Sure. Aizawa came back a little later clad in his black outfit, his binding cloth wrapped safely around his shoulders. Heroes and teens gathered as Izuku took off his long coat. The sun was getting high and the air was getting warmer. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 had changed as well and was now dressed in his performing clothes, the blue and white harlequin outfit hugging his slender silhouette closely. His domino mask was on his face and he was wielding his ribbon instead of his poise. Before starting, he attached a small metal clasp at the end. Aizawa raised a brow, curious. They knew the teen was a street performer, and Ashido and Kaminari both liked to include dancing in their fighting style. Izuku cracked his knuckles and nodded. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 ran, his ribbon unfolding behind him. Aizawa wondered what the teen wanted to achieve. Izuku's arms were strong, they could see the muscles and, in fact, Okiko was at this from drooling at the sight, and the telltale glow of one for all was nowhere to be seen. If 𝐼𝐻𝐼 tried to bind his teacher, Izuku would simply break through. Then the teen pulled hard and bore his weapon to bear on his teacher. Izuku dodged, but that didn't stop the loaded tip from making a sound like the lash of a WHP. Izuku grabbed the ribbon and pulled. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 didn't resist, instead nimbly shifting his body forward and leaping along the pole. Izuku raised a hand. His student, in a display of speed, landed in his palm for a fraction of a second before going for a head stomp. Izuku didn't let him, moving out of the way as he spun the ribbon around and threw 𝐼𝐻𝐼 away. The teen landed gracefully, ribbon flying before him. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 ran again. This time, Izuku summoned Black Whip and lashed, tendrils of darkness shooting toward the teen. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 dodged swiftly and nimbly, weaving between the tendrils like he wove amidst his ribbon. Aizawa could tell right away he was used to that kind of motion. Instead of jumping high, he crouched and approached his teacher from below, dashing close to the ground to deliver a WHP-like kick to the ankles. Izuku jumped. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 grinned and lashed with his ribbon, the fabric wrapping itself around the teacher's ankle. Izuku landed on his hands and cartwheeled back on his feet. His student didn't try to resist. Instead, he went along the flow, twisting his ankle in a way that would have sprained it had it been anyone else. Then he kicked the ground. This sent him bolting forward, right at his teacher who lost no time harassing him with Black Whip. It didn't slow 𝐼𝐻𝐼. The teenage acrobat dodged with a grace born of years of practice with his ribbon, using his speed and momentum to go from low to high and jump as hard as he could. Then his foot lashed like a WHP. At the last moment, Izuku raised a hand, catching the blow. The sound was harsh and sharp in equal measure. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 landed with a grunt. Izuku didn't look hurt at all. The teacher patiently untied the ribbon around his ankle. Not bad at all. Your form was flawless as always. His student grimaced. I still couldn't land a hit, and the one who landed did jack. 𝐻𝐻𝐼, I know you're a brick wall, sensei, but hitting you stings. Are you hurt? 𝐻𝐻𝐼 frowned. Izuku held his cheek and closed his eyes. The teen breathed. Thank God for vital sight, Izuku nodded. In any case, your kick was flawless. You correctly managed your speed, and you didn't make the mistake of resisting when I dragged your ribbon, like you used to before. I have nothing to say about your dodging, you had plenty enough practice to refine it, but your instincts have indeed improved. I only noticed one flaw. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 looked away. Izuku smiled. Remind me what's the formula behind force? Mass times acceleration. And given I weight 50 kilograms tops, I don't have much in term of mass. I'm lucky when I hit 55 kilos soaking wet. Exactly. Your biggest flaw is that you're a featherweight. So, whenever you engage in close combat, you cannot rely on kicks and punches unless you arm your feet or fill your hands with weapons, especially the sharp kind. And gaining muscle mass is complicated due to your reliance on your slim physique for your acrobatics, so finding a balance if you want to persevere in this path will be delicate. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 looked at his ribbon. I remember you telling me how the crack of a WHP is the tip hitting the sound barrier. I thought that, if I moved fast enough, I could recreate a downplayed version of the effect. The damage of a WHP's tip is slashing, not blunt. On paper, your idea sounds good. In practice, not so much unless I put blades on my soles. Exactly. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 sighed. I don't like the idea, but point taken. Thanks, sensei. You're welcome, kid. Then he held a hand. The teen looked at it a moment, puzzled. You're lighter. You're fighting Aizawa-sensei next, and I'd hate seeing you set your ribbon on fire in your excitation. Your clothes and tools are fireproof, but sensei isn't. Oops. Here you go. He was given a small blue lighter he pocketed. Aizawa stretched and stepped on the field. The moment 𝐼𝐻𝐼 saw the capture weapon, he liked his lips. This is going to be fun. Aizawa raised a brow. Exciting isn't how he would usually describe fighting against him, but it was true. His binding cloth and the teen's ribbon roughly served the same function. Izuku gave the signal to start. The two lunged. It took about 2 minutes for the spar to look less like a fight and more like a dance. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 wove through the capture weapon with ease, laughing all along. The teen looked positively elastic as he twisted and flipped, nimbly dodging the cloth as Aizawa did the same, only with less grace. But what the hero lacked in grace, he made up with sheer skill and experience. His capture weapon couldn't get a hold of 𝐻𝐻𝐼, but neither could the teen's ribbon. Tissue and fabric rustled in the air as cloth and ribbon swirled around. It was appealing. The two landed several feet apart, a thin sheen of sweat covering their brow. Izuku stepped between them. I believe that's enough. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 instantly folded his weapon. Aizawa rewound his cloth a moment later. The teen laughed. That was awesome. Best fight ever. Izuku nodded. I admit that was nice to watch. 𝐻𝐻𝐼, if you don't mind me saying, I know you're a performer, but when you're fighting, you can afford to dispense with the flashiness and go straight for the kill. They are out to hurt you. Your goal is to hurt them first. The teen shrugged but agreed regardless. Izuku turned to his former teacher. Good to see you're as sharp as ever, sensei. It's a shame 𝐻𝐻𝐼 is used to the weapon you're wielding, otherwise it would have been much easier. But still, good to see you're doing fine. Thank you, Midoriya. Next, at Eiko's insistent request, was the balancing steps. The apparatus was made of about 20 posts 10 centimeters in height and width and standing 25 centimeters apart. Above them, swinging without touching the posts, was a trio of cylindrical wooden weights with dulled spikes all over, held aloft by chains tied to a spinning bar. A small battery was keeping the bar in motion. Izuku stated the rules. 15 strikes, 5 on each weight. You lose if you fall, step on the ground, or are touched by the weights. Don't worry, they are lighter than they look. Eiko, would you care to demonstrate? The girl beamed and put on a pair of gauntlets from which sprang short blades. She jumped on a post and moved, and everyone watching suddenly felt very clumsy. Absolute balance. The girl's quirk gave her a completely flawless sense of balance that made her much more dexterous and sure-footed than just about anyone. No wonder 𝐻𝐻𝐼 was envious. Eiko moved from post to post, dodging the weights effortlessly as her hidden blades left gouges and holes on the wood. The girl never lost her footing, and every move felt more calculated than it actually was. I have yet to see her trip or drop anything she holds. Izuku grinned. Even Akira accidentally crashing into her didn't make her lose her footing, and don't get me started on the time she piled trays on her arms. The things didn't even shake. The kind of quirk that sounds fairly mundane on paper yet is incredibly practical regardless of the situation. Toshinori noted. Exactly. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 can literally bring the sky on your head, but Eiko will never drop anything she holds or trip against anything. Less flashy, but just as deadly in a fight, and more practical in everyday life. Eiko finally left the apparatus and Sami took her place. All right. Now Eiko is done flexing, time to show you how a regular person handles the exercise. He took his staff and started swinging it. The difference became obvious. The boy was much more cautious in his steps, maneuvering carefully while spinning his weapon. Aizawa hummed. I can see the point of the exercise. Interesting. Mind if I borrow the idea? Help yourself. Okako was alternating between watching Sami and watching Izuku. Jiu and Kishu noticed. As Aizawa replaced Sami, the pair took her a little away. Jiu was the first to speak. You got a crush on him, right? Okako closed her eyes. I am that obvious? 𝐭𝐸𝐲 snickered. Well, it's not the first time we see someone give sensei that look. Usually, it takes them between 3 days and a week to ask him out. He always said no. Ah. Wait, you make it sound like Izuku is popular. He is. Nearly every single woman, and a handful of men, in Nishimiya has asked him out at some point. His answer has always been the same. Okiko turned to Izuku and took a moment to admire her former classmate. He had started showing signs back when they started 3rd year, but the changes were firmly settled and the cute freckled green head she had met at the entrance exam had become a tall, handsome man. Certified eye candy. 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠 chuckled. Guaranteed 100% beefcake. Our sensei is hot, and we're not saying that because we both got a crush on him. We are stating cold facts. Okiko gave the pair a weird look. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 shrugged. Don't worry, we know it's just a teenage fantasy. Where underage and romance between teacher and student is just plain unethical. We're not stupid. But we have no trouble admitting sensei is good-looking. Okiko breathed. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 crossed her arms. Anyway, back on the matter, you. Look like you got it for him something fierce. You've been checking him out since you arrived, and I don't need keen senses to notice. And we've noticed sensei checking you out a few times. As far as we're concerned, it's the first time he does that to anyone. We know you used to be close. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 followed. Sensei doesn't really talk about his time in you unless he has to, but he shared some of his adventures, the entrance exam, the hideout raid, joint training. Anytime you figure in his adventures, you two are always described as close. Not romantically, but still, you were very good friends. Am I right? You're right. Okiko sighed. And you're also right that I am in love. Deku, I mean, Izuku has changed a lot since he left, but he's changed in good. He is handsome, sure, but it's not just that. Back in you, he was always one of the smartest of Class A, and his quirk made him one of the strongest of us with Todoroki and Bakugo. He was also really, really sweet. But now, he's become more than that. And I'm head over heels for him again. Good. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 frowned and came closer, lowering his voice. Listen, we never talk about it when sensei is around, and he's trying hard to hide it, but we've seen Kimochi-san use her quirk on him a few times on him. We think he's suffering from depression. We couldn't figure out why before, but sensei never mentioned the fiasco. All we knew before that is that he was kicked from you for some reason. Sensei's past still haunts him. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 glanced at Izuku. There's a reason he hardly mentions it, it hurts him, and not just a little if yesterday's reaction is anything to come by. The thing is, sensei helped us before. We've had it rough, and he was always there to dry our tears and comfort us. But who's doing that to him? Who dries his tears? Who comforts him? As far as we know, he's got no one. And that isn't right. He doesn't deserve to suffer from his past. You know him. You're in love with him. Call me sappy all you want, but if your love can help sensei, I'm all for it. She's right. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 added. Aside from Grandma Inko and us, sensei has no one to love him in his life. And yes, we heard about the 4 loves. So, if you want our advice, go for it. Get in his life, make him happy, make him really smile. We won't stop you. Okiko nodded. She was silently glad Izuku's students had warmed to them so quickly, but the love advice came admittedly out of nowhere. How desperate was she that she needed a nudge from teenagers? Bah, she wasn't about to complain. They supported her. That was a good start. She went to Izuku's side as Himai replaced Aizawa and held his hand. Izuku gave her a surprised look, but he didn't remove it. Toshinori and Aizawa noticed. The elder hero hid his grin. What do you bet there'll be an item by the end of the week? So long. I give them 3 days. Tops. You're on. Here is more, promised Izuocha. Okiko got the green light from Izuku's students. Time to make her move. And Aizawa and all might start betting. Who will win, I wonder? Yes, Izuku owns a Kawasaki Ninja. It is, in my personal opinion, one of the coolest motorcycles out there between the looks, the speed and the specs. Right behind is the Harley-Davidson V-Rod. And Izuku really enjoys his sweet ride. for your eyes only, can see me through the night for your eyes only, I never need to hide, you can see so much in me that's new I never felt until I looked at you for your eyes only for you you'll see what no one else can see, and now I'm breaking free for your eyes only for you the love I know you need in me, the fantasy you freed in me only for you Sheena Easton, for your eyes only. Okiko was flirting with him. Of this, Izuku was sure. She was openly checking him out, always smiled in his direction and never missed an opportunity to hold his hand. He tried not to complain. His former classmate was easy on the eyes and just as nice as he remembered. Of all the people who'd asked him out in the past 4 years, because it had started even in high school, she was the one he would most likely say yes. Given he did. There was a reason he turned down every suitor. Really, who would dare to date a new dropout? They could score better, and it included Okiko. Especially Okiko. Unlike the others, the woman was a pro hero. She could do much better than him, regardless of any previous crush they'd had in Yui. He had been tempted to tell her right off the bat, to nip the thought in the bud so she wouldn't delude herself. As it was, thinking of doing something and actually doing it were two different matters. Izuku really enjoyed Okiko's company, and it helped that his students had warmed to her in record time. If they liked her, he figured it was fine. The professor sighed heavily. The afternoon had come and Aizawa was currently napping in the dorm's shade. Sami had noticed and grown a bed of thick and velvety black flowers who gave a soft refreshing scent. Kishun had followed by putting a light silken black blanket over his former homeroom teacher. If Aizawa didn't sleep tight with that. Toshinori was sharing tales with Akira, Hayate and Eiko, who listened excitedly. Himai was dancing under the sun while Akari sunbathed. He had no idea where Jiu was, but he trusted the teen to handle himself. In the meantime, he was doing paperwork in his office. His work from yesterday had been cut short and it wasn't like him to fall behind. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. But he liked it. It was a quiet life. Well, as quiet as it could be with students like his. People idealized pro-heroes and saw the glitz and fame of heroism, the thrill of hunting bad guys and the adoration of the people they rescued. It had been his dream, too, once upon a time, to be a hero who rescues people, just like All Might. He had a different dream, now. Responsibility tends to change people, and he was responsible both for his mother and his students. Now, his dream was to provide for them and see them safe and happy. So far, so good. Some things are simply universal. Okiko chuckled. Regardless the job. You have to make sure it's done properly. That's what admin is for, and it's something every job has in common. One of our earliest lessons. I know I said it before, but you look really happy with your current life. I am. It's quiet, Nishimaya is peaceful, I earn enough to provide for me and mom, and the kids are just quirky enough to not make things boring. I like my life. What about yours? Okiko smiled. It's not bad. Sure, I could do without the war against the front, but it's not like we got a choice. I like being able to rescue people. And if I can beat a handful of villains every so often, well, that's also good. Izuku smiled and sighed. I sincerely hope they keep their conflict away from my home. I won't hesitate to unleash one for all if the front shows up, but I am still a civilian. Doing so would be illegal, regardless the reason. True. Okiko grimaced. Even though he had earned a provisional hero license, it had become invalid after he'd left Yu Logical, since he was no longer a hero in training. Okiko found herself surprised by how well civilian life seemed to fit Izuku. He was well adjusted, at least on the outside. He taught his students, handled the admin, earned money for his family and played with the kids in his free time. By the way, who's taking care of them? Me. I am legally responsible of any permanent resident in the foyer, so just about everyone except Kishun. Kimochi handles middle school teaching while Hatsune provides junior education. I teach quirk handling for those who need, and the foyer is funded by the Aratame Corporation as part of an agreement. So long as Kimochi, Hatsune and I keep doing our job, they give us money to keep the foyer running. Okiko whistled. Wait, Aratame. That's Kishun's last name, right? Yes. The Aratame paid me a fairly decent sum to teach Kishun to control her quirk. I won't give you the exact number, but it had at least 6 digits. The agreement was signed as a final pay the night she finally left her room. 6 digits. That's a lot of money. When their children are on the line, people can go to surprising extremes. The heroine believed him. She also remembered his words from last evening. Even though he wasn't a hero, Izuku was his student's hero. This was a lesson to remember: you don't always need to be a pro-hero to be someone's hero. Because you don't need to be a pro to help someone. And she was in love all over again. Daemon, she had it bad. Kishun had been right, no need of super senses to see she was completely hopeless for her former classmate. Now, the question was, how to proceed. Because, no matter how much she wanted to, kissing him here and there wasn't the way to do it. So, flirting. Make clear she was interested. They kept talking about their jobs. And then, Tsuyu was in his back and said, "Repeat that again, please." You should have seen his face. A little more and he would have needed new breaths. Izuku laughed. Kishun would have a great time going against Zoo's camouflage. That is one tricky ability if I ever saw one. It sure is. For Reckon, it's perfect. She's a real chameleon. Oh, and speaking of, I once saw her use her tongue to nab documents from an open window. One moment the documents were there, then Granny Goodness turned away and they were gone. And she wasn't even in the building. The front must have been livid. We heard Granny Goodness got a nasty earful from Twice, but given she's still active and in position of power, it didn't amount to much. Yeah. They kept talking as the afternoon went on. I started teaching Kishun archery because I thought she could benefit from the exercise, and because that's the kind of character she likes to play in video games. I honestly didn't expect her to become a real-life stealth archer, yet she and 𝐒𝐽 are the most furtive of the group. When we play hide and seek, they are usually the last to be found, Kishun because she hears you coming long before you're there, and 𝐒𝐽 because she climbs trees and no one thinks of looking above. Sammy's pretty good too. He uses his quirk to cover himself in vegetation and look like a bush. Okiko snickered. Aizawa-sensei would have a field day playing with you. Maybe we should do it tomorrow. Good idea. Aizawa woke from his nap as the sky was turning red. He stretched. For once, his sleep had been sound and he felt fully refreshed. Then he noticed the blanket. And the flower bed. The flowers looked nothing like he'd seen, velvety of texture and fresh of scent. There was no doubt they were the reason his sleep had been so comfortable. He was tempted to lay in just for pleasure. The blanket was a nice touch. A grin crossed his face. Izuku's students were merciless in a fight, but once they warmed to you, they were equally friendly and caring. He folded the blanket and put it in the common room, catching Jiu play Chicken Invader on the console. The team gave him a smile before going back to slaying space chickens. He found Izuku and Okiko as they left the foyer's main building. So, hide and seek tomorrow and I treat you to Morrow's Diner for lunch. Sounds good. Perfect. Aizawa mentally started counting his money. Toshinori had betted a week. He had betted 3 days. It seemed he was going to win. He noticed the nifty bike parked before the building. A Kawasaki Ninja H2. That was one sweet ride. He wondered who owned it. Then he noticed the colors. Green and white with red rims. Those were Izuku's colors. The bike was his. How much does he make to be able to afford that? Izuku heard him. This earned him a grin. This one. Payment. A kid I taught was the son of a motorcycle dealer who had quite the collection. In return for helping his son, he let me choose any bike I wanted in his entire collection, and said collection had Suzuki Hayabusas, Dodge Tomahawks, Ducati Desmercedeses and Lightning Us. I still have his contacts. As for how much I make, it depends, but, in average, I get sums in the 5 digits. That's a bit more than the average pro. When you want to make sure your child is safe, you don't always worry about the cost. True. The evening was quiet. Aizawa stayed late to enjoy the town by night, relishing in the peace, freshness and obscurity. The town was small. Not much happened. It was soothing to him, to walk in the dark without expecting trouble at every corner. He could see the stars in the sky and catch the faint scent of the forest nearby, mixed with jasmines and spider lilies. He stretched. Nishimaya was a great place for vacations. He would come back, and not just to see his former student. A stray cat rubbed his legs and he caressed it. It was past midnight when he returned at the inn, yet no one heard him sneak in. The next day, as promised, Izuku took everyone to the preserve for a game of hide and seek. Toshinori refused to play, arguing he wasn't in good enough shape for that. Izuku arbitered the whole thing. "I'm counting." Kishun offered. Her elder brother had joined for once. Minazuki grinned. "Better hide well, then. With your senses, you're going to find us in record time. Your surroundings awareness is good at finding things too, Nissen. You find others almost as fast as I do." "Yes, almost." Aizawa looked at the elder teen. "Surroundings awareness. That's my quirk." Minazuki explained. "It makes me generally more aware of what's going on around me, like an anti-perception filter. Not as keen as Kichan, not by a long shot. And all my senses activate at once. I can't choose to enhance one over the others, no matter how I try." For information, Kishun provided. Mother's quirk tells her the structure of any material she touches, down to the atomic level. Father can enhance any physical trait for an hour. So, combine a sensory quirk to a physically enhancing one and you get two variants of sensory enhancements. Aizawa deduced. "Exactly." The game started. "Remember." Izuku smiled. "If you're found, it doesn't mean you're out if you can run to the stump and sit on it before being caught. And no flying. You can climb on trees but flight is just unfair." Eiko snickered. "Good luck." Himai wholeheartedly agreed. Kishun started counting as everyone else ran away. Toshinori had brought snacks and drinks in a bag. He and Izuku savored it as Kishun went hunting. Aizawa had played it smart and chosen to wear his hero costume. The dark let him blend in the foliage effortlessly. He grinned as he saw Eiko climb a tree like a cat and hide among the branches. Himai had gotten the same idea. For a moment, the underground hero worried some of the kids would have gone too far until he remembered the Haven rule. Logically, if they wanted to play safe, the wise thing to do would be to remain within at least running distance of the stump to hightail back if they were found. That's what he and Eiko had done. In fact, from his hideout, he could see the girl looking at him with a cat-like grin. Running was soon heard. "Hey-8, caught." "Ah." The pair walked past Eiko and Aizawa. Hey-8 sighed. "I should really work on my cardio. I'm fast when I'm flying but, when I'm on the ground, I feel like I got two left feet." "Hey-8, you're built like a fridge and you're not even done growing. Something tells me you're gonna feel like that for a while." Hey-8 shrugged and went to join Izuku and Toshinori. Kishun watched him go, carefully increasing her senses. "Eiko, found." Eiko laughed. "Yup. Now, you gotta catch me." Then she ran away, keeping her path strictly between branches. Kishun threw her hands. She knew trying to catch a tree-walking Eiko was suicidal. Only Himai possessed the agility to keep up with her. She turned around and Aizawa activated his quirk on instinct. Kishun jumped and started looking around even harder. Aizawa hid his grin. The girl's senses were reduced to average. There was no way she could, red eyes and standing hair. Eraserhead, found. Aizawa swore and ran like hell, Kishun hot on his tail. Fortunately, he was fitter than the teen. He reached the stump before she did and sat on it. "Haven." "Phew," Izuku raised a brow. I thought she would take longer to find you." "I thought shutting her quirk would give me an edge. All it did was making me easier to spot. Turns out you don't need a sensory quirk to notice glowing red eyes, especially in the dark." Izuku laughed. He wasn't the only one. One by one, the group trickled back. Sami was found despite disguising himself as a tree, and Jiu not being allowed to fly meant he was caught rather quickly. Akira's water sensing allowed him to keep track of Kishun's movement and, by the time she found him, the boy was within sprinting distance of the stump. He made it. Minazuki wasn't so lucky. His range was shorter than his sister, who managed to sneak within sprinting distance by the time he noticed her. He was caught. Okako was found rather quickly, but her physical fitness still allowed her to outrun the girl. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 did as 𝐴𝐾O and took the treetop path, staying out of Qishun's reach until he reached the clearing. Then, in a display of skill, he jumped from his branch right in the middle of the stump, claiming haven. Finally, Akari was neither the stealthiest nor the most physically inclined of the group and was caught rather easily, albeit last. Qishun breathed. I still have to work out, but I'm getting there. Pros aside, I only missed Akira, 𝐻𝐼, and 𝐴𝐾O. Not bad. You got your brother. Izuku grinned. This means you managed to be stealthier than his quirk. Not a small feat. You know I like to play as a stealth archer, sensei. One day, I'm gonna load the tip with paintballs and go hunting. Izuku considered. Ĝiyu grinned. Paintball with Nerf guns and bows. That would be fun. You think there's a field somewhere around? Not that I know of, but it's worth a search. Aizawa mentally pictured his class having a paintball match against Vlad King's. To his surprise, what he came up with was less a mess than some of the situations his students had gotten into. As promised, they ate lunch at Morrow's Diner, a popular restaurant near the inn. The local specialty was the game bowl, ramen flavored with game meat, usually venison. Aizawa felt daring and picked it. 𝐻𝐼 seriously considered picking the zosui before reminding himself it was a winter dish and they were approaching summer. But yes, the rice soup was his favorite food. He picked the oyakudon instead. Izuku chose the gyudon. Mom's katsudon is perfectly fine. I prefer to try something else when I eat outside of home. Qishun made a beeline for the hiyashichuka, relishing in advance the freshness of the sauce and tastiness of the toppings. Akira chose the extra spicy curry bread. Ĝiyu asked Sami if he wanted to share a kiritanpo with him. His crush agreed. This made Izuku smile and Toshinori wonder if the two were actually dating. 𝐴𝐾O chose the basashi while Akari went for the salmon teriyaki and 𝐻𝐼 eventually took a tonjiru. Okiko chose the okazuke. It was a pleasant lunch, and watching Sami feeding bits to Ĝiyu was rather cute. The teens saw Okiko chat with Izuku and grinned. Aizawa gave Toshinori a smug smirk. It was going smoothly. Third day in Nishimiya was a weekend, yet the three heroes still caught 𝐻𝐼 performing on a plaza. His body moving at the rhythm of Cascada's pyromania, he had set his ribbon ablaze and was dancing among the flames, whirling and twisting with supernatural grace. It was entrancing. The ribbon made fiery swirls around the teen, who moved between each loop without being touched once. Toshinori recorded the entire thing, and 𝐻𝐼 winked at them when he noticed the trio. The show was apparently popular because there was quite a crowd and the teen soon found his purse filled with coins. He still kept dancing, because it was clear he wasn't just doing it for the money. The teen enjoyed dancing among the flames. Izuku had gone on a trip with his bike, leaving his students to their own devices. Without their teacher to monitor them, the teens were keeping to quieter activities. 𝐻𝐼 was writing, Akari was drawing, 𝐴𝐾O and Ĝiyu were gaming, Akira was reading in Braille. The heroes mingled with them. The teens let them. Toshinori praised Akira for overcoming his disability and encouraged him. The boy wanted in you. And the former symbol of peace was sincere when he told him he had a chance. Fair warning, none of you are allowed to recommend my students. If they get in you, it's gonna be on their own merit through the entrance exam. No special treatment, thank you. Everyone turned to Izuku. Caught as they were in their activities, none of them had heard him come back. Aizawa shrugged. As you wish. You're their legal guardian, to what I understood. Correct. Toshinori sighed. 𝐴𝐾O, Ĝiyu, Qishun and Akira were all equally talented, and he knew more than a few pros who would gladly take the teens under their wing given the chance. Akira would have to wait a year after his friends, but it didn't change much. Between his water manipulation and the sensory aspect of his quirk, he was fairly certain the wild pussycats would love him. And Kamu Woods would greatly enjoy Sammy's company. Okiko went to Izuku's side and caught a whiff of his scent, a mix of warm road and fresh forest. It was pleasant. She held his hand and smiled. Reluctantly, Izuku removed it and walked away. Okiko watched him, frozen. Sorry. The teacher said softly. I didn't mean to lead you on. Okiko felt like she'd been punched in the gut. The 8 teens were staring at the pair with wide eyes, Kishun and Ju looking especially shocked. Okiko finally managed to talk. Why? You deserve better. Anger started to build in the heroine's chest. Who says I want better? Izuku, I am in love with you. You are the one I want to be with. Why? What did I do to earn that? Izuku balled his fists. Okiko, don't tell me you forgot the fiasco already. I'm still surprised any of you may want to see me after the clusterfuck, sorry for the language, after the absolute mess that was that event. Have you forgotten how badly I messed up that day? How much I hurt you all? I can't believe you can still look at me after that. There is it, Aizawa inwardly grimaced. 4 years afterward, they had wondered what had driven the Midoriyas to disappear without a trace. They were about to find out. He motioned Toshinori to move to the sidelines. The retired hero complied. It wasn't you. Okiko reassured. We all know someone took control of you and turned you against us. Besides, none of us were hurt, at least, not too badly. The Battle of Coruscant was much worse in that regard. And who let it happen in the first place? I was leading the whole operation. 3rd year, leader of the Big Three, the Viridian hero, Deku, the symbol of hope. I had just awakened a new quirk of one for all just a few days before. It was shelter. He raised his hand, and a green force field surrounded him. Izuku dismissed it. I was All Might's chosen successor. In my mind, there was nothing that could stand in my way. I wouldn't call myself arrogant back then, but I was definitely overconfident. And it cost me. God, did it ever. There was no mistaking the pain in his voice, or even the remorse. The fiasco still haunted Izuku, and it was becoming clear the quirk teacher felt guilty for what had happened then. Was it the reason he'd left? As it turned, the answer was yes. I didn't realize it was a trap. And even if I did, it was a joint operation between Class 3A and 3B. The 40 of us together, divided into specific teams in order to launch a series of attacks against a major front target. I didn't think anything could stand in our path. We were the best Yua had to offer. I was the best. Except the front had a surprise of its own, a villain whose quirk could seize control of someone's body and manipulate them like a puppet. They used their quirk on me and turned me against you. It took the combined effort of everyone to stop me, and that BSTRD only released control of me because they wanted to. Because the deed was done. The operation was an utter failure. And why that? Because I was overconfident. Because I got cocky. I didn't underestimate the front. I overestimated myself, and the fiasco was such a failure the commission pushed Nezu to deliver punishments, which he did by expelling me. Izuku balled his fists. Tears were starting to well in his eyes and his face was tense. Do you have any idea what it's like, to be the prisoner of your body? To see you raise your fist against your closest friends and comrades, to feel yourself tear through your classmates, mowing them down like wisps of straw. I watched myself throw a hero straight through a building, backhand Tenya so hard I was scared I'd broken his bones. I felt myself counter Shoto's blasts effortlessly before flinging him away like a ragdoll. Zero's tape. Torn apart. Shishida. Hammered to unconsciousness. Minoma. Smashed in the ground. Momo. I broke anything she threw at me and forced her to run. Mineta. Twinkle in the horizon, and Shoto was right next. They only started getting the upper hand after Kaminari weakened the villain's control with indiscriminate discharge and dumbed himself. It was only after that that they started getting the drop on me. But the deed was done. You remember it, right, Okiko? You remember me doing all that. And I remember too. I remember watching, and I remember exactly how powerless I felt back then. All of this because I got cocky. Toshinori and Aizawa looked at one another. It was one thing to watch recordings of the event and hear the testimonies of their students. It was something else to hear Izuku retell it. The professor shook his head. I was overconfident, and thus I couldn't tell the front was leading us in a trap and they had just the right person to counter me. They did, and what should have been a display of teamwork and skill became a fiasco unlike any other. I fell from grace, and no matter how much I wanted to blame others, the front, you, anyone, because it was easier than acknowledging I was the one responsible, the fact still stood that it was my shortcomings that caused the Class 3 fiasco in the first place. It was my fault alone. Afterwards, I abandoned all dreams of being a pro and chose to fade away. Let Deku become a memory while Izuku Midoriya became just another face in the crowd, a simple teacher in a little one-horse town. It was for the best. He turned to Okiko and stood tall and straight, gaze equally harsh and disapproving. You came to apologize, but you aren't the ones who should say sorry. I am. It is always easier to blame others for your mistakes, but a part of being an adult is admitting when you did wrong and be liable for your actions. It is especially true when you are in near constant interaction with children. I did wrong that day, and not just a little. Now, I am paying the price for my recklessness. The memory still hurts, but I brought this upon myself. I have to live with it, and I'd like to say I've done pretty good so far. Okiko, you say you want to be with me, but pros are supposed to have better judgment than that. Seriously, what do you have to gain from being with a dropout whose actions caused one of the biggest disasters in the school's history? You can do much better than me, so do yourself a favor and find someone worthier. You are a pro hero. Start looking there. On this, he turned on his heels and walked away. Heroes and teenagers were dead silent. It took Aizawa a moment to notice Kishun had vanished. He spotted the girl returning from the dorm's common room, an arrow in hand. She waved it at the heroes, and they could clearly see Shigaraki's name written on a piece of tape stuck to the girl's gaze was merciless. If that bastard ever shows up around my hometown, I am going to stick it right in his heart. One by one, the look on each of Izuku's students' faces morphed from horror to grim determination. Agreed. Himai said coldly. If the front ever shows up around Nishimiya, we are going to give them hell. They deserve no less for hurting sensei. Akira smirked. I'm almost tempted to bring party hats because of how pleasant it will feel to kick their butts. First, my parents, and now, sensei. Eiko snarled. Those assholes say they act for the sake of free quirk use, but all they do is whatever they want. They don't give a DMN about their own ideology. She turned to Kishun. I'll let you have Shigaraki, but Toga is mine. I've been dreaming of sticking my blades in her neck for a long while. Jiu turned to the heroes. What do you know of the villain who controlled sensei? The best we have is a name. Aizawa frowned. Hijack. A body manipulator the front uses sparingly and cautiously against key targets. Midoriya was just the first of their victims. Hijack. Got it. Tell me when you know more. When I get my hands on that BS2, I'm gonna slingshot them into orbit. Payback for ruining sensei's life. No one argued, though Aizawa was a bit worried that, upon being told how the front had neutralized the best student of the 8 teenagers reacted by calling dibs on their members. You do remember they got the drop on your own teacher, right? We are aware. Akari said quietly. We have long wondered what could have caused sensei to outright discard his dreams of heroism, especially after hearing his adventures in UE. Now, we know. No one is invincible. Not sensei, and certainly not us. But neither is the front. We all have our weaknesses. The trick is knowing how to cover them while going straight for the enemies. Hayate looked at the sky. The front got number. We unleash mass devastation. They send the likes of Gigantomachia and Redestro. Shake the land and bring the sky on their head. Darby. Akira. Toga. Sneak attack. Shigaraki. Sniper. Hijack. Jiu called dibs. Mr. Compress. The guy's known for his stealth, but Kishun's senses can become keen enough to overwhelm her. I doubt he'll get past her. We all have our hard counters. Kishun frowned. Fire will get Sami as easily as lightning will get Akira. Himai is hard to catch, but a good knock will take him out, and there's little Eiko can do if Hayate decides to trap her in a typhoon. Akari is as good as quirkless during nighttime, and it seems sensei isn't immune to physical manipulation. Know your counter, make sure it can't be abused, then F the other guy with extreme prejudice. Especially if it's the front. Toshinori suddenly felt very sorry for the front, even if he shouldn't. Okiko had remained silent. Eventually, she went to where Izuku had retreated and found him curled on himself, surrounded by shelter at the bottom of the dorms. He was crying in silence. She barely had to tap the force field to dispel it. Izuku gave her a pained look before curling tighter on himself. "Please, leave me." "I won't." She grabbed his head and kissed him. It tasted like tears. Then she sat against him and spoke. "Izuku, after you left, everyone in Class 3A started blaming each other for the fiasco. A hero blamed himself for not being tougher, Tenya called Momo out for not being prepared enough, Soto blamed Ojiro for not doing more. Things led to others and we more or less ended collectively telling each other our home truths. That's how we fell apart. But, Izuku, we never blamed you once." "Sweet lie, it isn't a lie. We never once thought it was your fault. If anything, living with the pain of having hurt us against your will was punishment enough in our head. You're just so kind. Having been forced to fight us was about the worst thing the front could have done to you. Some of us, Zu and I included, blamed you for not having been more cautious. Then they expelled you, and some of us genuinely considered moving somewhere else. We didn't. We stayed, for better or worse, no matter how much we hated each other by the end." She leaned against him. Izuku still didn't look at her. "Then, only a week after they expelled you, you disappeared without a trace. A lot of us were worried. Some even searched for you, but it was as if you'd never existed. They ended dropping it to focus on their studies." Okiko smiled. "Even today, some of us wonder what you've become. I was lucky enough to get an answer. And you know what? I love everything you've become." Izuku shuddered brutally. Okiko held his hand and massaged it. "I wondered if you'd enrolled in another hero school or you'd become a vigilante. You didn't. Instead, you became the hero of a lovely little band of stray kitties, boys and girls you saved without even being a pro. I saw how you acted with them, all gentle and fatherly and caring, and I saw how much you mean to them. Your students will stop at nothing to protect you." "I know. It worries me, sometimes." Okiko laughed. Her face softened as she sat in Izuku's lap. "Izuku, you have become so much more than you once were. Deku was brave and sweet and smart and all around amazing, but you are more than that, now. You are no longer the Deku we knew. You have become a different person, kind, responsible, patient and wise. Izuku Midoriya is a skilled teacher and surrogate father who'll give hell to anyone hurting his students, a hero of a different kind than we are. And I love that person. I love the man you've become. You may not be a pro, but all the things that made the Deku I once loved are still there, only you made them into something more, something greater. I love it. I love you. Maybe I could find someone else. Maybe I could net myself a famous pro. But they wouldn't be Izuku Midoriya the teacher. They wouldn't be you." Izuku looked at her, tears finally drying. "I love you." She kissed him, and he returned the kiss at last. Finally, it is there. The true promised Aizuocha. And along comes the truth of what happened at the fiasco. No one is invincible, not even a symbol. Trivia bits. Granny Goodness is named after the character from DC's New Gods. In the Front's division lineup, she is the kind-looking grandma from the Black Regiment. Since not everyone is accustomed with Japanese cooking, here are short descriptions of the dishes the group picked. Zosui, a mild and thin rice soup made from pre-cooked rice, usually made for the sick and unwell and traditionally eaten only in winter. This is Himai's favorite food. Oyakodon, a rice bowl dish with either chicken and egg or salmon and salmon roe. Literally means parent and child rice bowl. Gyudon, a beef and onion rice bowl. Hiyashi chika, chilled ramen noodles with various toppings served in summer. Kiritanpo, a specialty of the Akita prefecture. Rice is pounded and made into cylinders over skewers, then toasted over an open hearth and served with sweet miso. Basashi, horse sashimi. Teriyaki, grilled, broiled or pan-fried meat glazed with sweet soy sauce. Tonjiru, miso soup with pork. Okazuke, hot green tea poured over cooked white rice and served with various tasty ingredients. That should be all. And happy birthday to me. How is it it's my birthday yet I'm the one giving presents? I hear the wind call your name, it calls me back home again, it sparks up the fire, a flame that still burns. Oh, It's to you I'll always return. I still feel your breath on my skin. I hear your voice deep within the sound of my lover. A feeling so strong. It's to you I'll always belong. Now I know it's true. My every road leads to you. And in the hour of darkness, darling, your light gets me through. Wanna swim in your river, be warmed by your sun, bathe in your waters. 'Cause you are the one. I can't stand the distance. I can't dream alone. I can't wait to see you. Yes, I'm on my way home. I'm on my way. Bryan Adams. I will always return. 𝐒𝐿 stirred. The room was dark, but the rays of the morning still filtered through the shutters. She smiled at the feeling of the warm, muscular body lying against hers. She had figured Izuku was handsome from watching him without his coat, but then they had gotten NTMT and she had revised her judgment. When Kishun and Jiu had called him a beefcake, they hadn't been kidding. They had done things that night that had left her breathless and sore. Even now, as she watched his sleeping form, she couldn't help but outline the muscles of his stomach. He had treated her body like a temple, but she had been the one doing the worship. Then there was his face, soft and relaxed. Its lines were sharper than they used to be, giving him a squarer jaw and more mature features. Gone was the teen she once knew. Izuku was a man, one that amazed her in countless ways. She was in love with him, and he loved her back, something they had made abundantly clear during the night. 𝐒𝐿 rested her head on his chest, leaving his heartbeats lull her back to sleep. It felt like only minutes had gone when she felt Izuku stir. She opened her eyes and looked up to see him watch her with a love-filled look. She felt herself melt again. Those eyes were so sweet. Izuku took a moment to admire her, from the curves of her body to the smoothness of her skin and the softness of her face. 𝐒𝐿 was appealing. No if, no but. She was appealing and amazing, and he was extremely lucky that she still loved him after all this time. Her love was a treasure. He would protect it as he protected his students. He gave her a smile. Good morning. Good morning. 𝐒𝐿 smiled back. They almost went a new round. Almost. Unfortunately, Izuku had his obligations and it was clear they had slept later than either should have, which meant he was late for work. Given it was the first time in 2 years he showed late, he hoped his co-workers would forgive him. He went through his morning routine, 𝐒𝐿 one step behind as 𝐒𝐿 gave the pair a knowing look. We didn't upset your sleep, Mom. Not the slightest, sweetie. Good. He had been worried their nighttime intimacy had kept her up. They went to the foyer hand in hand. Toshinori, Aizawa, and all 8 of Izuku's students were waiting for them, Kishun and Jiu notably wearing a shh-eating grin. They high-fived the moment the couple came into view. Aizawa smugly turned to Toshinori. Pay up. The elder hero dutifully retrieved a stack of yens that promptly shifted hands. As 𝐒𝐿 passed Jiu, the teen elbowed her. You keep him, all right? Don't worry. Once I'm back in Mustafu, I'm packing my things and starting my own agency there, and I'm taking 𝐬 along. She'll come, especially if I tell her our agency will be in a tree. Sami frowned. I'll have to get my folder. I have some schematics that may work for you, but a good deal of it is work in progress. If you want me to grow your agency, I'm gonna need your input. You'll have it. My parents work in construction. They'll help if I ask them. Contacts. Sensei's gonna love that. Izuku turned to 𝐒𝐿. Already considering moving. You're taking things fast, I know what I want. 𝐒𝐿 said, determined. What I want is to be with you, and work as a hero who rescues others. I love you. I want to make my life with you. Izuku held her tight, not caring they were in public. Thank you. The rest of the week felt like a blur. 𝐒𝐿 remembered the ride aboard the Dragonfly, a wooden vessel shaped like a dragonfly that Jiu flew with his quirk. She remembered the display of sheer power that was Izuku backhanding one of Akari's strongest light blasts, then Hayate sending thunderbolt after thunderbolt with pinpoint accuracy on shelter, and the green force field showing no crack. She remembered the golden falls at dawn and the rush of riding behind Izuku on the winding roads. She remembered Aizawa napping nearly every afternoon on the black flower bed, and feeling happy her former homeroom teacher could finally get some rest. She remembered working with Sami on her agency's future design and the calls she had made with her parents to get the missing materials while Izuku made calls to ensure the construction would be done in good standing. She remembered the nights she spent in his arms, each of them a discovery of a realm the both of they had barely begun to explore before. They said love was the greatest force in the universe, and La Brava HNCD said force through her quirk. As she woke up every morning sore yet sated, she understood why people said that. The week was finally over, and the three heroes had to return, but all of them knew it was just a goodbye. Okiko had made the necessary arrangements, even accounting for Tsuyu. As soon as the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, she was leaving Ryukyu and settling in Nishimiya. Toshinori and Aizawa fully intended to return for vacations, and it helped that the Erasure hero had formed a strange friendship with Himai, who greatly enjoyed his company. Izuku bade them goodbye and went to prepare Okiko and Tsuyu's arrival. Nezu was waiting for Toshinori and Aizawa when they returned. He took them to his office. "So, how is Midoriya doing?" "Better than we thought." Toshinori grinned. "Much better." Aizawa frowned. "Principal, how much detail did you find on him exactly, aside from his address?" "Not much, unfortunately." Nezu winced. "The front is watching us close, and regardless what Midoriya has become, I cannot allow them to get to him, not after the fiasco. As such, my intel on him is more limited than I wish." The two heroes shared a knowing look. Aizawa was the first to speak. "Two things. First, don't be surprised when Uravity and Froppy leave Ryukyu's team. I lost 500 yen on that bet." Toshinori grinned. "Worth it, though. Young Midoriya and young Uraraka have always been close." Nezu's eyes narrowed, and there was no doubt to the two men that the rodent had connected the dots. "Second, if the front ever shows up around Nishimiya, grab some popcorn. Midoriya has become a quirk teacher and counselor, as well as the legal guardian of every permanent resident of Noriniko Foyer. Upon being told what happened during the fiasco, his students' reaction was to call dibs on front leaders. One of them has Shigaraki's name literally taped to an arrow, and I only wish I was joking." This time, Nezu bore his full attention on Aizawa. Throwing caution to the wind, the hero took a picture the group had made right before leaving and gave the principal a smug grin. "Himai Azayaka. Akari Kinatsui. Heiate Morkisho. Kishun Aratame. Samidori Morihinen. Jiu Barimi. Eiko Shirante. Akira Hoshinami. Those 8 teenagers are Izuku's students, and their quirks are on a scale comparable to Shoto Todoroki's except for Himai and Eiko, and those 2 compensate by being former street urchins. Experience over strength. All 8 of them are fiercely loyal to their teacher, who saved them in one way or another. They listen to him, look up to him, and will not hesitate to ambush you and stack the odds in their favor if it's so much as looks. Like you're a threat to Midoriya. They ambushed us at the dormitory's entrance because Midoriya had downed a bottle of sake from the shock of seeing us, so they assumed we meant trouble. They were successful. Except for Himai and Eiko, their quirks work on a macro scale, and Midoriya has been teaching them how to HNS it. Think about it for a moment. Nezu did, and he sorely regretted not doing further research about his expelled student. And yet, you still spent a week there, and Midoriya and Uraraka have rekindled their relationship. I assume it went better afterwards. Considerably, but my point is that, before you deal with Midoriya, prove yourself to his kids. They will listen to him, but they have a demonstrated habit of shooting first and asking questions later. Though, if it makes you feel better, 4 of them openly said they want to join UA. Details, Aizawa. Now. Aizawa nodded and pointed a girl with white hair. Eiko Shirante. Quirk, absolute balance. Her sense of balance is flawless. Sounds a bit banal on paper, but I know what balance does. Eraserhead. Let me guess, never trips, never drops anything, has a dexterity way beyond the norm. Can move among trees like a cat, and her favorite weapons are a pair of retractable blades hidden in gauntlets. Favors the stealthy yet deadly approach. Nezu nodded. Next, Aizawa showed a grinning boy in pink. Jiu Barimi. Quirk, mind over matter. Basically telekinesis, but potent enough to lift at least 12 tons at once. Favors bladed discs and can levitate himself. Also likes men and has a crush on another of Midoriya's students. Interesting, The trait was actually good to know. When giving rooms in Heights Alliance, he could afford to put the teen on the right wing with the girls. Aizawa showed a buxom brunette next. Kishun Aratame. Quirk, keen senses. She can sharpen her senses to impressive levels, and this is how she met Midoriya. When her quirk manifested, it went into overdrive and forced her to live in a custom room because the world outside was so vibrant it overwhelmed her senses. She stayed there for a decade until her parents contacted Midoriya. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. It took him 4 months to get her out. A quirk that has trapped her in a dark room for most of her life, and it only took him a handful of months to teach her control. Now, he has been teaching her archery and she can hit targets several kilometers away. A tracker and a sniper both, and this only 6 months after getting out of her room. Do you see where I'm getting at? I do, Eraserhead. Nezu said quietly. Midoriya isn't just good at his job. He is amazing. Regret washed over the rodent's face. Becoming a teacher was one of the paths he had considered Izuku could take, but, in his mind, the expelled student could only become average at his job. Izuku Midoriya was a hero at heart, and only by becoming a hero could he truly blossom. Well, except not. Teaching suited Izuku just fine, and it was clear he was as skilled at passing knowledge as he would have been rescuing people. A thought hit him, insidious and bitter. Teaching kids with problematic quirks to control them was a form of rescue. Even without being a hero, Izuku was saving others. Different means, same end. One lost, 4 found. Nezu sighed. Who's the last? Akira Hoshinami. Being 1 year younger than the others, he won't join at the same time, but he is definitely interested. His quirk is Tide's Grip. It allows him to control water anywhere he senses it, and this is where it gets tricky. Akira is blind, and Midoriya taught him to hone his sense to move around, because he can sense the water inside people's body. And you said he can control water where he senses it, which means he can control water directly in a person. Nasty. How much can he control at once? A lake's worth the last time they checked. Nezu's ears fell. A lake's worth. And he can use the water inside a person's body. I don't care he's blind, we're getting that kid in you. I will use every single loophole I can find, but this boy is becoming a hero. I cannot begin. Wait, no, I can picture how much damage he could cause as a villain, and I forbid you from telling anyone else, but the thought terrifies me. If he failed the entrance exam, he said he wanted to become a surgeon. Aizawa offhandedly said. His quirk is perfect to prevent blood loss and keep fluids where they are supposed to be. He can be a hero and a healer. Nothing stopping him from being both, and certainly not us. So, that's the 4 recommendations. Vetoed. If they get in you. A. Midoriya made clear it would be through their own skills. Problematic, but given who's training them. I know I am going to regret asking, but what else can you tell me about the other 4? Aizawa's grin was predatory, and Nezu mentally prepared new breathes and a glass of straight bourbon. Toshinori and Aizawa left the office half an hour later. The Erasure hero was contemplating a blank check addressed to his former student. Did you really have to scare the principal like that? You know how much Nezu enjoys making people squirm when he got the chance. I saw the opportunity to return the favor and I took it. Now, I need to call Midoriya to set the arrangements for A. If he could teach Kishun to control her quirk in 4 months, I don't give him long to have A be in full control of her power. Toshinori smiled. You really care about that girl, do you? I was her legal guardian until Tagata turned 20 and adopted her. Yes, I care. In 4 years, the best they had done was teaching the girl to turn her quirk on and off. This was as far as her control went. After hearing Kishun describe her lessons and actually seeing those lessons, Aizawa still couldn't believe his former student had learned meteorology just so he could teach Hayate. It had become clear Izuku was best suited to teach Eri control. In the meantime, Okako was busy talking with Ryukyu about leaving. Ribbit, what did you find that would make you leave like that, Okako? Tsuyu asked. Okako hesitated a moment before telling her. Nezu found Izuku and sent me his address. I spent the past week reuniting with him. Ribbit. You found Izuku. How is he? What is he doing? Her friend told her everything, and if Ryukyu and Nejaya showed during the explanation, she didn't mind. Here, this is what we agreed on for the agency. I called my parents to get the materials and the permits are in order. As soon as I'm settled, they will start the construction. A treetop agency. Ribbit. Seriously. An agency within a tree. I want in. Okiko grinned deviously. I knew you'd say that. Don't worry, I already included you in the plans. Tsuyu felt excitation rising in her chest. Sign me up, Ribbit. Sign me all the way. An agency in a tree with Izuku for neighbor. I am in from start to finish. Even though her answer was predictable, Okiko still beamed. Ryukyu smiled gently. I will get the paperwork. Though, if you don't mind me saying, I got the feeling there is more than just friendship between you and Midoriya. Okiko blushed deeply. Busted. Nejaya outright squealed. Oh, this is so cute. You're leaving not just to be independent but to be with your boyfriend. I think boyfriend is a bit too mild for what we are. I want to, Okiko inhaled. I want to start my life with him. I love Izuku. He had changed since he left, and he has become amazing in so many ways. I fell in love pretty much as soon as I saw him again, and he loves me back. We are past dating. Hopefully, once we are settled, I want to live at his side. Ribbit, you're serious? Completely. You will understand once you see him. Tsuyu believed her, and Ryukyu smiled brightly at the display of maturity from her sidekick. She wondered if she should prepare a card for their wedding, or if they would invite her and Nejaya. A few days later, everything was ready. At Okiko's request, when the media broadcasted their departure, none of the women said where the pair was going. Moving was a bit tedious, but Okiko always lived frugally, so she never had much in terms of luggage. Her and Tsuyu's affairs easily fit one of her parents' larger trucks, and the apartment they had chosen was wide enough for the two of them. Izuku and his mother were more than happy to help them settle in. His reunion with Tsuyu was heartfelt. Ribbit. Izuku mentally thanked himself for not bringing his students. Seeing Tsuyu tackle-hug him would have roused their protective instincts, and a wrong move was easy to make. He hugged his former classmate. Good to see you too, Zu. Can I still call you that? Of course. Okiko looked around. You didn't bring the kids? No. Not yet. Don't worry, I will introduce them once you've rested. Got it. Thanks. The smile he gave her was fond. She almost kissed him here and there, and only Tsuyu's presence kept her from starting a make-out session. The frog woman gave her a look. When you said you were in love, you weren't kidding, Ribbit. Zu, we have slept together. We are lovers. Tsuyu noted Izuku wasn't arguing with the term. She took a moment to look at him. He had changed, in 4 years. He was taller, broader, and generally more mature, and she could tell his outward sweetness belied his true strength. Leaving you had in no way dulled his edge. If she had to use a word, it would be tempered, honed and controlled. And there was no denying he was easy on the eyes. If Okiko hadn't gotten him first, she had no shame admitting she would have tried to pull a move. As promised, Izuku introduced her to his students the next day. Tsuyu took one look at the foyer's dormitories to decide having their agency in a tree was the greatest idea ever. The 8 teenagers were waiting for them at the bottom of the trees. The tall, slender teen in white and blue struck her as the most mature of the group. There was something in his eyes, an edge that warned her not to mistake his frailty for weakness. The teen was skilled. The blonde girl in a white dress was motherly and gentle, not unlike her teacher. She would have deemed her harmless until she remembered she was one of Izuku's students, and despite being kind and fatherly himself, Tsuyu's former classmate was one of the most powerful people in Japan. The broad blonde boy with the bomber jacket was intimidating, but it was only outward. She could tell that, beneath the surface, the teenager was maybe the most pacific of the group. The red-haired boy in green was smiling gently in greeting. Friendly. She could tell right away the teen didn't like to harm, though Okiko had rightfully pointed he could do it in a pinch. The white-haired girl with red breaths reminded her instantly of Bakugo with her smug face. However, she wouldn't be one of Izuku's students if she was like his former rival. Arrogant, maybe. Boastful, maybe. A jerkish bully? Definitely not. The boy with the white and pink tracksuit struck her as odd. His smile was bright and vibrant and his eyes were shining, but there was something about him she couldn't quite place. There was more to him than it seemed. The buxom brunette in black and blue was staring at her, taking in every detail. Tsuyu noticed the archery protections and made the connections. Observant and analytic like her teacher, prefers to play it safe. Cautious. Finally, the short boy with the sunglasses and the white cane was looking directly at her. The white cane made his disability obvious, yet the intrigued way he was looking at her let her guess he had a way around his blindness. Handicapped? Yes. Harmless? Most likely not. Izuku introduced the 8 teenagers, even though Tsuyu already knew their names. Himai, the slender street performer. Akari, the white-wearing light manipulator. Height, the weather-controlling novelist. Samidori, the tree-growing architect who would be the one to build their agency's HQ. Eiko, the confident assassin-loving girl. Jiu, the cheerful men-loving telekinetic. Kishun, the archer girl with super senses. Akira, the blind yet tenacious water controller. And, finally, Izuku. The Yui dropout who was the strongest person Tsuyu had ever met. They made a weird team, the 9 of them. But she could tell right away they were close. The moment Izuku acted nicely toward her, his students warmed to her in record time. They spent the morning together, getting to know each other. They demonstrated their quirks, shared their hobbies. She would have never guessed someone like Height was a bookworm, and caught up on the 4 years they'd spent apart. Izuku's lessons genuinely stunned Tsuyu. She knew her former classmate had a habit of documenting quirks, but she had never considered he could use it to become a teacher. Yet, he did, and it was clear he was amazing at it if Kishun, Sami, and Akira were anything to go by. In fact, Eiko and Himai aside, his other students displayed knowledge and mastery over their power many a pro would envy. Using water sensing to bypass blindness. Channeling hard light to make constructs instead of mere blasts. Altering vegetation's DNA to create brand new purpose-specific plants. That kind of creativity had Izuku's name all over it. So, an agency in a tree. You said you had made the preparations, Ribbit. I have. If you feel like getting straight into business, right this way. 1 week later, the treetop agency led by Uravity and Froppy was open and running. It was located right next to Noriniko Foyer, and Okako had signed additional papers that acknowledged Izuku as a consultant and an associate of the agency in equal measure. The papers gave the teacher much-needed leeway when using his quirk, something he appreciated. Then Aizawa called with a request. For those concerned about the money, as it currently stands, $1 107. 273 yen while €1 119. 420 yen for those living in Europe like I do. The gap diminished over the years, but there is still a significant gap between the yen and the dollar and the euro, even to this day, so sums that may seem quite large in Japan like 5-digit figures aren't quite as high to us comparatively. And Tsuyu finally joins the Nishimaya gang. In learning you will teach and in teaching you will learn. You'll find your place beside the ones you love, and all the things you dreamed of, the visions that you saw. Well, the time is drawing near now, it's yours to claim it all, son of man. Look to the sky, lift your spirit, set it free, someday you'll walk tall with pride, son of man. A man in time you'll be, Phil Collins, son of man. Izuku listened to Aizawa's explanation, humming and nodding when was appropriate. Got it. Give me a week. There's something I need Sami to grow to properly train and it needs to build time. I understand. Thank you for accepting, Midoriya. If there's someone who can teach Eri control, it's you. Izuku smiled. It will be my pleasure. Don't worry, I'll make sure Eri is in perfect control by the time she comes back. So, how does a month feel? Just to be safe. I can handle a month. I will let Ojiro replace me for the time being. Tagata will come along since he is Eri's foster father, and I will come as a safety precaution. Now, I need to find temporary housing for a month, for 2 adults and a child. The call ended. Izuku left his office and went to the treetop agency. Sami had done wonders with his quirk. The tree's main base was the Himalayan oak, which the teen had picked for its evergreen nature, mechanical resilience and resistance to sub-zero climates. He had added giant redwood for the height and baobab for the width, then tinkered left and right to give the tree the additional properties he wanted. Turning the leaves into solar panels was, in Izuku's opinion, his greatest achievement. They were connected to a battery within the tree's trunk by special wires the Urarakas had been happy to provide, ensuring the agency had electricity. Combining the baobab's water-storing properties with the root's role as a filter gave the building clear running water. The tree itself was 30 meters in height for 10 in trunk width. The branches spread for about 20 meters, some wide enough to serve as walkways while a stairway was grown directly from the trunk, just like the dorms. The agency's office was about twice the size of the dorm's common room, more than enough for Okako and Tsuyu to be comfortable. Tsuyu had loved the place instantly. When she wasn't patrolling the preserve, she was playing among the agency's branches with almost childish glee. Ribbit, who hasn't wished having a tree home as a kid? I know I did. And now, my agency is in a tree. This is a dream come true, Ribbit. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 smiled. Thus speaketh the frog girl. Your instincts are showing. Where's the problem in that, Ribbit? Izuku grinned at the banter. Zu, do you know if Okako's still patrolling? We may have visit soon. Ribbit. Yes, I think she's still in town. Who's coming? Aizawa-sensei contacted me with a request. He wants me to teach Eri to control her quirk. Ah. I'll inform her, Ribbit. The heroine frowned. Out of curiosity, how much do you charge for those lessons? Depends what you can afford. The usual figures are between 5 and 6 zeros, but I have taken less when the family was lower class. I think the lowest I got paid was 5,000 yen. But, given the family barely scrapped 7,000 yen monthly, that was still a lot for them. Ribbit. You tell me. Did Aizawa name a price? A blank check, courtesy of Nezu. I'm still considering how much I'll charge. Himai scoffed. An institution as rich as you. You can afford a few millions, sensei. In any case, you're not working for free, Ribbit. Mom has no job to speak of. I am the breadwinner of the family. And, of course, being the legal guardian of everyone but Kishun, I have to provide for them too. With that kind of responsibility, Okako wanting to become a hero to support her family feels perfectly reasonable. Ribbit. Tsuyu wholeheartedly agreed. Next was growing what would be the main tool for Eri's lessons. Sami, upon explanation, was more than happy to make it. A literal flower clock. I hope she likes it. You say she likes red and white. These are Eri's colors, yes, but, if you ask me, try making the flower rainbow-colored. It will make remembering easier. Got it, sensei. 1 week later, just as planned, Aizawa, Eri and Mirio arrived in Nishimeya. Izuku was surprised to see them emerge from a red Mazda RX. It seemed his former senpai had good taste in cars. Aizawa gave him a nod. Midoriya, good to see you again, sensei. He turned to Mirio and smiled. Senpai, it's been a long time. Mirio didn't answer. Instead, he went straight to him and hugged him tight. Izuku tensed for a moment before returning the hug. DMN it, Izuku. You gave us all a scare. What got into your head, vanishing like that? You got any idea how we felt? Izuku winced at the memories. Given I assumed everyone hated my guts for screwing up during the fiasco, I thought they would be happy. Turns out I thought wrong. Mirio finally released him. Yeah, completely off beam on this one. We missed you. Big time. When you disappeared, some of us thought the front had gotten you and it scared us like no tomorrow. Izuku scoffed. Taken by the front. Give me more credit, please. Mirio laughed. Right. Sorry. You should have seen my face when Aizawa said you'd become a teacher. Of all the careers I thought you'd take. It was nothing compared to Tamaki's double take, and it doesn't help that he caught us during our more NTMT moments. Aizawa held the urge to roll his eyes. He had not meant to catch Mirio and Tamaki making out, and the shape-shifting pro had almost jumped to the ceiling in shock. Izuku's eyes finally fell on Eri. The girl was just as he remembered, small and cute in her red and white dress, her hair falling down to her behind as her horn reached the size of her hand. Good. It meant her quirk had stockpiled enough charge. The moment he was out of Mirio's arms, she ran in his. Izuku held her tight. I missed you. I missed you too, Eri. Good to see you're doing fine. The girl snuggled in his arms. Izuku let her. So, ready to become one of my students? Yes. Uncle Shota said that's what you do, now. You take kids with dangerous quirks and teach them to use them safely. You're gonna teach me too, right? Yes. Okiko and Tsuyu had foregone patrolling so they could be there for the trio's arrival. They were waiting with the rest of Izuku's students. Himai perked up the moment he saw Aizawa. Welcome back. Good to see you too, Himai. Aizawa smiled. Mirio looked at the 8 teenagers. Aizawa had given him the rough lines, so he knew more or less what to expect, included latent hostility if it seemed Izuku was nervous around him. The hero's warning had been insistent, Izuku's students were protective. And Mirio was quirkless. However, given how they melted the moment they saw Ai, he figured there was nothing to worry about. Eiko was the first to react. The moment she saw Ai in Izuku's arms, she went straight to the girl. Hello, lil cutie. You look adorable. The students gathered around their teacher, eagerly introducing themselves while Okiko and Tsuyu greeted Mirio and Aizawa. So, you're gonna be our new classmate. Nice to meet you. I'm Sami. Nice to meet you too. Jiu turned to the 2 adults and took one solid look at Mirio before whistling. DMN. Sensei, they're all ripped like that in Yui. Because, if they are, I think I'm gonna have a problem. He was blushing hard, and knowing his preferences, Izuku understood. As a rule of thumb, yes. Heroes need to be in good physical shape so they tend toward more athletic looks, even the prettier ones like Shoto and Yuga. Jiu held the urge to curse. Not helping. Not helping at all. I feel this is gonna be hard to focus in class. Mirio looked at the teen. You like men? Yeah, that's why I ran away. Parents are homophobic. As a rule of thumb, I prefer manly guys, people built like you and Sensei. If my classmates are gonna look like you do, I'm in trouble. Mirio chuckled, and even Aizawa seemed amused. Izuku shrugged. Teens will be teens. Jiu shook his head. By the way, you don't have a problem with that, do you? Given I'm dating another guy, no. Eri looked at Izuku. So, when are we gonna start? Tomorrow. The road was long and I want you to get acquainted to your classmates first. All right. All right. Eri spent the rest of the day playing with the 8 teenagers, who had instantly taken to the girl. I always wanted a little sister. Eiko admitted. She was still her smugly confident self, but Izuku noted she was playing much nicer around Eri. Aizawa had gone straight for the bed of black flowers to nap, so the students had taken their distances to not bother him. Izuku stayed close, keeping a vigilant eye over the group. Mirio watched him, and his kohai's maturity impressed him. It seemed teaching had changed him, and definitely not for the worst. He would make an awesome father. And it wasn't just mentally. Izuku had grown and become particularly handsome. No wonder Okiko was smitten. Though he was firmly interested in Tamaki, he had no shame admitting he found the teacher attractive. Tsuyu grinned. I know, Ribbit. I was just as surprised when I met him. He is a lot different from the Deku we knew in UA. True. He is still as gentle and nice as before, though. That part hasn't changed. Nope, Ribbit, but he has people to focus it on, now. She had a point. Izuku had always possessed this instinct to help those in need and care for them. Having students gave an outlet to this urge and allowed it to be expressed safely. The next day, lessons started in earnest. The adults gathered, fully intent on watching it. Mirio had even taken his phone to record it, an initiative Aizawa approved of. Nezu would appreciate the information, and who knew? Maybe it could give some of his co-workers in UA new ideas. First, Izuku asked Eri a series of questions. What does your quirk feel like when you activate it? Eri scrunched her brows. Like a raging torrent of hot soda. It's wild, and when I try to control it, I feel like I'm stemming rapids with my hands and the water keeps flowing around. It's not pleasant. And when you shut it down, like I'm closing the doors of a dam. One moment it's open and my quirk flows, and the next, it's shut. Izuku nodded, noting her words in a small booklet. Interesting. Alright, now I got this, the lesson can start. He took her to a short tree on which was growing a multicolored flower. The flower had 24 petals divided in 2 rings of 12, and each petal had a different color. Izuku explained. This is a literal flower clock. The outer ring is for minutes, the inner ring for hours. Every outer petal represents 5 minutes. Every inner petal represents an hour. Can you tell what time it is? Eri looked at the clock. There are 8 inner petals open, so it's 8, and there are 1, 2, 3, 7 outer petals open, so it's 8h35. Good. Now, this part will sound boring, but it's still a necessity. You are going to watch the flower clock until it's 9. Watch it carefully, memorize how the petals open on both rings. Can you do it? Eri nodded and sat, her eyes fixating the clock. Aizawa wondered what was the point of the exercise until he remembered something. Eri's rewind only affected the living, and a plant was definitely a living being. Rewind would never work on a regular clock, but on a vegetal one. It was more likely already. Sammy's quirk was amazing, and Izuku was equally smart and creative to come up with the idea. Mirio still recorded the part, intent on speeding it up in the final cut. Once the time was up and the 9th petal opened, Izuku still waited until 5 minutes passed and a new petal opened before telling Eri she was good. The colors are pretty. I wonder what it looks like when it's all bloomed. It happens 5 minutes before 1 in the afternoon, which is what we will be doing. Izuku grinned. You are going to use your quirk on the clock, but you aren't going to stop it at a certain point. Instead, when I say go, you activate your quirk, and when I say stop, you shut it down. Don't try to stem the tide, just open and close the dam. Eri nodded and Aizawa did the same. Using Eri's analogy for her quirk was a good idea. It gave her a clearer picture. Eri put her hand on the clock. Izuku spoke. Go! The girl's quirk activated, bright golden light coming from her horn and shrouding the flower clock. They watched as the petals closed at an oddly fast speed. Izuku waited a moment before speaking. Stop! Eri grit her teeth and forced the light recede, shutting her quirk. Izuku frowned. You can turn it off, but it isn't instant. No. I still have trouble doing it, even though I can. Izuku looked at the flower clock, now completely shut. Alright, let's try again, go. The bright light swallowed the plant again. Stop. Barely 3 seconds between the commands. Rewind faded instantly. Izuku nodded and wrote something down. As I thought. You described your quirk as a torrent. People say time is like a river, flowing swift and strongly. Time is what your quirk affects, so I'm not surprised you described using it as controlling rapids. Your quirk indeed behaves like a torrent. Everyone was looking at him. Izuku explained, delving into a familiar mumble Aizawa and Mirio had missed but still found creepy. Activating your quirk is like opening a dam. The longer it goes, the more water pours through and the harder it is to close the dam. 5 minutes take you strength of will while 3 seconds are just fine. It is a question of willpower as well as experience. The flower clock will provide the experience. Willpower. Shelter is bound to my determination, so I learned to strengthen it. I will give you the same exercises I used. Time flowing like water. A vegetal hourglass. Why not? To visualize the flow. Alternate training on the clock and the hourglass. Also, start short. Not minutes but seconds. Grow progressively. Build experience, then strengthen the will. Yeah, I see how we'll proceed. The teacher finally stopped. You did good, eh? Ready to try again. Tsuyu chuckled. Ribbit, it's been a while since we didn't hear one of your mumble storms, Izuku. I tend to put them on paper or on my laptop, now. A habit I picked from school. 𝐒𝐻 smiled. He usually does it at the start of a lesson, when analyzing the quirk he's working on. It's weird when you can't follow it, but when you can, it's a treasure trove of information. Sensei has a knack for figuring the ins and outs of a quirk. That's why he's so good at his job. Can you? Aizawa asked dryly. Yes. Kishun can do it too, but not Himai, not that he cares. Well, here went that. Back in you. Just about no one could make head or tail of Izuku's mumbling. Mirio was glad some of his students could understand him. The lesson started again, rewind never activating for more than 10 seconds. Izuku nodded. Good. We will call it quits for now. Your horn and the tree need to charge, and I got an idea for a new tool to help you train, and a new idea how you could use your quirk once you have better control. The adults immediately perked up. What idea? Well, Eri describes her quirk as a running river. Rivers flow in a certain direction. How much would it take Eri to make it flow the other way? Aizawa felt a bundle form in his throat at the implication. Eri rewound things, making them younger. Going the other way would mean aging them. Making them older. Adding time instead of removing it. Trust Izuku to come up with that kind of idea. But if it was doable, DMN. But the teacher was right. First, Eri needed to better control her quirk. The following days went much the same way, Eri working for short durations on the flower clock while the vegetable hourglass Sami had grown aged up. When she wasn't training her quirk, she was going to school at the foyer, studying under Kimochi. She and Hatsune reassured Mirio and Aizawa. They were used to students coming and going. The foyer was open to all, and few stayed all year long. The two women provided education. To whom and for how long didn't matter. Izuku and the two women weren't the only ones teaching Eri. The 8 teenagers, who Tsuyu had taken to calling the strays, had their own set of skills they shared with the girl, who took to them with more or less ease. Come on. Eiko encouraged. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate, you'll fall. Eri gulped, nodded, inhaled and moved on the balancing steps while Jiu kept the weights out of the way. Once you're building momentum, roll on it. Eiko explained. The moment you start, don't stop until you reached your destination. If you hesitate, you'll lose your footing, trip and fall. Keep looking ahead, think fast to assess the situation and react accordingly, but don't slow down, and certainly not stop. Mirio offhandedly noted it could apply both to free running and to life in general. Aizawa personally thought it explained why the girl felt so confident all the time. The second week, while the flower clock recharged time and aged, Izuku and Eri trained her willpower and worked on the vegetable hourglass. Eri had described her quirk like a torrent. Seeing the water-like sap flow in reverse gave her a good visualization. On a whim, she visualized the water and tried to make it move in reverse, making it go forward instead of back. She held it for less than a second, yet everyone saw the light flow toward her horn as the water momentarily dripped faster. The lump in Aizawa's throat moved to his stomach. Izuku's idea had been spot on. Careful. There, do you feel the momentum? Do you feel the weight of the poi? Now, try to move it. Don't worry if you bump yourself, the material's so soft it won't leave a bruise. Eri spanned the poi with one hand and moved carefully around, walking and turning on herself under Himai's vigilant eye. A dance is a set of motions chained without stops and done with music. Once you start moving, chain your moves until you're done. Don't stop, just go with the flow. It reminds me of what Eiko said. Well, she does have a point. Along with controlling her quirk, it was one of Eri's biggest lessons. Quirks, movement, people, everything has a flow. You just need to find it and follow it. Her quirk had its own flow. To properly control it, she needed to find it and assess it. As she touched the flower clock, she let it run, watching the petals close. Shutting it came effortlessly, even after running a full minute. Izuku's smile was filled with pride. There's a martial art called Taikai, Sami remembered. It's mainly for self-defense and is mostly used for meditation and to remain healthy. It's fairly pacific, so I used to practice it in the past. Anyway, the core of Taikai's teachings is that you never meet an opposite force head-on. You go along with it and use its own strength against itself by redirecting it. I think you could benefit from learning it. Mirio agreed and started looking for classes around you while Sami showed the girl what he remembered. By the end of the second week, 𝐂𝐸 could activate and deactivate her quirk effortlessly and was getting a good grasp of duration, often missing her mark on the flower clock by 1 or 2 petals. That night, the girls snuck out of their temporary house and stepped in the streets. There were always wild plants growing through concrete cracks, dandelions and weeds. She found one near a manhole and focused. As she activated her quirk, she could feel its flow, the way time ran through the light. She seized it, bent it and, with one final effort, inverted the flow. The dandelion withered as her horn grew. 𝐂𝐸 beamed. She kept wandering the street, aging any weed she found to the point they were left a withered husk. She was considering whether to return home or not when someone cleared their voice in her back. 𝐂𝐸 squealed. Uncle Shota. Yep. Care to tell me what you were doing at this hour? Aizawa looked at the withered dandelion and raised a brow. Secret training. Again. I'm starting to think sneaking at night to train is a new classic. Go home. We'll talk about this tomorrow. 𝐂𝐸 made a face but obeyed nonetheless. Fortunately, Mirio was still asleep and didn't bulge when the pair returned. The next morning, Aizawa made a point of informing Izuku of the girls' nighttime activities. Izuku sighed. I'd scold her, but I used to do the very same thing and train in everyone's back when I was in so that would be a bit hypocritical. Still. He knelt to the girl's level. 𝐸𝐸. There is a reason we give you a specific training regimen. Those regimens are tailored to the people using them, and overdoing it can be just as bad as not doing enough. You can get sick, you can get injured. So, much as I understand you wanting to control your quirk, especially the aging aspect, stick to what I told you. It is for your own safety. 𝐂𝐸 looked down. But Uncle Shota said we're only staying for a month, and there's only 1 week left. Aizawa raised a brow. That was why she was training in secret. 1 month is the minimum we gave ourselves. We did plan to extend our stay depending how far you progressed. If you feel you need more time, I'll phone Nezu to add a week. You don't have to worry about that. 𝐸𝐸 relaxed. From then on, she never snuck at night, and Izuku included aging to her training. As they discovered, the ability not only made living beings older, it also grew the girl's horn, recharging the time she spent rewinding things. That particular trait made it very handy and greatly eased the lessons, since none of the adults had to concern with her horn's charge. By the end of the month, the girl was in complete control. She held a hand to Mirio, who held it, wondering what the girl had in mind. Then her horn glowed and Mirio felt it. He gasped. My quirk. It's back. 𝐸𝐸 beamed. Everyone looked in amazement. It had been their end goal, eventually, to have 𝐸𝐸 rewind Mirio to the point he had his quirk back. They just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The blonde man left swiftly and returned in his hero costume. Phasing through the flower clock came effortlessly, even after almost 6 years. Mirio stretched with a massive grin on his face. I feel so good right now. Izuku shared a look with Aizawa, a knowing smile on his face. Lemillion was back. Being the one earning money, Izuku doesn't live with his mother. Inko is the one living with her son. And Lemillion is back. The front can start to worry, and Nezu can start counting the zeros on that check. Now 𝐸𝐸 is in full control of her quirk and learned a new very useful trick. Just how many pros will make their comeback? In other news, I plan to update this story and Graffiti Heart more or less at the same time. Both stories matter to me, especially now I'm almost done with the Stain arc. What do I do to ignore them behind me? Do I follow my instincts blindly? Do I hide my pride from these bad dreams? And give in to sad thoughts that are maddening? Do I sit here and try to stand it, or do I try to catch them red-handed? Do I trust some and get fooled by phoniness? Or do I trust nobody and live in loneliness? Because I can't hold on when I'm stretched so thin I make the right moves but I'm lost within. I put on my daily facade but then I just end up getting hurt again by myself. Linkin Park. By myself. A bright red, white and gold outfit is made to be seen. Even if it's custom made to suit your quirk, wearing it during a game of hide-and-seek is stupid. Mirio was mulling over the thought as he ran from Kishun, blessing himself for both the workout that had kept him in shape after he lost his quirk and the fact using his quirk came so naturally, even after spending a few years without it. The girl was fast, and only his fitness kept him away from her grasp. She had still nabbed his cape a few times, but permeation had made it slip between her fingers, earning himself a rather crude curse. Even hiding as far as he could, it had still taken the girl less than a minute to find him. He finally reached the stump and sat on it. Haven! 𝐭𝐸𝐸 grumbled and went looking for the others. Izuku chuckled. Don't worry. The first time they played with Sensei, 𝐭𝐸𝐸 spotted him by noticing the standing hair and glowing red eyes. He was not happy about it. Mirio laughed. Good one. That kid is smart. She plans to join Yui next year. And no, you can't recommend her. Or Eiko, Jiu or Akira. No one's playing favorite with my kids. Papa Wolf, much. Much. Mirio nodded. I know how you feel. I am A's adoptive father and, quirk or no quirk, I swore I would put anyone who hurt her in Tartarus. Hey, I didn't need my quirk to deal with Overhaul. True. A few minutes later, Okako came running. 𝐭𝐸𝐸 got her moments before she reached the stump. Got you, Osan. Okako gave the girl a look. You've been working out. You weren't so fast last time. Nope. Also, I sneak around to get as close to my targets as possible before pouncing. Hey, what can I say? I like stealth and I like archery. Though the hand-on approach is more Eiko's thing, that's a valid technique. One by one, the group was found. Tsuyu was particularly difficult for the girl to find, but camouflage only fooled the sight. Hearing and smell still worked, and 𝐭𝐸𝐸 had memoized the scent of everyone in Noriniko and the Treetop Agency. Sensei smells like exhaust gas and tree leaves. Osan smells like green tea and candies. Zusan smells like oak wood and fresh water. Sensei smells like cats and those black flowers he usually naps on. It was one thing Izuku had taught her: when one of her senses failed her, fall back on the others. People heavily relied on their sight because it was their keenest sense, but smell and hearing were just as useful, and the girl could enhance hers to rival any animal. She had thus taken after wolves and other predators, learning to locate her targets with her nose and ears, even wearing a blndfld for help. Akira, being blind, had helped her. In the end, she had found Aizawa and Tsuyu by following their scent and locating their heartbeat and breathing. The underground hero gave her kudos for the trick. That evening, they dined with the Midoriyas, Inko and Izuku working together to make a meal for 15 people. It was good, though admittedly crowded. The kids were chatting excitedly. Inko was talking with Aizawa and Izuku, Okako and Tsuyu were talking with Mirio. So, ready to make your comeback? Yes. There will be some papers to fill, but Tamaki and I had planned to start our own agency once I got my quirk back. We wanted to invite Nejaya too. Mirio's face darkened. During the Battle of Coruscant Ward, Giton almost froze him to death, and only Todoroki's intervention saved him. His body is still sensitive where the frost got him. Izuku rubbed his shoulder. With Ei's help, he will be as good as new, and he won't be the only one. I only got echoes of the battle, but they were ugly enough to set me on edge. It had to be hell. Urban warfare is never pleasant, ribbit. We are heroes, not soldiers. We are meant to fight small gangs and lone villains, not a pitched battle, I agree. Okako said somberly. Coruscant cost the lives of many people, though none have been in our class. Small mercy, but mercy nonetheless. Mirio was silent. After a moment, a smile crossed his face. Speaking of Tamaki, the two of us had agreed to marry after I recovered my quirk. Now I got it back, we can set the preparations proper. Everyone perked up. You're gonna get married. Awesome. Congratulations, senpai. Izuku smiled. You and Amikiji have always been close. I hope you will endure the war. We hope so. Jiu gave the blonde a look. You said you were dating a guy, not that the two of you were lovers. Well, we are, and happily so. We've been raising Eri since we became adults. Now, I got a question. Tamaki has already decided to make Kirishima his best man, and Kirishima agreed. Originally, I was going to ask Nejaya, but that was before we were reunited. Izuku felt his brain screech to a halt. Izuku, I'd like you to be my best man. What do you say? Izuku said absolutely nothing, staring at his senpai like a deer in the headlights. Height winced. Brain, rebooting. This may take a while. Kishun gave the blonde a glare. Congratulations, you broke sensei. I hope you're proud. I just asked him to be my best man. Where's the hurt in that? Okiko looked at Mirio. Where will it happen? UA. With the front running amok, this is the safest place in Japan. Nope. Izuku suddenly left his seat, grabbed his coat and left before anyone could talk, his eyes still wide. They didn't have to wait long to hear the sound of his koa running. Mirio turned to the 8 teens, who were now collectively giving him the stink eye. Where's the hurt, you ask? Sami growled. How about attending an event at the one place that holds his worst memories and will be crowded with people who most likely hate him for having caused the Class 3 fiasco? Way to press someone's pain trigger, Tagata. Mirio had the decency to look horrified. But no one blames him. Absolutely no one. Everyone in UA loves him. Deku was one of the greatest students of the academy, on par with All Might himself, and the fiasco didn't change that, Akira snarled. Then why did Nezu expel him? Politics. Aizawa grumbled. The fiasco was one of the greatest disasters in UA's history and someone had to be held accountable. The commission wanted to set an example and pushed Nezu to expel someone, preferentially high profile. And it ended being Sensei. Himai frowned. I never really trusted heroes. My parents were caught in the crossfire of a hero fight and didn't make it. I used to hate you guys much more, and it's only through Sensei's tales that I stopped putting all of you in the same basket. One apple rotten doesn't mean all of them are. But actions like these really don't help in building trust. Nezu should have picked someone else. Mirio agreed. Bakugo wasn't much liked among the school. He's always been too fierce, too brash, too competitive. But Nezu expelled Midoriya instead. UA's shining star. And the academy became much darker when he left. Then he vanished 1 week later and it was Panic City. I can only imagine how you rejoiced when Nezu finally found him. We dropped everything to see him. Okiko remembered. And it took us 3 days to rekindle our relationship, but Sami and the kids have a point. UA is still a sore point for Izuku. It will take more than a few weeks to overcome the issue. Sami frowned. Foreseeing a shrink to handle a rather nasty phobia, I can tell you traumas take time to deal with. I've been scared of BLD since I shredded my father's killer with thorns, and it took me a full year to merely stop freezing in fear at the sight. Now, it merely makes me uncomfortable, but it still took a lot of efforts to reach that point. For all his strength, Sensei won't be different. He may be stronger than all of us combined, but his mind still remains his weakness. If you want to hurt him, mess with it. Given we don't kill you first. Mirio gulped. Warning taken. Sorry. I didn't know it hurt him so much. Well, it very much does, so walk on eggshells whenever you broach the subject. Eiko hissed. Mirio despondently agreed. Izuku didn't return until very early in the morning. Okiko didn't bulge when he slipped under the blankets. Mirio, Eri, and Aizawa finally returned to UA. Izuku spent the afternoon watching his students under the dorm's shade, too distracted to teach. Okiko snuck in his back and wrapped her arms around his waist. Izuku reclined in her embrace. I get it, you're going to refuse Mirio's answer. The last thing I want is to return to you and see everyone else. I can't do this, not right now. It is way too early, but Mirio still remains my senpai. Refusing his offer is hard. I mean, he personally asked me. Saying no would be massively disrespectful. I don't know what to do, Okiko. I don't think I can face everyone yet. But I can't turn down Mirio either. I can't turn down that kind of offer. Okiko buried her face in his neck. Kishun was right, her lover smelled of exhaust gas and tree leaves. She held him as tight as she could, hoping her presence could comfort him. UA and his classmates were major sore spots for Izuku. His guilt gnawed at him almost permanently, that crushing feeling that, it was all my fault. If I'd been more cautious, if I hadn't been so confident, if I'd been better, Okiko hated this voice. They talked about it, sometimes. No matter how often she said no one blamed him, Izuku still feared meeting the rest of his classmates. Well, if there was one thing she'd learned from watching him teach, it was that progress was best achieved one step after the other. Rushing was counterproductive. You did an exercise, and only once you were better did you add to it. This was what he had done with Kishun, Eri, even Sami. Step by step. Slow and steady. The same applied to his trauma. Mirio never said you had to go alone. I know you feel safer with us around, and I know your students will unleash hell on anyone trying to hurt you, even pros. Why don't you ask him to invite us too? You will be his best man, all right. But only if we get to be there too. And if anyone tried to mess with you, be it teachers, students, pros, or even the principal himself, you let us handle it. How does that sound? Better already? You know, it's one of the things I love about you. It's impossible to have dark thoughts when you're around. Okiko laughed. Izuku turned to kiss her and she returned the kiss. From there, it didn't take them long to start making out, Okiko's hands caressing the muscles of his stomach as his hands roamed her curves. The 8 teenagers wisely decided to go playing somewhere else, but not before Sami grew a hedge to give them some intimacy. The next day, after a full morning psyching himself and with Okiko and Himai at his side, Izuku called Mirio to give his agreement. Meanwhile, in as the staff watched the video Mirio had made, Nezu was adding zeros to the check. Still shocked by his senpai's offer, Izuku had left the check blank. It thus fell to him to fill it and, after watching the recordings of Eri's lessons, the principal estimated 7 zeros were a good start. He glanced at the teachers. You described your quirk as a torrent. People say time is like a river, flowing swift and strongly. Time is what your quirk affects, so I'm not surprised you described using it as controlling rapids. Your quirk indeed behaves like a torrent. Mirio and Aizawa had edited the videos under Nezu's oversight so they could be presentable. The staff watched in silence. As it ended, present MIC turned to the principal. So, when do we recruit him? He is a civilian. Aizawa frowned. UA employs pro-heroes as teachers. And he used to be one of us. Can't we just, no? Present MIC glared at his best friend. Vlad King sighed. Much as I hate it, Eraserhead has a point. The rules are the rules and we have to stick to them. This is what being a hero means. Still, that's sad. He has genuine skills, and as his students are anything to go by, his expertise isn't limited to quirks. He has taught them fighting as well. Aizawa confirmed the fact. Snipe crossed his arms. Why don't we just make him a pro and hire him? Aren't there procedures to promote people? No, not even in emergency. Provisional hero license is only temporary and granted either to students or to people with specific skills in case of major crisis, and it is revoked after it is over. For Midoriya to become a hero, he needs to go through the whole cursus, and he made clear his life satisfies him, so good luck convincing him. Ojiro shook his head. He was the best of us, the most promising. I acknowledge his skills as a teacher, but it still makes me sick that he wasn't allowed to become a hero. This is who he was supposed to be. That's something we all agree on. But his teaching skills are undeniable. Ectoplasm couldn't help but note Izuku hadn't been the only one to teach Eri. Eiko, Heiate, Jiu, and even Sami had shown the girl skills she had picked on. I included some of his methods into my own classes. Aizawa admitted. The balancing steps, for starter, and hide and seek. I'm thinking of adding a recovery aspect to it, Ojiro hummed. It's traditional to send Class 1A and B on a school trip during summer break. I wonder how open Midoriya would be to the idea. Or Asui and Uraraka, for that matter. We had decided against it because of the threat represented by the front. Nezu frowned. But, seeing who we are talking about, I dare say Nishimeya is just as safe as you. It is clear Midoriya lost none of his skills as a hero, and at least half of his students are literal forces of nature. If the front tries to target you there, Aizawa smirked. Jiu swore to send Hijack into space. Eiko itches to stick her blades in Toga's neck. Kishun has an arrow with Shigaraki's name tapped on it. All of them made clear what the front did to their teacher was unforgivable, and Akari and 𝐻 believe they can harness enough power to deal with Gigantomachia and Redestro permanently. If the front shows up, all Midoriya and his friends will have to do is sit back and pass the popcorn. Noted. So, do we agree on the idea? Mirio suddenly barged in the room with a massive grin. Guys, he said yes. He's coming. Everyone turned to the blonde. Midoriya is coming to UA. So long as Uraraka, Asui and his students can come too, then yes, he agreed to be my best man. Aizawa frowned deeply. Sami outright called you and his classmates a pain trigger. I guess it will take that much to soothe the pain enough to make him come. Everyone grimaced. Nezu shrugged. They will receive a formal invitation, then. For Uraraka and Asui, it will be the occasion to reunite with their former classmates. For us, it will be the occasion to meet Midoriya's students. So, let's recap who will be there. Fat Gum, Real Steel, Red Riot as Sunita's best man, Ryukyu, Neji-chan, Centipede, Bubble Girl, Uravity, and Froppy, Midoriya as Lemillion's best man, his 8 students. A thought crossed the principal's mind. Why not Ingenium and Coldfire while we're at it? Yes, let's add them. And, of course, the U. A staff. That should be all. All Might is still presiding the ceremony. Of course. Who else would it be? Told you I'd update Graffiti Heart and An Ordinary Life roughly at the same time. This chapter is short, but that's because the next is Mirio and Tamaki's wedding and I got the feeling it's gonna be rather long. That aside, I hope all of you manage with the quarantine. Best of luck. I turned away cause I thought you were the problem, tried to forget until I hit the bottom, but when I faced you in my blank confusion I realized you weren't wrong. It was a mere illusion, it really didn't make sense just to leave this unresolved. It's not hard to go the distance when you finally get involved face to face. Daft Punk, face to face. A hero Kirishima. To say a hero was excited was an understatement. He could barely stand still. He had long known his senpai intended to marry Mirio once the blonde regained his quirk, but he had thought it would take longer for 𝐻 to gain enough control. Tamaki hadn't let him in on the details, but the girl had seen a special teacher that had taught her to fully master her power in only a month, a feat the teachers at U gladly admitted was impressive. Now, Lemillion was back and he and Sunita were going to get married. And he was going to be Sunita's best man. Awesome. He bet Mirio would pick Nejiya for best woman. Nejiya Hado. Nejiya giggled. She and Ryukyu were one of the few people aware of Izuku's whereabouts, so, when Mirio had told her she wouldn't be his best woman, she had instantly figured the green-haired teacher would be his best man. This made the girl just as excited as the wedding itself. Though Okiko had told her about her week in Nishimeya, she hadn't actually seen the man. She couldn't wait. She idly wondered how deep in their relationship Izuku and Okiko were. Tenya Ida and Shoto Todoroki. Tenya frowned at the invitation. As much as he felt honored by it, he still wondered why Mirio and Tamaki would invite him. He hadn't been particularly close to the big three back in first year. On the other side of the table, Shoto looked at the invitation. You as well? Yes. I will come, but I wonder why I was invited. Same here. If anything, it will be a nice distraction. Hopefully so. Work these days is tedious. Shoto hummed. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, any new of Uraraka and Asui? It's been over a month since they left Ryukyu. Tenya sighed heavily. Uraraka and I may have dated for a while, but this page has turned long ago. I have had no contact with her for more than a year. Shoto shrugged. The Nishimeya crew having to carry a dozen people at the same time required a specific type of vehicle, because bikes and cars just wouldn't cut it. Okiko and Tsuyu had thus invested in a Nissan Caravan, model NV350, that Okiko was busy parking near UA. The moment the van stopped, the group got out and stretched. DMN. Himai breathed. I'm not used to being so long on the road. Nishimaya Mustafu is one hell of a trip. Izuku looked at his students. Nezu has agreed to temporarily house us on campus, so I want all of you to be on your best behavior. Eiko, Kishun, Akira, Ju, this will be your future school, so I really need to emphasize this point. Play nice. The people you will meet are your future teachers. Be mindful of the impression you make. Don't worry, sensei. Kishun reassured. How about you? How do you feel? Izuku winced as he took his bag. I won't want to be there. At all. But you'll be with me, so it's gonna be alright. At least, I hope. Akira crossed his arms. We will behave, but the moment they are mean to you, all bets are off. I want to become a hero, but there are other schools beside you and I refuse to go there if they're going to disrespect you. Izuku sighed. As expected, his students were protective. He prayed whatever deity was out there that the wedding would happen without a hitch. Nezu, All Might and Aizawa were waiting for them at the entrance. Himai warmly greeted the pro, something Nezu didn't fail to notice. Toshinori smiled. Young Midoriya, I am very happy you could come. I wish I could say the same, Izuku admitted. Still, it's good to see you again, sensei. He turned to Nezu. The principal returned the look. Midoriya. Principal. That was all. The group was led inside to the place they would be lodging. More than a few teachers turned as they passed, watching the group. Though Okiko and Tsuyu waved at them, Izuku made a point of looking straight ahead, his hand firmly in Okiko's. His students were equally tense, though they tried to hide it. It couldn't be helped. If their sensei was on edge, so were they. Their residence was a flat within Heights Union, which served as the teachers' houses. In fact, by the looks of it, Mirio and Tamaki were actually living next door. Izuku decided that, as far as neighbors went, it wasn't bad. Unpacking didn't take long. They would only be there for a few days, after all. Izuku sat on the bed he would share with Okiko. The heroine sat next to him. How are you holding? This is nerve-wracking. Izuku sighed. I have good memories of this place, but the most recent and vivid are the fiasco's fallout, and they are anything but pleasant. Okiko kissed him. It will be all right. I said it before and I will say it again, we never blamed you once. The others will tell you that much when we finally meet them. Hopefully, when you hear it from them, that godforsaken guilt will go away. I hope you're right. Recovery is a long and tedious process. Trust me, I would know. I helped a lot of kids recover. And you're still doing it. Once again, Izuku felt very grateful for Okiko's company. No one banished his fears quite like she did, and simply being around her made him relax. She loved him. He loved her. He reclined against her. A snort made him open an eye. Himai was looking at the pair with mild amusement. Barely settled in and you're already getting cuddly. I thought you'd wait the night for that. Okiko outright laughed, and even though Izuku's face reddened, he conceded the point. Sorry, I needed to relax a bit. But you're right, we got other things to do. All of you checked your outfits? Yes, all of them are ready for tomorrow. I still can't believe Eiko managed to get a tux. White, but still a tux. The day you'll catch me in a dress is the day you'll catch me dead, Himai. Eiko perked from the girl's room and huffed. I hate dresses and skirts. They are either so long your feet get caught in them or so short you give panty shots whenever you run. Give me breathes any time of the day. Izuku chuckled. His students were bickering again. Now, that was familiar. This was something he could handle. Well, Eiko has always been the most tomboyish of the girls. I'm not surprised. I never felt at ease in breathes. Akari admitted. I'm used to my legs being bare under the tissue, so having them contained in fabric is unpleasant. You wear shorts when you're flying. Eiko retorted. Short ones. As I said, I like dresses and skirts because my legs are bare beneath. Mirio and Tamaki entered the flat. Izuku left the bed to greet them, the 8 teens peeking from their room to see them. Izuku! You made it! I did, senpai. Ready for tomorrow. As ready as I could. This is going to be the greatest day ever. Izuku smiled and turned to Tamaki, who looked subdued as ever. It's good to see you again, Midoriya. I watched the videos with the teachers, but it isn't the same as seeing you face to face. The feeling's mutual, Amikiji-san. Tamaki smiled fondly. I won't be using this name after tomorrow. It will be Tamaki Tagata. Mirio looked at Izuku. I'm surprised you decided to come. After the way you left when I asked you, I thought you'd stand firm in your decision. You are my senpai. It's not like I could refuse that kind of request. Eiko threw her hands. Sensei's pretty big on societal rules, at least when it comes to himself. Society says you should behave a certain way, so he will. We will behave the same way with him around, but make no mistake, you had made that kind of offer to any of us under the same condition and I'm pretty sure at least one of us would have decked you. And screamed at you why making that offer was stupid. Mirio fully believed her. Well, you did the second part, at least. Izuku sighed. The privilege of being teenagers, you can tell the rules where to shove it without being afraid of the consequences. Part of growing up is learning why you can't. Then let them be teens a little longer. The next day, everyone was there. All the men and the boys of the group were dressed in three-piece suits. While the girls were all wearing white dresses, with the notable exception of Eiko, who was wearing a tuxedo and kept her hair free. When picking outfits, the girl had been particularly vocal about it. Kishun, whose hair was braided and tied in a bun, was wearing an empire-style dress with a halter neckline that left her arms free. Akari, on the other hand, kept her hair in a ponytail and wore a ballgown-style dress with full-length lacy sleeves, complete with an almost translucent cape that reached the middle of her back. Okiko, meanwhile, had let her hair free and was wearing a flowing corseted dress with lace and sparkles. At her side, Tsuyu had tied her hair in a familiar butterfly knot and was wearing a square-lined minidress covered by almost translucent lace. The ceremony didn't occur in a chapel proper. The room was one of the many multipurpose offices the school possessed that had been set up to hold a marriage ceremony. The red carpet, the office behind which stood All Might, the windows tainted for the occasion, the ribbons pinned on the walls and, of course, the rows of seats on each side made it look almost like a church, though it wasn't. None of the attendees were believers. The setup was just so Mirio and Tamaki could have a pretty ceremony to officialize their union. It was a joyful day. Better make it look the part. The left side was for Mirio's retinue. Front row sat Mirio's parents, Centipeda and Bubble Girl. Akira, Jiu, Sami and Eiko settled behind them. Third row was occupied by Hayate, Akari, Kishun and Himai. Tenya and Shoto sat last row with Okiko and Tsuyu. To say they were surprised to see each other was an understatement. The right side was for Tamaki's retinue. Front row was for Tetsu, Nejaya and Tamaki's parents. Behind them sat Ryukyu, Aizawa, present MIC and Midnight. Vlad King, Power Loader, Ectoplasm and Ojiro occupied the third row. Finally, last row was occupied by Cementos, Snipe, 13 and Fat Gum, whose massive size forced him to sit in the back. The rest of the watchers, Nezu and Recovery Girl among them, stood in the back of the room. Eri was the first to show, scattering flowers over the carpet in her cute white dress. Then the two grooms stepped in, blonde Mirio dressed in an impeccable black suit while dark blue-haired Tamaki was wearing a pristine suit. Izuku and Ahiro were 2 steps behind. The redhead had to admit he had made an impressive double-take when he'd seen who was Mirio's best man. If Izuku had been surprised, he hadn't shown it. The green-haired teacher was doing his best to remain impassive, and he was being successful so far. The 4 men entered as the music played. Izuku almost froze when he saw Shoto and Tenya. For a moment, his eyes widened and his face became one of fright. A gentle tug shifted his attention forward, toward Akira and Jiu. The 2 teens winked, and Himai behind them nodded reassuringly. Izuku steeled himself and kept walking like nothing happened. His students were there. Everything was fine. He didn't need to worry, at least not about his former classmates. The 4 men reached the altar and All Might began to speak, still imposing despite his shriveled form. Sick or healthy, he remained the symbol of peace. There wasn't a single person in the room who didn't respect him. Izuku tuned out the words. The role of best man was, among others, ensuring the security of the groom. With the front out and about, one couldn't be too cautious, especially when he saw the red dot in Mirio's back. He almost smirked. Akira quietly giving the middle finger to the sniper didn't help at all. If Tenya had been surprised to see Okiko and Tsuyu, seeing Izuku in Mirio's back had been a genuine shock, and Shoto looked no better. The pair almost interrupted the whole ceremony just to reunite with their old friend. Izuku's frightened face, even if it was for a single moment, stopped them. The turbo hero had the nasty feeling the green-haired man wasn't very happy to see them. He watched the ceremony, more focused on his friend than the two grooms. Another thing he found odd was the presence of the 8 teenagers, 5 boys and 3 girls. He noticed the subtle gestures they made to Izuku, who seemed to relax. Was he connected to them? Good question. It would have to wait until the ceremony was over. Wait, why was the short kid flipping the bird? He was about to reprimand him when, right as Mirio said "I do," several things happened at once. Akira seized control of the water in the sniper's body and pulled the moment he felt the finger press the trigger. The shot was way off mark. Not that it mattered, because Izuku casually summoned shelter. The bullet, which would have pierced his leg, bounced on the barrier. 1 second later, Kishun yanked her hairpin and threw it, kneecapping the sniper. She did it at the same time Akira pulled and sent the sniper crashing down. To everyone's surprise, the impact dissolved them into gray goop. Izuku growled. "Twice clone. You said they were fragile." Akira turned to his teacher. "You never said they were so brittle. That impact should have just sent them in a full body cast. And I made them fall on their back." Given the clone had fallen from a second-story window, Izuku believed the boy. "I had hoped the wedding would happen without a hitch. Guess this was too much to ask for. At the same time, I can't say I'm surprised. Assassinating a just-returned pro on their wedding day sounds like the kind of power move Shigaraki would enjoy. Too bad we were there." He had a point, and no one in the attendance liked it. Vlad King snarled. "Are they trying to kickstart the hostilities? Because that's a good way to do it. I think they wanted to make a statement." Nezu said grimly. Compared to the League of Heroes, the Paranormal Liberation Front is in a position of power, and they wanted to prove it by assassinating a high-profile target right within UA. This is a message: nobody is safe. Except Midoriya and his students foiled it. Everyone turned to Izuku. Meanwhile, Kishun was kneeling and sniffing the puddle. She turned to the crowd and scanned it before. Shrugging, Nezu clapped his paws. Now the crisis was averted, let's return to the ceremony. I believe it isn't quite over yet. Everyone returned to their seat while the 4 men went back to the altar. At last, Tamaki said "I do" and he and Mirio kissed passionately. Izuku smiled. "Congratulations, senpai." The rest of the room cheered enthusiastically. "Hail the newlywed." Woot. "Well done, you two." "Yeah." Laughter, cheering and clapping echoed in the room. The couple left, followed by everyone as they went out where the banquet was waiting. Cake, drinks, sweets of all kinds were readied on several tables, but, first, there was a tradition to respect. Tamaki took the bouquet, turned, faked the throw, turned and sent it to Okiko, who easily caught it and kissed Izuku. The teacher chuckled. "Sorry I didn't bring an engagement ring, but yes." All the yeses. At least half the attendees squealed. Tsuyu and his students were definitely the loudest. Okiko leaned in his arms and let herself be hugged tight. She loved those arms, so strong and yet so gentle at the same time. Izuku was only a teacher, but he still remained as formidable as he was kind. Izuku gently rubbed her back. "I love you." "Love you too, O-chan." Shoto and Tenya collectively turned to Nezu. "You owe us an explanation." "Agreed." A hero frowned. "We are missing several episodes here. When did you find Izubro? Who are those kids, and since when he and Okiko are an item?" "To answer your questions in order, over a month ago, those teens are his students, and Midoriya and Uraraka have been together since about the 4th day after they reunited." "Students?" Shoto turned to his former classmate. "Are you saying he's a teacher? Why don't you ask him yourself?" Izuku was currently leaning against a table, quietly sipping a glass of champagne as Kishun wandered the crowd. Suddenly, she went to Akira, dragged him away and whispered something. He saw the teen tense. A moment later, a glass of fruit juice spilled all of its own. Izuku frowned deeply as the liquid formed words. 2+ clone snipe and payload. Izuku froze. Dipping a finger in the liquid, He discreetly wrote 2 words. Deal with Akira spoke to Kishun, who in turn messaged the others. Izuku didn't have to wait long. Eiko walked right to Power Leader with a massive grin and spoke. Hello. Are you a clone? What? But, boo, what? Eiko's hidden blade stabbed his neck. Power Loader collapsed into grey goop. Snipe froze and turned to the girl who, still grinning, sauntered to him. The cloned pro moved straight to A, quirk fading to reveal Himiko Toga, and put a knife on the girl's throat. One move and she dies. Everyone tensed. A hostage situation had been the last thing everyone had been expecting, especially one with an unstable psycho. Still, for some reason, Izuku didn't seem worried. Mirio was about to speak when Ĝiyu walked between the heroes and the clone. The teen crossed his arms. Friendly advice, next time, learn who has which quirk. Then he snapped his fingers and Toga's neck made a 360 degrees. The clone collapsed into goop. Ĝiyu took Eri in his arms, muttering reassuring words to the girl. Bubble Girl looked at them. Well, that's one way to deal with a hostage crisis. Tetsu finally spoke. Who the hell are these kids? My students. Izuku shrugged. Everyone who wasn't a new teacher gave him a look. Aizawa decided to explain. Midoriya currently works as a quirk teacher and counselor at Noriniko Foyer. Those 8 kids are his students, children he took under his wing and taught them to control their power. As a result, a smirk crossed his face. They are equally loyal and dangerous. Midoriya is like a father to them. Before you prove yourself to him, prove yourself to them. They take poorly to anyone messing with him. Tenya wanted to argue they had nothing to prove to a bunch of teenagers. The fact they had literally sniffed out the clones and dispatched them made him reconsider. The 8 teens, sensing the tension of the situation, had gathered around their sensei, backed by Tsuyu and Okiko. Mirio was holding Eri, and visibly inching closer to the group, making clear which side he was on. Shoto turned to Aizawa, puzzled. You speak as if we mean trouble. What makes you think that? I don't think that. They do. As far as Midoriya is concerned, you still hate him for the fiasco, so he is naturally guarded around you. Prove him right or prove him wrong, the choice is yours. But, if you prove him right, good luck with the kids. They have the documented habit of shooting first and talking later, and they pack as much firepower as you do, Todoroki. You are known for your logical ruses, sensei. What makes us think this isn't one of them? Oh, they very much do, ribbit. Shoto and Tenya turned to Tsuyu, who was still at Izuku's side. The frog woman crossed her arms. We watched them train, ribbit. In fact, we even taught them a little ourselves. Those kids are powerful in their own right. Just so you ribbit know, Sami built Noriniko's dormitories and our agency's headquarters. Ribbit, his quirk gives him complete control of vegetal biology. And Akira can control water anywhere he can sense it. Okiko added. Including within people's bodies. Hardening and steel only strengthen the skin. All right. So, Aizawa wasn't bluffing. Izuku's students were powerhouses in their own right. Protective powerhouses. Shoto sighed and turned to his former friend, making sure to keep a safe distance. Why do you even think we hate you for the fiasco? Yes, it was bad and it didn't help that you were the one leading us. But you weren't the only brain in the operation. Those upstairs were just as responsible for failing to account for hijack. If anything, the one thing we are angry about is how you disappeared without a trace 1 week after you were expelled. All of us feared the worst. Izuku looked at him, then at his empty glass before picking the champagne and serving himself. Wish I could afford something stronger, he turned to Mirio. It's really because you asked. He then took a long gulp of the drink, wincing as. The bubbles scratched his throat. He didn't want to be there. He wanted to be back home in Nishimiya, riding his koa on the winding roads or watching his students practice their quirk while Okiko napped in his arms. But he wasn't, and he couldn't even be mad about it because, if then, the front would have probably succeeded at murdering his senpai. I vanished because I believed you were mad at me, and getting expelled didn't exactly help. Not only that, I was blaming myself for being reckless and cocky. Between my guilt and being expelled, I decided to abandon all thoughts of becoming a hero and instead focus on the other thing I'm good at, analyzing quirks. That's how I ended becoming a teacher. And I was doing perfectly fine until Nezu finally found where I live and informed Sensei, Okiko, and All Might. A quiet life in a small town. Just me, mom, and my students. A good life, until they showed up. Tsuyu snickered. If I didn't know better, I'd say you've become indoorsy, ribbit. Guilty as charged. Can't be helped if I like my routine. And the kids are just tricky enough it isn't boring. Shoto and Tenya shared a look of pure disbelief. Midoriya, you were one of the most promising students of UA. You were a shining star, and look all the good it did me. It sure as hell didn't stop Nezu from booting me out. This is one of the lessons Sensei's story taught us. Jiu noted. When politics get involved, no one is safe. So, even though Kishun, Eiko, Akira, and I want to become pros, we have backup carriers planned if we get kicked from you. Akira wants to study medicine, Kishun's family own a powerful corporation, Eiko said she wouldn't mind taking after her father and becoming a courier, and I'm pretty sure someone who can lift 12 tons with his mind will find a spot in heavy construction. So, say whatever you want about how bright and amazing Sensei was back in the day. In the end, it helped him exactly how much. Not the, sorry for the language, thing slightest. Himai frowned and glared at the crowd. You can go and scratch Sensei's back all you want, say every single apology that crosses your mind, it didn't change the fact the fiasco and your actions afterward broke him. Say sorry however you want. As far as we're concerned, you are 4 years too late. Gut, meat punch. More than a few teachers recoiled at the words. Ectoplasm shook his head. We weren't given a choice. To what I heard, you were. You could have chosen someone else, but no, you had to expel Sensei. And because of it, you and those related to it are his pain trigger. Well done. Tenya looked at Izuku. Aren't you going to say anything for yourself? I've always been better at defending others than I was at defending myself. Izuku shrugged. Besides, they've been wanting to throw this at your face for a while. Who am I to deprive them of the pleasure? If there's one thing those kids know how to do, it's holding a grudge. Aizawa noted. Besides, I did warn you, mess with Midoriya and they will make you regret it. Shoto closed his eyes and spoke earnestly. We never blamed you, ever. We missed you terribly and always worried about you. We tried looking for you, in vain. I'm glad that you're doing fine and live a life you're happy with. It's sad that you didn't become a hero because you would have been amazing at it, but you weren't given a choice. We were all livid when Nezu expelled you, and some of us even threatened to quit as well. In the end, we decided to stay together, but we never stopped worrying and wondering. It goes further than that. A hero said softly. Some of us. I think it was Hagakure and Kaminari, but I think Koda and Shoji also offered to be expelled in your stead. Nezu systematically refused. Izuku turned to him, eyes wide. Okiko and Tsuyu shared a look. I never heard of anything like that. Kaminari only told me, but yeah, some of us offered to take your place. Didn't work. Izuku blinked before turning to Mirio. Sorry for the scene. I had hoped I could avoid it, but it's all right. Mirio reassured. The boil had to be lanced sooner or later. Might as well happen now. Might as well not. This is your time. The day is about you too. My personal drama has nothing to do with you and I'm sorry it's ruining the festivities. Nezu had vanished during the conversation. He reappeared a moment later with papers he handed to the teacher. Izuku read them, a stone firmly settling in his stomach. Is this some kind of joke, principal? It isn't. The expelling was supposed to be temporary. Once the 2 months were over, I was going to re-enroll you, but, unfortunately, you vanished long before that and, by the time I found you, it was too late. Everyone looked in complete disbelief. Izuku hesitated a moment before turning to Mirio. You have anything stronger than champagne? Mirio dutifully handed him a bottle of whiskey. Izuku took it and walked straight to Heights Union. He needed to be alone for a while. Finally done. Wedding scenes always give me trouble, so this chapter took longer to write than the others. But hey, did it. And yes, much as everyone wished they wouldn't, The front still found a way to mess with the party. Too bad there were 9 unknowns among the crew. Next chapter hopefully coming soon. There are several loose ends that need to be resolved, and quickly. Don't be afraid I've taken my beating, I've shared what I've made. I'm strong on the surface, not all the way through. I've never been perfect, but neither have you, so if you're asking me, I want you to know when my time comes, forget the wrong that I've done, help me leave behind some reasons to be missed, don't resent me, and when you're feeling empty, keep me in your memory, leave out all the rest, leave out all the rest. Linkin Park. Leave out all the rest. Him. I watched Izuku leave with the bottle. Looks like one frigging drink isn't gonna cut it, this time. Sami turned to Mirio and frowned. I am starting to think coming there was a mistake. Sensei may feel obligated to accept your offer and it may have saved your life, but given how much is hurting, the pros barely outweigh the cons. Aizawa was glaring at Nezu with a particularly murderous look. And when were you going to tell us about it, exactly? 1 month. I needed to let things cool down before sharing my plan to re-enroll Midoriya. However, after he disappeared, I chose to keep the idea to myself until we found him again, upon which I would have told you. Unfortunately, it took us too long and Midoriya was too old to return by the time we found him. Make no mistake, though, I knew how important Midoriya was to you and I would have never agreed to expel him without some sort of failsafe ready. Well, that blew up in your face something fierce. Eiko dryly noted. Indeed. I didn't expect matters concerning you would have become that traumatic to him. I thought, Nezu sighed. I hoped that, by coming there and bringing his closest friends, I could give him some closure, at least. It seems I just ended hurting him further. Heiichi shook his head. Miscommunication, the #1 source of drama in stories. If you ask me, you should have told him right off the bat. Him, and at least Aizawa and All Might. Indeed. Unfortunately, I fear this comes too late. As soon as he was in his room, Izuku took the bottle of whiskey and drank it. The alcohol burned his throat, a pain that was physical, real. It was a pain that was grounding him, dulling the throbbing one in his chest. Nezu was going to re-enroll him. The expulsion was temporary. All the grief, all the anger he had felt, all the sorrow at seeing his dream broken, his decision to move away from the path of heroism, to become a teacher, what had it been for, in the end? He hated Nezu. Stupid rodent and his stupid machinations. One more gulp, long and burning. He felt the alcohol get to his head and grumbled. No, even in the throes of grief, he couldn't afford to get hammered. Strong as he was, a loss of control could have terrible results. He activated vital sight on his own body, metabolizing the alcohol into fat, and then into muscle. F that. Son of a beach. One more gulp. One more use of vital sight. Izuku glared at the half-empty bottle and finally abandoned it. Taking off his jacket and shoes, he went to his bed and curled on it, shamelessly crying. A lie, a lie, a lie, a lie, a lie, 4 years gone, all of them based on a lie. If he had hoped crying would take away the pain, it wasn't working. Reluctantly, he took his phone and messaged Okako. Back to the celebration, all 8 of Izuku's students were more or less miffed, and more than one hero and teacher wasn't happy either. I'm not sure I want to go to a school with a manipulative rodent for a principal. Akira grumbled. I get that miscommunication can happen. Himai frowned. But there's a difference between a failure and a plain old fail. What you did was definitely the latter. Don't remind me. Nezu sighed. On the other hand, because Midoriya became your teacher, 4 of you want to join you and have strong chances of passing the exam. Also, Eri learned control. 1 lost, 4.5 found. Yeah. Well, keep pulling these stunts and you will have exactly none. Nezu tried not to wince. The stray's allegiance went to Izuku first and foremost, and his manipulations had accidentally gotten their mentor hurt, something that was guaranteed to rile them. He would have to do right by him if he wanted them to join, and it meant no more manipulation. When it came to Izuku, honesty was the best policy, and not just because the teacher was incredibly powerful and any retaliation on his part could spell the end of the league. The sole problem was, old habits die hard. He could already see in his mind the many ways he could pull the strings of the quirk teacher. He summarily squashed them. Izuku was intelligent. Not as much as he was, but still enough to keep up with him. He would have to treat him as an equal rather than a pawn. The strays kept to themselves, interacting only with Eri, Mirio, and Tamaki, Aizawa, All Might, Tsuyu, and Okiko. They were guarded and, after what had happened to their teacher, no one could blame them. It was sad, Shoto thought, because the 8 teens were quite peculiar. He watched the slender teenager talk with Aizawa. That the two were on friendly terms got him wondering. "You look good like that." The boy noted. "Brushed, clean-shaven and wearing a suit. I know it's for a special occasion but it's still nice. You'd almost be handsome." Aizawa held the urge to snort and took the compliment as it was. "You're welcome, Himai. You don't look so bad in a suit either. Can't say I find it comfortable, though. I prefer clothes that stick to my body or ample enough I'm free to move. Stiff clothes like these aren't my thing." "Figured as much. Given you're a street performer, do you plan to perform?" "Most likely by the end of the party. I brought my ribbon and my costume. I think I'll even set it on fire. For the show." The slender teen was a street performer. And a fire performer at that. The short boy with the sunglasses, Akira, he believed. The water-sensing teen was wandering around, sniffing the food. A hero came to the boy. "You looking for something, kid?" "The chocolate cake. I'm blind, so I have to rely on my nose and water sensing to find what I want." A hero dutifully gave him a slice. The teen savored it in small mouthfuls. "So, you're really blind?" "Yes. My parents had a very bad trip and their quirk going haywire took away my eyesight. Sensei taught me to use the water-sensing aspect of Tide's grip to orient myself. That's how I sensed the sniper. A lesson to be learned, handicapped didn't mean harmless." "And now, you plan to join UA?" "Yes. I'll study medicine if I can't be a hero, but I want to try being a pro first. Sensei's lessons with Tide's grip made my sense keen enough I might as well not be blind most of times." A hero smiled. "It takes guts to try a school as famous as you with your disability. I hope you make it." A thought crossed his mind. "Hey, recommendations are always possible, nope." Okiko cut him. "Izuku vetoed the idea." "What? Why?" "Because Sensei wants us to get in UA. Through our own merit, not because a pro took a liking to us and told you I think this kid got what it takes to join. Let him in. We don't need anyone to open the door. We can do it ourselves." A hero and Tetsu gave each other a look. Nejaya piped in. "Actually, I think you got it backward. You don't get recommended in UA because a pro took a liking to you and pulled strings. You get recommended because a pro looked at you and said, wow, that kid is tough. Hey, you. Save him a spot. Basically, you're recommended because a pro acknowledges your skills, not because your family is friends with a pro." Akira shrugged. "Whatever. As far as we're concerned, it's potato and potatu. We need no one to get in. We can do it ourselves." "He has a point." The girl in a white tux walked to the group. "Sensei is an amazing teacher. Those of us who didn't need lessons for their quirks still learned much about fighting. When we expressed the longing to join you, he made sure we had the bases, physically and academically. He would be greatly disappointed if, after all the trouble he went through teaching us, we failed to make it. And disappointing Sensei is the last thing we want." Tenya crossed his arms. "What did Midoriya do to you for you to be so fiercely devoted to him?" "He saved our lives." "They're not joking, Ribbit." Tsuyu frowned. "Himai was living in the streets until he fell sick and Izuku healed him. He helped Eiko overcome the trauma of losing her family. He rescued Akari from a cult. He taught Akira to use Tide's grip to move around, Ribbit. He healed Hayate after he found him in the remains of a shipwreck. He protected Jiu from his homophobic family. He helped Sami overcome his fear of BLD. He taught Kishun to control her quirk. None of the strays would be there if not for him, Ribbit. He protected them, and now they protect him in turn. Sensei may not be a pro like you are." Hayate smiled. "But he is still a hero, just of a different kind." Okiko looked at her phone and frowned. She was heading for Heights Union the next moment. Akari watched her. Sensei dried our tears when we were sad, but he never let us dry his. That's why we're glad for Osan's presence. She is the one who dries his tears. And, after all the pain he'd gone through, Izuku had tears to shed. Tenya smiled. Okiko and I dated for some time after Midoriya was expelled, but it never went anywhere. We were both having a hard time and thought we could find comfort with each other. It didn't really work. We were better off as friends. I am glad they found each other. As she thought, Okiko found Izuku curled on the bed. She took him in her arms and hugged him tight. Izuku cried openly and unrestrained. It was all a lie. He hiccuped between sobs. It was all a lie. From the start, what I thought, it was all a lie. I started a new life on a lie. Okiko rubbed his back gently. Izuku held her. I gave up. After the fiasco. After all the hurt, I was not right, you were blaming yourself. Yeah. And then Nezu booted me. Kicked me out. I thought. I'm not meant to be a hero. I screwed up. Too bad. I messed and I was punished. I gave up. I gave up being a hero. I couldn't be the symbol of hope. I couldn't succeed All Might. I was the failure. I gave up. He sobbed. Okiko kissed his temple. This was all she could do at the moment, hold him and dry his tears. Because he dried the tears of his students, of his mother, of Zu and even her own, when she woke up at night plagued by nightmares of Coruscant. Izuku was there for all of them, offering them all warm tea and comforting words. That was why she was there for him. That's why I ran. That's why I left it all behind. Became something else. Something small. A nobody. A teacher. Just a teacher. Not a hero. No. No more dreaming. I'm not a hero. You are a hero. Okiko reassured him. You just aren't a pro. But you are very much a hero to your students. Izuku curled against her. Okiko stroked his hair. Heroes rescue people. They get them out of trouble and then they rescue them again the next day. You don't rescue people, you save them. Once they are safe, they don't need to be saved again. Maybe his tears were drying. Izuku shook his head and put it on her shoulder. It took him a moment to steady his breath. I left so quickly because I wanted to put this part of my life behind me and forget about it. It killed me inside, that I couldn't become a hero, that I was such a huge failure. Between my guilt and Nezu's actions, I thought everyone had turned on me. I have never felt more alone than the months after the fiasco. You, and Tenya, and Tsuyu, and Shoto, you were the first friends I ever had. I missed you terribly after I left. Then I remembered you probably hated my guts for screwing up during the fiasco, so I put you in the furthest corner of my mind. But, in the end, you never blamed me. You never thought it was my fault. All these things I was telling myself. They were wrong. It was all a lie. Even the expulsion. It was a lie. I based the life I started on a complete lie. What do I do now? Good question. Okiko thought. Well, the life you have isn't so bad. You have students who see you as their personal hero, a stable job, a caring mother, a woman who loves you and friends who respect you. I know pros who don't have half of what you got. Izuku snorted. Okiko laughed. No, seriously, even in his heyday, All Might himself had no family to speak of. Sure, everyone in Japan loved him, but who dried his tears when he felt sad? All symbol that he was, in the end, he was just a man. And so are you. So, if you ask me, keep living your life. The only difference is that you know now we're still your friends. Keep living his life. This was something he could do. He would have to get used to calling his former classmates friends, once again. Not an easy task, especially after 4 years. But he had reconciled with Tsuyu. He had reconciled with Aizawa and All Might, and Mirio as well. Okiko was his lover and, soon, she would be his wife. Maybe he could do it. Especially since he was no longer alone. Okiko was right, he had people who supported him, who looked up to him and relied on him as much as he relied on them. He would make it through. With their help. I love you, Okiko. I love you so much. I love you too, Izuku. I said it before and I will say it again. I love the person you've become. I find them just as amazing as the pro hero you could have been. And, just like that, his chest was filled with warmth. He pinned his lover on the bed and kissed her passionately. Okiko would have gladly started making out had he not broken the kiss. Later. Let's save that kind of activity for tonight. Right now, we have a party to attend and friends to reunite with. The hesitation in his voice was obvious, but traumas didn't heal overnight. They left the apartment hand in hand, but not before Izuku replaced the jacket of his suit with his long coat. To hell with formal wear. He was still feeling shaken, so comfort it was. And the emerald long coat was comfy enough Okiko had fallen asleep in it at least once. Everyone watched them return. Izuku looked timidly at Tenya and Shoto. It was odd, for his students, to see their sensei look so shy and insecure. For a brief moment, he was back to the cute, messy-haired boy everyone had met during their first year. So, are we still friends? A small and hesitant voice, far from the fatherly tone they were used to. The contrast was jarring. Shoto smiled. Of course, we are. Izuku felt like a weight had been lifted from his chest. The smile he gave was warm and bright, unlike anything either his students or his classmates had seen. Forget Deku's cute, wide-mouthed boyish grin. Izuku smiled with his eyes, viridian gems shining as his entire face lit up. It felt like sunlight, honey, and velvet all at once. It was appealing. Himai didn't hide his excitation. Watch out, everyone, sensei is back. Tenya looked at his former classmate. Izuku had grown quite a bit since they'd last met, and his hair had been cut short everywhere except on top, leaving a messy bush on his head. His features were more angular, his eyes not as wide as they used to. He could see the musculature under his coat, and there was this feeling of fatherly gentleness that permeated him. Adult and mature. The man before him was a wise teacher and a kind father. Izuku, in turn, looked at his old friends. Tenya hadn't changed much. Stiff as ever and built like a brick house, his jaw heavy and his hair in a business cut, with his squared glasses firmly on his nose, he was exactly as he remembered. The changes were more pronounced in Shoto. For starters, his hair was longer, and they would fall around his shoulder blades if they weren't tied in a bicolored ponytail that was resting on his shoulder. He still had that round, handsome face and that somewhat slender yet athletic build, not unlike Izuku's. Ahiro and Tetsu were also as he remembered, and so was Ojiro. Izuku found it a little weird that, of all of them, he was the one who had changed the most. At the same time, it wasn't just his looks that had changed. As a person, he was much different from his you self. Tsuyu looked at the papers. What are you gonna do about that, Ribbit? Izuku shrugged, much as the thought made him ache. They mean nothing, now. I started a new life and it's a good one. I think I'll keep it. Ribbit. I can't say I disagree. Ahiro tilted his head. So, you're alright being a teacher rather than a pro? Yes. After all, there are many ways to be a hero. Kishun laughed. True that. If sensei hadn't taught me, I would still be stuck in my dark room with no hope of getting out. Why that? Shoto asked. Because my quirk greatly amplifies my senses. Before I learned control, the world was so vibrant I could pass from the pain of a paper cut. Then sensei came. Thanks to him, I can live a normal life and I even intend to attend UA. Super senses? Is that how you found the clones? I saw you wandering among the crowd and take your blind friend apart. Kishu nodded and tapped her nose. Compared to regular people, a clone's scent is less intense. Besides, they have an underlying smell about them, along with the smell of the person they are cloned from. It's hard to describe, but the best way would be artificial. Ryukyu looked at the girl. Keen indeed. How good are you with your senses, out of curiosity? Well, my eyesight is limited to the horizon because of the Earth's curvature and I can make it about as intense as a cat's. For the hearing, I learned to locate people through their heartbeat and breathing. Very useful against 𝐤𝐤𝐚𝐲 camouflage. That's usually how I bypass it. Tsuyu scoffed. For the smell, I learned to identify food, but also people through their scent, and I'm training to track them down. I wouldn't call myself a bloodhound yet, but I'm working on it. Tamaki couldn't help it. Could you give examples? Kishun thought for a few moments. Eri smells like apples and sugar. Mirio-san smells like noodles and sunny outside. Tamaki-san, the girl sniffed the hero once. You smell like seafood, chicken, and shady places. Neji-chan smells a lot like flowers, but especially lilies. So, a bit weird. A bit funny too. I can see how that would help in pro business. Sensei taught me archery to hone my eyesight. When I play video games, I tend to make a stealth archer, so I more or less ended becoming one in real life. Fat Gun, Ryukyu, Centipede, and Bubble Girl shared a look. A girl with super senses who relied on stealth and long range. This made for one deadly underground hero. Out of curiosity, Bubble Girl asked, "Could you track Snipe and Power Loader, by any chance?" Kishun frowned and went where the clones had dissolved. Doable on paper. As I said, I'm still working on that, but I should be able to locate the real ones. Given Snipe turned to be a disguised Toga, though, I'm not keeping my hopes up. Everyone knows Toga is a bloodthirsty psycho. Their chances of being alive aren't very high in my book. All the more reason to search for them, then. Izuku frowned. Kishun, go change. You aren't conducting an investigation in a party dress. Don't worry, I will save you some cake. Thanks, sensei. Izuku turned to see Jiu timidly offer Sami sugar-coated almonds. He leaned against Okako, who leaned against him in turn. Kishun soon returned in her black shoes, blue jeans, and black tank top. She was firmly holding a knife in her hand. I'll go with her. Shoto offered. If the front has more members planted, my powers will make short work of them. Izuku nodded. I trust you. Don't make me regret it, went unspoken. And there, new update. Some loose ends still need to be tied, but the first big one is wrapped. Remember, this is one of the story's core themes. Being a pro hero isn't the only career out there, and there are others that can be just as rewarding. Exhibit A, or should I say I. So silent, no violence, but inside my head, so loud and clear you're screaming covered up with a smile. I've learned to fear just sunshine and blue sky. This is all we get for living here. Come fire, let it burn, and love come racing through. Oh, I'm still alive, and I cannot apologize. No, oh, I'm still alive, and I cannot apologize. No, I've learned to lose. I've learned to win. I turn my face against the wind. I will move fast, I will move slow. Take me where I have to go. Oh, I'm still alive, and I cannot apologize. No, Lisa Miskovsky, still alive. Kishun and Shoto wandered the corridors of UA, guided by the girl's nose. They live in there and it shows. I got 10 different tracks to follow. I'm focusing on the most pungent. They are usually the newest. What do they smell like? Gunpowder and leather for Snipe. Metal and chemicals for Power Loader. Somehow, it didn't surprise Shoto. What surprised him was the keenness of the girl's senses. But, at the same time, she had suffered from constant sensory overload for about a decade, if their conversation was anything to go by. He looked at his hands, pensive as Kishun detailed Izuku's lessons. They sound much funnier than my own training. I wonder how good I would be if someone like Midoriya had taught me instead of father. The girl made an about turn. Excuse me. If you weren't a sidekick, you'd be in the top 10 already. I have no idea how Endeavor taught you, but you're skilled, cold fire. And not just a little. I don't think things would have been different with Sensei teaching you instead of your father. Well, for starters, it would have been more pleasant. The number of times he had gone to sleep with his entire body aching and tears in his eyes. Compared to Endeavor's lessons, Izuku's classes felt like a walk in the park for the same results. Hide and seek, archery, free running in parks, and with theory added to it. Endeavor had never taught him with books unless it was related to academics. When it came to his quirk, it had been practicing and more practicing. Izuku, instead, added theoretical lessons so his students could learn the mechanisms behind their quirk. 𝐒𝐩𝐸𝐴 had learned about the nervous system and how sensory perception worked. 𝐒𝐴𝐚𝐸 possessed extensive botanical knowledge. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐴TE could explain the way weather worked. Akira's knowledge of human biology was apparently on par with medicine students. This was a kind of knowledge he regretted lacking, at times. Makes me wonder what he could teach me about my quirk, given it involves fire and ice, I'd say. What's the term, already? I know I saw it somewhere. The girl paused, took her phone and browsed Wikia. Ah, got it. Thermodynamics. How fire comes to life, what generates cold, stuff like that. Hey, if you got time, you can always ask him. You're a fair bit older than his usual students, but if you're looking for pointers on how to use your quirk, that's basically Sensei's job. She had a point. Teaching people to use their quirk was actually Izuku's job. It just so happened that most of his students had quirks that were difficult to control and requested him in the hopes his lessons could help them live a normal life. Shoto didn't have that problem, but his quirk was still incredibly powerful. Additional information on it was always good. 𝐒𝐸𝐴 stopped dead in her tracks. Oh. I got their scent, and there's the stench of dry BLD with it. This doesn't bode well. You tell me. Lead the way. Back at the party, Bubble Girl had gotten curious about the stray's quirks and asked Sami to demonstrate. I mean, if what I heard is true, you can make literal tree houses. This has to be one of the most awesome uses of quirks ever. What did you say you want to become, already? Architect. He turned to Nezu, who showed him an empty spot in the courtyard. The teen stretched his fingers and touched the ground. It took about a minute for a flower clock exactly like the one back in Nishimaya to spring from the ground and bloom. Sami glanced at Fat Gum and went to a spot close by to grow another tree, this one taller and making apples. Aria's eyes shone at the sight of the round, golden fruits hanging on the branches. She wasn't the only one. They look tasty, the rotund pro grinned. I hope they are. There was some tinkering to do to get the proper balance taste-wise. Also, fruit trees tend to have short trunks for easier harvest. Knowing how much some of us like to scramble among the branches, I decided to make this one high. Eiko, are you seriously going to climb it in your tux or are you going to change first? Indeed, Eiko was giving the tree a hungry look. Izuku shook his head. Go change. Then you can fool around in it. Eiko darted to their apartment. Tsuyu sighed. Tempting, Ridbit. Very tempting, but nah, I won't do it. Akari went to the tree and let sunlight dance on her skin until it had the shape of a WHP. Then she dexterously caught an apple. The WHP morphed into a kitchen knife of solid sunlight she used to slice the fruit. Fat Gum took an apple and ate it with a grin. Juicy, firm, and just the right balance of sweet and sour. Perfect. Jiu looked at Akari. Hey, remember when you made that dish your mother used to make? The one with the BLD sausages. Akari smiled fondly. One of the few memories I have from before my abduction. Take one apple and one BLD sausage by people. Cut the apples and cook them in a pan. Either jab the sausages so they won't burst or crush them into a mash, then put them in the pan with the apples when they start to caramelize. Once the sausages are cooked, serve. An alternative is to fry rice in the same pan as the apples so they'll take on the juice, then crush the sausages and cover the rice and apples with the mash. Cook, then serve. The girl ate a slice. The problem is that BLD sausages are a European dish, so good luck finding some in Japan. Sensei had to look hard to find them, and it cost him a pretty yen. It was delicious. Akira beamed. Completely exotic, and none of us had ever eaten BLD sausage before, but it was still good. The only downside is that it's impossible to eat with chopsticks. Sami noted. Fork or spoon only, even with the rice bed. Eiko suddenly darted past everyone like a white blur and climbed the tree in record time. Soon, the girl was moving along the branches with an agility that was positively cat-like. Himai sighed. This is why there are days I am completely jealous of her quirk. Having a flawless sense of balance is cheating. True enough, Ojiro looked fairly envious as Eiko walked on a branch like it was a mile wide and took an apple. Well, if I tried half the stunts you pull, I'd break my bones so we're even. No, seriously, give me flack all you want, You will never see me twist in a pretzel like you do. You are made of RBB, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. The slender teen opened his mouth. Izuku cleared his throat. The two teens' argument died here and there. Eri, after giving big pleasing eyes to her fathers, was allowed to change. Soon, she had climbed the tree and was making her way to Eiko, who had noticed her. 𝐸𝐽u reassured the adults. Don't worry, that's why I'm there. As they watched the two girls play in the tree, it became clear where Eri had picked her free-running skills. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 turned to Izuku. Is it too much to wish that Eiko would be more mature? For now. Apparently yes. He went to lean against the tree. Eiko's eyes shone. The girl stealthily moved so she was above him, prepared to pounce. Izuku gave a half-smile and counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. Eiko dropped. At the last moment, Izuku turned and caught her. Next time you want to perform a drop kill, pick a less noisy spot. Eiko huffed and climbed the tree back. Not a minute later, Kishun and Shoto were back. Their grim face omened nothing good. We found Snipe and Power Loader, Shoto said grimly. However, Kishun closed her eyes. Sorry. Nezu's glare was harsh. Lead the way. The pair took the group to a small janitor's closet in the underground levels. Kishun frowned. It's the stench of dry BLD that clued me in. Otherwise, it would have taken hours. The two teachers were there, and they were no longer alive. Their co-workers held a minute of silence. Izuku's students were glaring harshly. Assholes. Eiko hissed. Izuku rubbed her shoulder. They are starting to get on my nerves. This isn't a good thing. His students nearly froze. Given how powerful their sensei was, something going from mere annoyance to an actual problem better be prepared to be sorry. Nezu had body bags fetched while they returned to the party. They wanted to make a statement. Failing to assassinate Lemillion messed that, but they did manage to kill 2 𝐸𝐽u teachers. This isn't something we can ignore. We can ignore it until tomorrow. Ectoplasm said softly. Fat Gum agreed. Today is a joyous day. Let's have fun and handle the crisis tomorrow. Reluctantly, Nezu agreed. Still, as they made their way back, 𝐸𝐽u caught both his and Izuku's attention and showed them a quote on his phone. Stop sending people to kill me. We've already captured 5 of them, one of them with a bomb and another with a rifle. If you don't stop sending killers, I'll send a very fast-working one to Moscow and I certainly won't have to send another. Joseph Broz Tito to Joseph Stalin, they sent 3 clones who failed to get their target. What do you say we send one person to kill a member of the front as a warning not to PSS us off? Izuku's eyes narrowed. Tempting. You're thinking of Kishun, right? Well, she is the sniper of the group. A manic grin crept on Nezu's face. I am all for it. 2 targets, one for Power Loader and the other for Snipe. Sniper is the wisest course of action, especially if we add a message to the arrows. Miss Aratame, how far can you shoot? Depends the bow I'm using, but my record is 2.5 kilometers. Good. Sniped from 3 city blocks it is. I will make sure you get the proper gear. I already have someone handling the kids' gear. Izuku cut him. Someone who's helped me in the past and won't be happy at all when she'll learn the front got Power Leader. Nezu turned to him. My Hatsune. Yes. She found me on her own 1.5 years ago. I've been commissioning her for tools several times. In return, I let her use the kids' data to improve her creations. When I told her Kishun, Eiko, 𝐸𝐽u and Akira wanted to join you, she called dibs on making their gear. The rodent chuckled evilly. This is perfect. They had the outlines. They would have to work on the details, which would only happen tomorrow. As it was, the party resumed, albeit much more subdued. The front had gotten 2 𝐸𝐽u teachers. Even with their failure to get Mirio, it was still a statement. 𝐸𝐽u was no longer safe. Izuku fully intended to make his own. Stay away from me or mine or I will end all of you. As night fell, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 went to change and returned in his performing outfit. Everyone gathered. It was time for the final show. On a platform made by Cementos, the team took his ribbons and grinned as spheres of light scattered in the air. Even if night had fallen, if Akari had stored enough sunlight, she could still use her quirk. She'd just have to manage it carefully. The music started, and Izuku couldn't help finding it ironic. Meeting you, with a view to a kill face-to-face in secret places, feel the 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 danced, his ribbon flying around him as he moved between the hoops, jumping and whirling with the grace of an acrobat. Nightfall covers me, but you know the plans I'm making still oversee. Could it be the whole world opening wide, a sacred why, a mystery gaping inside the weekends? Why? Izuku moved quickly, a lighter in hand. The ribbon took fire under the crowd's gasps. Until we dance into the fire, that fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire, to fatal sounds of broken dreams. Dance into the fire, that fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire. That his ribbon was ablaze changed nothing. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 still moved with grace, danced into the fire with an experience born from tedious training. Choice for you is the view to a kill between the shades, assassination. Standing still he was singing along now, his voice even despite the motions. It was appealing. The first crystal tears fall as snowflakes on your body, first time in years, to drench you skin with lover's rosy stain. A chance to find the phoenix for the flame, a chance to die. Amber eyes gleamed under the lights of the fire and the spheres. A grin was plastered on his face. This was his place. This was who he was, what he was meant to be. But can we dance into the fire? That fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire, to fatal sounds of broken dreams. Dance into the fire, that fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire, when all we see is the view to a kill. His ribbon flew from his hand. He caught it and ended kneeling before his audience. Everybody stood to acclaim while 𝐸𝐽 snuffed the fire. Aizawa nodded. He had seen such performance in the streets of Nishimiya. It was always pleasant to watch, and he was glad his co-workers could witness it too. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 wiped his brow. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the show. Present MIC grinned. That night, it was a pair of happy couples that headed to their apartments. So, Izuku grinned. Assassins, breakdowns and dead bodies aside, was the party good? It was. Tamaki smiled. Now, I believe this is going to be a busy night for all four of us. Guilty as charged, Izuku chuckled as he eyed Okuko's curves. Okuko noticed and smirked. The moment they were in their room, they locked the door and locked lips. It was a long and heated night. They weren't the only ones. In the apartment next door, Mirio and Tamaki had made short work of each other's clothes and were making abundantly clear how much they enjoyed their partner's body. And if Mirio phased a hand through Tamaki's chest once or twice, well, everyone had their K&K. Needless to say, both couples had trouble leaving their bed the next day. Okuko straight out clung to Izuku's chest and refused to let go. Mirio simply phased through Tamaki's embrace. His husband woke up to the smell of breakfast served in bed. Izuku's students were grinning from ear to ear. Good thing the walls are soundproof. Busy as you were, we would have had trouble sleeping. Izuku sighed. I would have gladly laid for a few more hours, but we got an assassination to plan. I can already see Mai's face when she hears Power Loader was murdered. Tsuyu looked down. Ribbit, Kishun put a hand on her shoulder. When she turned to Izuku, her eyes were steeled. I'm ready for this, sensei. We knew it would come eventually, just not so early. Are you sure, Kishun? Taking a life is never pleasant, and unlike your classmates, you were fairly sheltered, so to say. The girl frowned. War is war, and it's very much a civil war we're going through. No one is going to get out unscathed, not even someone like me. Might as well make the big jump now. Just tell me where to aim. Izuku closed his eyes. There was a bitter taste in his mouth, and it seemed Tsuyu was feeling the same. They are no longer forming students to be heroes, Ribbit. They are forming them to be soldiers. Because the front has an army, and it takes one to match one. I know. I hate it. My only consolation is that my students didn't have it easy before, so they're used to hardship, at least to an extent. And at least one has a personal grudge against the front. All of us do. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 said harshly. After you told us what the front did to you, how they broke your dream, this has become personal for all of us. Sami and I may hate the thought of taking a life, but there are times where you don't have a choice. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐽 pointed. I will bring the sky down on the front if it comes down to it. It's just that I will unleash my quirk only against them. Just because someone can use their quirk for mass destruction doesn't mean they will. So, the group gathered in the principal's office. Nezu was waiting for them. I believe you all spent a good night. Izuku and Mirio shared a knowing look. Delicious, in more ways than one. The principal chuckled. That, I can believe. Now, on to our less funny business. Izuku nodded and took his phone. Mai answered at the second ring. Hey there, Izuku. What do I owe? I'm wondering how far you are in the kids' gear. Something, the teacher frowned deeply. Something came up. You won't like it. I may need the kids' gear before you Kishun's, in particular. Mai paused on the line. I see. Kishun's gear is 100% complete, as is Aiko's. I still have a few things to refine on Jiu's gear, notably the discs, and Akira's wand is proving to be a challenge, but they should be ready within at least 3 months, maybe even less. Why? What happened? Izuku turned to Nezu for confirmation. The rodent nodded. The front tried to murder Lemillion at his wedding. They didn't get him, but they still managed to pull a kill and replace on Snipe and Power Loader. Sorry, Mai. The line was silent for a full minute. Then Mai spoke. Bring your green but over there now. Very well. Nezu agreed. Let's get going. The Nishimaya crew got in the van, followed by Nezu, Mirio, Tamaki, Aizawa, Toshinori, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Nejaya, Ojiro, Shoto, Tenya, Ahiro and Tetsu in different vehicles that were checked for bombs, just to be safe. Mai's lab was located in the outskirts of Tokyo, where she would work on her designs in peace. She was waiting for the group when they arrived, clad in a dirty brown jumpsuit over a black sleeveless top while her protective goggles were tied above her head. The moment Izuku got close, she grabbed him and dragged him to a room. Kishun didn't need her quirk to figure she was crying in his chest. Don't worry. Himai reassured. Hatsume-san made clear she isn't into people. Nothing funny ever happened between her and Sensei in the time we've known her. Okako felt slightly reassured. Mai cried for half an hour, Izuku holding her tight and muttering soothing words as the others wandered the lab. Ryukyu and Shoto peeked into the room once or twice. They could see what his students had meant when they said their teacher dried everyone's tears. If you needed a shoulder to cry on, Izuku was always ready to lend his. Tenya paused at the sight of a gallery that contained 8 uniforms in various stages of completion. The first was a set of intricate leather and tissue armor that seemed to be crafted from midnight and moonlight, the hood spotting a mask that covered the face while a breakaway cape was bound around the shoulders. A device made of 3 geometric lenses connected by a ring, each spotting a button, was integrated to the armor. A heavy metal suitcase was patiently waiting on a pedestal at the armor's feet. The second uniform was simpler in comparison, being made of a white hoodie and bandana with fingerless gloves, gray cargo breathes and white nondescript shoes. The only noticeable thing was the bright red belt tied at the hoodie's waist by a silver buckle made of the kanji. The pedestal for the weapons spotted a pair of gauntlets. The third uniform was oddly futuristic, being apparently made of a white spandex bodysuit with neon pink lines running over the arms, legs and sides of the chest. A full face-concealing helmet was on the head and the pedestal where the weapons should be was empty. The fourth uniform was a navy blue full-body wetsuit with thick black stripes running along the arms and ribs, all lined with silver. The hood spotted untainted swimming goggles and 5 silver lines. Here again, the weapon pedestal was empty. The fifth uniform was a semi-completed white power armor with yellow lines and a black undersuit lined with gold. There again, no weapon to be seen. The sixth uniform was equally thick and form-fitting, made of a black synthetic material Tenya couldn't identify. He could see the black bodysuit under the thick breaths and jacket that seemed to be lined with pale yellow fur. Golden lines ran artistically over the breaths and jacket. Finally, aviator goggles were set on the head while warm gloves and knee-high boots completed the attire. Once more, the weapon was nowhere to be seen. The seventh uniform was made of tissue and leather shaded primarily in green with brown lines, with distinct vegetal patterns on the chest, thighs, and forearms. This time, the pedestal had a weapon, a wooden quarterstaff artistically engraved with nature motifs. The last uniform was what confirmed Tenya's suspicions. It was Himai's performing outfit, complete with his ribbon and what looked like a heavy-set meteor hammer. However, given it was made by Mai, he figured the clothes had a few tricks up their fabric. Mai emerged from the room to watch him. Like these? Yeah, these babies took work. But I'm proud of them. Izuku's students have interesting quirks to work with, and any data I get from their training or the work I put in their gear gives me ideas for new babies that I can sell the League of Heroes. Case in point, Akira's staff. The woman smirked. Akira can sense and control water and uses a white cane to warn people he's blind. What weapon should he use, then? How about a telescopic white cane made of a hydric material? It's concealed and the material containing water will allow him to sense it, thus improving his spatial awareness. It's in the lab, right now. Nezu frowned. Hatsune, with due respect, I spent the past 4 years searching for Midoriya while you've been in contact for over a year. Why didn't you inform me at all? Mai gave him a look. Because you kicked him out. I got no idea why you expelled him instead of someone else, 𝐿𝐵𝑒𝑘𝐽𝐻. But, after that stunt, I wasn't about to sell him to you, not without a valid reason. Besides, his kids are way too much fun to work with and there's no way I'm losing that. Fat Gum looked at the uniforms. I thought only 4 of Midoriya's students wanted to join UA. But all of them want a piece of the front. And even without that, I told you they have fun quirks to work with. I'm building Akari's power armor to imitate her quirks since sunlight needs to touch her skin. It's making my brain work and I love that. Conceiving a comfortable and insulated material for 𝐒𝐲𝐽𝐻's uniform was pretty sweet too. I mean, the higher you go the colder it gets, and Weatherboy is still sensitive to cold. Gotta find a way to keep him warm. Tsuyu looked at the outfits. So, Ribbit, who gets which? In order, Kishun, Eiko, Jiu, Akira, Akari, 𝐒𝐲𝐻, Sami and Himai. The teens took a moment to admire their uniforms. I am genuinely curious about the specifics. Himai admitted. Yours was upgraded to be not only fireproof but also heatproof and as stretchable as you are. The real upgrades are in the weapons. First, the ribbon is made of a brand new material that, besides being fireproof, will stiffen the moment a strong pull is exerted on it. If you drag it slowly, no problem. If you yank it, squick. Don't go wrapping it around people's throats. For the poi, I made it into a heavier meteor hammer with a retractable chain. The material's light enough to be wielded easily, heavy enough to pack a punch and you can set it on fire for extra damage. That's it for you. She turned to 𝐒𝐲𝐻's costume. For Weatherboy, no weapon. He doesn't need it. What he needs is something practical and insulated to keep warm amidst a storm. Thus, bodysuit, thick breaths and gloves, high boots and a warm vest. I'm tempted to lengthen it and make it billowing just for the style. 𝐒𝐻 considered. Sammy's outfit is made of linen and cotton, vegetable fibers he can manipulate at will. The staff was made by him instead of me. Much as I'd love to tinker with vegetable DNA like he does, that's simply not something I can replicate efficiently enough for business. She turned to Akari's armor. I already explained for Sunshine Girl, so next are our 4 UA candidates. A hero frowned. I know it's a stupid question, but are you alright? You've been crying for a long time. The look the woman gave him made him jump. You're right, I'm not fine. Not at all. The front murdered Power Loader Sensei not even as a target but a means to an end. I'm gonna mourn him a lot, and my chest is gonna hurt for a long while, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna lay down until the pain is gone. Hell no. I got better things to do. Her glare bore right into the red-haired pro's eyes. Starting by what you're here for, getting even. Those front assholes killed Power Loader Sensei. I don't know why you guys are there for, but given it has to do with Kishun, I'm guessing you want some of their members dead. This means we share the same goal. I'm gearing the kids. You go and avenge Sensei for me. Deal. Actually, our idea is to send Kishun to assassinate 2 high-ranking members of the front. Izuku smiled. It will depend who's available, but different targets merely mean a change of methods. That's why I asked about Kishun's gear specifically. Mai grinned dangerously. Getting involved yourself, Izuku. I thought you wanted to stay away from the conflict. If possible, that's why I'd like to do, but the front still killed 2 of my former teachers and nearly got my senpai too, so I am mildly miffed. I'd like to send them a message: do not anger me. If I want any of you dead, you will die and you won't even know what killed you. Hence you going the sniper way. Good. I just finished designing a key component of Kishun's outfit that I plan to share with the League, but I need to proof test it. The assassination will be the occasion to do that. A Hero and Tetsu shared a look. A Sestov Hatsum and a miffed Izubro are teaming up. How screwed do you think the front is? Tetsu winced. I have no idea, only that they are in tea. Aizawa scoffed. Understatement of the century. Next chapter, the sleeping giant stirs. Feel free to try Akari's recipe. It's an actual one, and pretty good if you like sweet and salty dishes.